Because what we're going to do is we're going to discuss the positives, and we're going to try to enforce the positive and see how can we also implement it in our lives and so on. And we're going to discuss the negatives and how do we solve the negatives. And this can be very, very helpful, not just for us to learn, but can be helpful to the university and other universities as well and other cities to learn from this and potentially implement better ways to improve. Okay, so we're going to start with the first, I guess, negative from the in-person team. So basically, the in-person team, they were walking in the city, and they found the city to be rainy. And they thought that there should be a system to flow water, because there were many puddles of water, which is discomforting, especially for a person who is in a wheelchair. So I noticed this as well today, that when we were walking, Hussein was helping Ali, and Ali will discuss this in a bit details. And Hussein, if you want to also bring your thoughts, we can give you the microphone. That there are puddles all everywhere, and behind of my mind, the people who are have visual challenges, they probably will not notice, because I guess with the white what do you call it, white stick, you can't really see the water. Yeah. So yes, let's hear. Introduce yourself first. So the camera is in your front.
Okay.
And then you can start.
Hello for the online participants. My name is Ali Obeida, and I'm a marketing PhD researcher at the University of Leeds. And if I wanted to reflect on this comment, I would say absolutely, because as someone who is not impaired or doesn't have any physical impairment, puddles and having water on the floor can be challenging, but it's not as challenging as someone who has an impairment. So for me, from my own experience, I like to walk independently using my white cane. But if there was a water puddle, if there's leaves on the floor, especially if they were wet, that can be really dangerous, and it can cause accidents. And in fact, it can prevent me from attending a lecture or going to participate in a university activity. So yeah, I mean, having water and not dealing with it on the floor can be disabling.
Yeah, thank you, Ali. So does anybody like to comment and think about a solution? So if we have rainy water and puddles for a person with visual impairments or other disabilities, how can they avoid this? What do you think can be done? So the online people, you can unmute yourself and talk, or send in the chat on the Zoom. And the people who are in person, you can use the mic to basically say your thoughts. Who would like to share? If nobody, we can continue as well discussing the next. There is one person here. So you can, sorry.
It's good to ask if was it Amir's team?
No, this is not Amir's team.
Is this whose team?
Who was the team who said this?
Yeah, can you please elaborate on it?
Hi, I'm Maite. So we are walking down the streets, and there are a lot of challenges actually, because there are like these poles and also the puddles. And as we were walking, we had difficulty navigating all the people crossing the streets and the sidewalks, and it would be even harder for someone who had a disability. So,
can you speak a bit louder?
oh, sorry. Yeah.
Can you hear now online?
Can you hear me?
Online?
No.
Can you hear?
No,
No.
we can't hear.
Okay, you can. I'll just explain then to them. Or unless we bring you here, you can come here and then, yes. So we'll have it this way, because unfortunately we brought the mic, but it's not working. So everybody who will share your thoughts, you will have to come here.
More interactive.
Yeah. It is working, but it's not picking up. No, they sit here, it picks up. They hear us if you're here. So you can come here, and you don't need the mic. So you can just fix it.
Can you
Yes.
hear me now?
Yes, no, it's
It's clear now.
Okay, so I have another comment to add to that, that inside the stores, there are these poles that said wet floor all over, but if someone blind walked in, they wouldn't know it was wet.
Oh, yeah.
So it's quite dangerous, as you said, that the dangerous were for someone who can.
Mm. Yeah, Ali, do you?
That's true. I mean, those signs, I usually just walk through them with my white cane because I cannot see them. So while they're there to warn people from dangerous floor, they're not effective, especially for someone who cannot see them. Yeah.
Cool, thank you. Anybody from the online like to share any thoughts on this? Let's see. Okay, I guess good. Let's move to the next point then. Thank you. So the next point, we'll move something from the online. Oh, you want? Yeah, I guess we need to spread you around so you can leave much easily. And also try to think of a solution. What could be a solution to address this? What can we do to improve? Anybody from the online has thought. So for a person who is visually, what's the right word? Who is visually impaired, and they see puddles and water or wet floor, they can't see it. And this can be very dangerous to them because usually the signs that they put on wet floor, they can't see. Okay, Ali, if you can come here a little bit to my side. Yes, just right here.
So as a result of no signs or something physical that can be used, we can use a underground water reservoir for the water rainwater.
Rainwater.
Yeah, for the rainwater to be directly like drained under the
Drained.
ground. Yeah, and then this underground drained water can be further used in the country. So this is one of
the solutions.
solutions or fast solution that can be done.
Cool,
Yes.
thank you. Yes, come in here.
As well, we came with an idea that maybe the white king that you use, it could have a sensor or something like that, that when it detects water, it detects like a hole in the ground or something that it
Trains or
vibrates.
something, I see.
So you can know
Mm,
like if you are going to a safe path or if you need to change to another place. I don't know.
That should be an easy solution, no? Because you can, once you get water and then the electricity connect and then
And then I
it
mean,
peeps or something.
vibrates or beeps or something like that. No?
That's a good idea.
That's what we keep.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Good. Anybody has other thoughts?
Yes,
Actually-
maybe we
Yes.
the same.
Have one person online? Yes.
Yeah, I
maybe
want to say the same, like about this, like, but I think the electricity could be danger, maybe. What
Mm.
about like if a floating, like something would be like like a floating circle under the stick, so you can, when you move, when you walk, like you can sense it you can hear it, like if you are around the water, so you can just hear it if you just like move it around without the electricity part. I think it could be dangerous a little bit.
What do you think?
I mean, it's good, but usually we like to say that to solve disability, we think about the environment more than the person. So it's good to think about the cane, but some people do not use canes, for example. Some people use guide dogs, and some people have enough vision to walk independently, but not see the puddle. So they don't use a white cane or a guide dog, but they still walk independently and it can be dangerous for them. So although those solutions can work, I think it's better to think about the environment.
Good. Okay.
That's the same idea.
Oh, okay. Anybody else like to share? Yes.
Yeah. I'd like to share.
Yes, Doha, go ahead.
Yes. So maybe we can like made So like there is some specific roads for like people with like some problem, impaired individuals. Yeah. So we can do like some sloped way or like sloped street, like maybe half of the street is sloped in an angle that is not dangerous. So all the water would just draw
Right.
from that,
Mm.
maybe like 5 angles or something that is not dangerous. In the same way, it's something practical.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like simple yet practical
Good.
and
Thank
not
you.
dangerous.
We can allow one more comment. Thank you, Duha. Allow one
Yes, I
comment.
have. Can
Yes.
I
Hello,
ask
Doctor.
something?
Yes, we'll
How
have
are
two
you,
more
Doctor?
comments, one online and one in person, and then we'll move into the second point.
So just give a solution as we are in an era of AI, so we can create a glass or stick that connected with AI, analyze the surrounding and guide the one who wear this to what to do. There is a bubble, there is a water, there's a bottle. Take care. I think that will be better, easy to do.
Okay, thank you. Final
Thank you.
comment. You can come here. Wait, she said, come here first.
Yeah. Hello, this is Amer. So my suggestion is using something like Meta AI glasses, Meta glasses. Have you heard about it? The Meta
The
glasses
Google ones?
that is equipped with a camera that describes the
around
view
it.
for you. Yeah. So it guides you through through your work or your wherever you want to go. So for example, if there is some water in front of you, it tells you be careful that there is water, there is a step, there is something else. So whatever, there is a car, so you look in the left and right. So it tells you to be careful, or you can pass or not. You can cross the street or not. So we can develop some AI applications for this and train some models to be uploaded on these glasses that helps people with visual impairments. Yeah, thank you so
Cool.
much.
Yeah, thank you everyone for sharing your thoughts. You know, we can stop at each problem and spend 1 hour discussing it, you know, but let's move to the next one and try to find something online. So I see that people who are online talking a lot about education, but when we talk about access, let's actually let Ali explain what access means, so it makes more sense. Because we're not talking about access like reaching to education. We're talking about access in terms of enabling environment. If Ali can explain.
So
You can come closer to the mic.
Yeah, so when we speak about accessibility, we say that different people have different needs, and we need to make sure that the environment in which those people live is adjusted so their needs can be met. So like we said, if we think about visual impairment, for example, some people may have a small issue with their vision, and it can be corrected just by wearing glasses. Some people need a bit more adjustments. So for example, they need larger font, or they need to have screens with higher contrast, and some people need further adjustment, so they need to rely on voice rather than vision. So again, what we mean by accessibility is having the environment adjusted to each individual need so they can function, whether in education, university, or society in general.
Cool. Thank you. Okay, I'm trying to find so online people talking a lot about access to education in terms of which we were lit. So yeah, there is a lot of issues with access to education, obviously. Yes, sorry. Sorry, we're still trying. Sorry. Oh, okay. I'm trying to find one from the online. Okay, I can see basically clearly that the concept is still not very clear to the online people. So hopefully by discussing it more now, it will be clearer what we mean by accessibility and specific example. We need like very specific example. As you heard from the earlier example, they were walking on the city and they found puddles of water. So in places they're just water collected, and somebody who's visually impaired will walk on the water and might slip and fall, and there's no warning whatsoever. So these are the things that we're talking about, specific examples about something that you have seen. Is that making more sense to the online people? Is it clearer what we mean by? Okay, let's go to. Okay, so Maria said the book in the library is not accessible. Can you unmute yourself and explain more what you mean by that, if you are here live?
Yes, we can.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Hello, everyone. So, as an example, I saw it before in my university, where a disabled person he was looking for a book in the field of biology, and after he found the book, he couldn't even read this book. So he needs he need someone to read this book. As for such person, they need like a program, or I don't know exactly what to like access for book as a voice record of some papers, or the book presenting at the library of universities, or even in like
So
yeah.
the person are they disabled, or they just all? Can you
No,
explain?
they can't see like
They
they
can't
can't
see.
read.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So basically, books in the library. What is the challenge?
So books, and that's a very typical challenge that most of our records, books, articles, especially older ones, are in a non-accessible format. So specifically papers. So the solution for that will be, or maybe one of the solution for that is to have different formats of the same material. So we need to have Braille for people who can read Braille. We can also have digital materials of the same book or the same article, so they can be read with digital accessibility tools like screen readers. We may also have an audio a version of that same book. So again, like I said, having books in a non-accessible format can be an access barrier. So someone cannot complete their degree without having this book in an accessible material, definitely.
Good. So anybody like to comment on books? How do we make books more accessible, other than what Ali said? Anybody like to add? Yes, you can come here.
Yeah.
Sorry, we'll just get person on in person, and then we can do another online.
Actually, the books that must have.
You can.
Okay. Actually, we just see the problem in the book libraries and or bookshops that still using regular and classical techniques. For if you want a book, even for the normal people, they just bring someone. Bring you and they said, okay, there is a book from field on the same section on same shelf and etc. But the problem, it is still classical. So even for people with the disabilities cannot access to these books normally. So at least there is a tablet or there is a computer that connected to the type of like online library or Kindle devices or devices with the voice. So it is about the technology or about the techniques that make it accessible for those people or even for the normal people, even in the normal case. Thank you.
Thank you. Ali, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to highlight that when we speak about accessibility again, it's for everyone. So when we make things accessible, like the speaker just said, it can also make life easier for others. So when we spoke about the puddles and the water, if we solve that solution, it can definitely help the disabled, but can also help others. If we make the books that are in one format accessible in many other formats, it can help everyone, including the person with that disability. So again, that's a main advantage of making things accessible.
There is some example that I don't know, Ali or Shefali, you told me about, which is subtitling. So subtitling in movies, was it you who told me, Ali, or?
Maybe Shefali.
Yeah, so subtitling in movies, it was done initially to help with people who can't hear, but they can't see. But eventually it became useful for all of us. That's how I learned English in most of the time. So you see, it's not just for people who have disability. These things can also become very helpful for us as well. Good. Any other comments from online? Anybody like to comment on this? Okay, let's move into another example from the in-person. So there are many examples. We'll try to go through as many as we can. Yes. Yes, come on. Here.
Hello, everyone. So one of the solutions is using the already developed technology like ChatGPT 4.0. We can use it for example, Ali. We can integrate this AI in glasses or something like that that can read books for Ali, for example, or some other people. It can be used very easily. It can read from the pictures, even if it's not a digital book, can be used by people.
So this can provide multiple solutions.
Yeah.
The classes.
Yeah.
What's your degree?
Computer science.
I see. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. All right. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts. Let's move to another point, which I think was also very interesting. So this team, they went to an art gallery and they asked about accessibility for visual impairment. So basically they went to the shop, the art gallery, actually, and they asked them, do you have help for visually impaired people? And the people said, yes, they describe. So they can describe these pictures for customers. And they actually have regular customers who are visually impaired who come to this art gallery and ask for specific pieces. I think that was interesting, that actually very nice that the art gallery is really aware about this. And how long did it take them to give you the answer? Was it an immediate answer? Okay, so they're very, very prepared, which is very good. They have regular clients. Okay, good. Any thoughts on art?
Yeah, definitely.
By the way, do you want to sit or are you good?
No,
with
good,
one?
I'm good.
Okay, good.
Yeah, this is one that is very close because I like to go to museums, and recently I went to the Harry Potter museum because I'm a fan. And like I said, I mean the arrangements there, if they were not there for me, I wouldn't have gone. And if I did, it wouldn't be as memorable, or I wouldn't get something from it. So one thing that I needed if I wanted to go independently is someone who can guide me around the museum. And then I want to really explore what's there. So I want to know the description, and then they went even further. So in some cases, they gave me some of the items so I can feel them and really experience them as someone who cannot see them. So definitely, I mean, museums and public spaces in general, if we can offer the support, then yeah, definitely they can be beneficial.
Great. So this is a positive, and when we talk about positive, we want to enforce it. So how do you think you can bring this solution back home, or where you live, or where you stay, or your community? What things can you do? And what challenges could you face? Like if you go back home and you try to encourage people to do this, what would be the reaction of people? Would people accept? And how would you help them understand that this is very important and they should accept? Yes, come here.
Question again, question proper.
Anybody from the online like to answer?
Question proper.
Sorry, I don't.
Please ask again.
We'll just have this person to answer and we'll ask again. Yes, go ahead.
Hi. I think when we back to our home, we have to focus on the awareness sessions, how to raise the awareness for the people about the disabilities, accessibilities, and what is the important of it. And the second thing is to raise the aware about the technology, how to use technology in to help the people with disabilities, because it is very important things, especially in these days. We noted a lot of things on the ground in the field with the stories, with the shops. They don't have like a technology things. They only use the traditional things to help the people with disabilities. So I think if they are taking and engage the people with disabilities to decision making, to ask them what they need, what the difficulties they find, what is the accessibility they want. That's coming from the community to community, so they can develop themselves and coming the ideas from the community and for the people who's need. I want added also the accessibility actually is not for people who with the disabilities only, because we noticed that the children don't have the accessibility with because the stairs they cannot go inside the shops, and we help some of them.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, our group we did, yeah. And for the elderly people, the old people, they have like some chairs and walk on the ground. So sometimes the ground is not fixed a good way to walk on it. That's yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any comments?
Yeah, I mean, two comments on that. So the first one is about individualizing the accommodation. So we shouldn't generalize, and we should ask each individual someone with a disability what kind of support they need, because they can have different needs than someone who has a similar disability. And the other thing is, yeah, enforcing that the idea of accessibility is good for everyone. I mean, inaccessible entrances can be difficult for a child, an elderly, a mother with her a baby's trolley, or any other someone. So making that entrance accessible is good for many people. Yeah.
Good. Yes, come in. If anybody online, oh, sorry, there's somebody who asked what's the question. So basically, we discussed, we gave an example about a shop that did great. This shop is very prepared that when this team with Johara and Adra, I forgot who's else with them, they went to this shop and they asked them if there is someone who is visually impaired, do you have any help for them? And they said immediately, yes, we have help, and we can describe things and we can help them understand these pieces of art. So the question is, we saw a really good example here in Cambridge. How can we bring this good example back home to our countries? Good. Or to our cities or to our communities. And what challenges do you think you could face? Like, is people going to accept this or not? And if people don't accept, what can you do to help them accept? You can come in. Actually, it would be good to say your name so we can start knowing each people's name. You can come in.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Enes. I'm positive about this, not because I'm Iraqi, just because it's a fact that when you go to Iraq, if you want to help, like if you want help with something, everyone is friendly. Everyone will help you with that. Even if you went to shop, for example, if you are like need some help with shopping, when you go to see a movie. Iraqi people will help you a lot. So I think like one of the reasons is that, for example, in UK as an example, why this could be an issue is that they need a specialist, they need a a staff member, they should give a salary and that. But in Iraq, generally people, I think, would do it voluntarily. I think the volunteering, like volunteering is very generalized in Iraq. It is very popular in Iraq. If you just got some, like, for example, 2 bags with you, and these 2 bags are very heavy, I'm pretty sure, like, if you come there in Iraq, they will help you. So rather than saying this, like, getting it to my own country, I think make it more accessible worldwide in European countries and, any other country.
Yes, good. Yeah, I like your comment. So it's obviously this is not the perfect place in the world. And we also all have all very good things in our countries. So trying to bring the good also is very good. So yeah, thank you for bringing that up. That's a very good point of view. Heidi, do you want to?
Yeah, that's very good. I mean, social ties and helping others is always good to have. I just want to say that leaving it just for voluntary work sometimes make someone with disability vulnerable to that. So if it was just about volunteering, then that person who is volunteering or used to volunteer may not offer that voluntary work. So I think institutionalize that and make it a clear policy that if I went to this airport or a museum or university or a library, there's a section on the website saying that this is the kind of support that we offer, makes me comfortable to go there and to expect that I will receive adequate support.
Perfect. Anybody else? The online, does anybody has a question? Okay. Any comment? Let me see if there's anything online that I can bring. Okay, so this is a very good example from someone online. It's a challenge. So basically, this person met a doctor who had 2 fingers amputated. He met a doctor who had 2 fingers amputated. He dreamed of being a surgeon, but this condition made it impossible. So he pursued a non-interventional specialist. Okay, so it makes sense. So there is a doctor that this person met. This doctor has only 2 fingers. Sorry, he has 2 fingers amputated. This doctor has dreamed of being a surgeon, not just a specialist. But eventually, because he could not become a surgeon, he had to pursue a non-interventional specialties like clinical pathology because it's a deeply challenging. So that's a very interesting thing. Any thoughts? So what do you have thoughts, Adi?
Can we hear about that?
Yeah, sure. So let's start with comments. Does anybody have comments before we go into solutions? Let's go about comments. Does anybody have a comment about this? Does anybody like to add anything else? If you have experienced something or heard something similar, you can come here. Yes. Yeah, so Ghasaq, yes.
While I'm not really commenting, but I think I had some things back in my own country that also have the same idea. So for example, if you had a flat feet, you cannot go to military academy. And I think that's true, right? So I think, yeah, this is actually very interesting, to be honest. I would love to hear the solution.
Okay, good. Anybody like to add anything else? I've never heard of this flat thing as well. I don't know even what that looks like.
It's
Like a
also
flat hand?
Normal climb is like at the bottom.
A hand?
The
Oh, a feet.
The foot from the circle, it is a full flat. So you can't, if you want to walk or jump, this mercury in your foot, just make a protection to your.
I see.
But
Interesting.
the flat people cannot take the shock.
Oh, so they can't. Oh,
Paralyzed.
so they don't accept in military. Okay, interesting. Anybody like this? Sometimes it's a gift. Yes. Okay, good. Do we have anybody else who like to add anything? All right, Adi, anything, or should we?
Yeah, I was thinking that the issue here. So is the issue is it about the tools that a surgeon needs to use? If it's not the case, then sometimes we forget that the tools that we use every day are adjusted for us in a particular way. So if you think of a scissors, for example, have you ever thought why scissors are designed the same the way they are? I mean, why do they have 2 holes, not 3, not 4, not 1? They're designed for this kind of hand. Okay. But if we have this kind of hand, we can design another one. Right?
Which should be very easy. It's not a technical challenge.
Yeah. So it's about adjusting the tools.
So yeah, that doesn't sound like a difficult challenge, but needs somebody to actually act on it. Okay, let's hear solutions.
May I say something?
Yes, go ahead, Rasa.
As you know, the future is development and everything is new coming here. Like there is a device where you can control the scissor with, you know, only 2 fingers maybe and make a whole operation, surgical operation. But the thing is, he can't even become a surgeon. He can't pass the exam that will allow him to become a surgeon. You know, it's like OSCE exam, if you know about it. It requires a lot of, you know, investment in the exam. And I think he can become a surgeon, but the, you know, environment is disabling him. Because it's 2 fingers, it can be adjusted.
Yes. Okay, Annie.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And Amira, is that you?
Actually, for the solution, I think the Internet of Things now, it is very important for the surgery things. So if you have any problem, physically problem with any doctors, any nursing, so you can replace it with robotics things. So yeah, I think it is new days. It is very important to thinking about the Internet of Things to solve these problems.
Cool, thank you. And the exam is also very tricky because anybody from policy who can comment on this? Policy background, law? That's a big challenge, definitely, because it needs a lot of changes internally. Anybody has comments on? Can you come? Sorry, because we need to make it. You can wait. You can wait until you come. You're too excited to.
Actually, for the policy and for the exams or for research, like literature review, there is a common things. Even the people of disabilities have a good mind, and like a surgeon or like engineers, like scientists or anything or law, they have a good mind to get the faculty and get the exams and have comprehensive and etc. That's the point. Maybe became the strong as like consultant groups, members or committees. So maybe it is part of their knowledge and how to convert the knowledge into the solution of the various problems. So not necessary to take into the field as a farmers, at least as thinkers or like policymakers, like researchers, like literature review of comprehensive of various problems. So I think that's good to make to act as like a brain, and they have like assistants that working as a farmers. That's a type of maybe that's give good solution or more practical activities. Thank you.
Anybody else would like to comment? Online, anybody like to say anything online?
Yes, I
The
would
pro-
give an example, okay, from like someone that I saw. So like there was a guy, like a colleague with me in dental school. So in the third year, like in the fourth year, he broke his arm. And like the first comment that he got from like two doctors, you will not be a good dentist because like you broke your hand. It will not back to the same, you know, condition as it was before. So like he heard this like maybe for 2 months, and he got a surgery for his hand because like he broke it in an accident, and he then got another surgery, but then like he became a dentist. Like now he's a dentist, and everything is good. But like the environment has its effect, but you need like to have the strongest mindset, because if you like listen to the people around you and got stuck at that point, you will not be the person that you want to be. Yeah, even dentists, you know, people who are educated have some toxic, you know, mindsets.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, Ali, go ahead.
I mean, this is a very good comment, and it also builds on the previous comment as well. So usually in accessibility, we say that adjustments are not just for physical things. So it's not about ramps and finding better tools to do surgery. It's also about the policy. So sometimes we have the innovation, we have the tools, but the policy says no. Okay. And sometimes the policy says yes, but people's attitudes says no. You shouldn't do that. Okay. So it's not about the physical, it's the physical, the policy, and also the attitude that can be disabling.
Right, thank you. So let's go to an in-person comment. There are a lot. I don't think we're gonna probably have time to do everything, but we're gonna review everything because they're very, very insightful. Okay, Rod. So positive thing, one of the restaurant has a ring to assist people with disability whenever they arrive. Okay. So does that make sense? So when you go to a restaurant, there is a place to ring. But you want to comment on, so if a person with visual impairment, how will they see the ring?
So they're assisting people in a wheelchair.
Oh, only wheelchair assistant. Okay. All right, so it's a positive and maybe can be improved. So how can this button be improved for visually impaired?
For the visual impaired, for the visual impaired, I think it will be difficult because they will need to know the place of the ring at the first place, and then they will need to find it. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that a ring will be a universal accessibility feature.
Okay. So anybody has a comment on this? Because obviously from my point of view, you can just basically ask at the entrance, why do you need a ring? Does anybody have a comment? Okay.
It closes automatically.
Oh, it closes automatically. I see. Okay, you can come here. We can't, they can't hear you, so if you can come here. Can you come?
Hello everyone, it's Muhammad. So for this issue, for this positive thing, we had another positive thing in the post office. So the door are automatically open when there is a sensor when someone is coming. If he is with a wheelchair or he is blind or any other person, the doors are automatically open for everyone, and there is someone who is in the front of the door just asking everyone who is entering if he need anything else. I think it's better than just a ring in the corner that's not accessible for everyone.
Good.
And that's all.
Okay, you can come in. We need to do a vote. How many people think this is a positive and negative? But we're gonna do it afterward.
Hello, my name is Paul Gomez. Yeah, in most of the stops in Cambridge, we notice that there are steps. So
Yeah.
there are steps. So it is very difficult for someone on a wheelchair to access inside. So perhaps someone, the owner of the shop, maybe a restaurant or a coffee shop, might be busy inside. So might not notice that this person on a wheelchair is at the door. So perhaps a ring might call his attention that I need help.
Good. Okay, I like this one because people disagreeing and agreeing. So let us do numbers. So if you think, or just say negative or positive. So a ring on the door to help a disabled person. Do you think it's a positive or negative? So let's start with positives, just post positives, and let's do hand raise. So how many think this is a positive? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 10. Okay, so the majority thinks it's a negative to have the the ring on the door, which is very interesting. Does the people online want to vote whether you think it's a positive or negative to have a ring on the door of the restaurant that can call people to help a disabled person? Do you think it's a positive or negative? You can just put it quickly in the chat. Okay, negatives. Positives. It's just okay. Okay, so you can see the comments, basically positive, negative, positive, negative. So nobody disagreed on whether it's positive or negative. Okay, good. So we have the idea. You can see how challenging it is to make ecosystems. Even opinions of, we're a smaller group, we didn't agree on that specific thing. Okay, because we are running out of time as well, we want to continue discussing, but there are many great ideas. Let's go to the other. So this team with Ravad. I'm coming to the negative for you. So so bus stops are not friendly for blind or deaf people. Can you explain what that? Can you come here and explain what that means? Uh-oh. You okay? You not tired?
Hello everyone, I'm Ragad. Yeah, the bus stops, we saw that they're not friendly or accessible for everyone because, for example, if the bus he needs to get in arrives, he wouldn't know, how would he know that this bus is the one I should get in? So we suggested that maybe we create an app, the same bus track app that's popular in the city, should have a voice interaction yeah, for the person who wants to get in the bus. They can hear that your bus will arrive at the station, this specific station at this time, and the driver will be notified, for example, that someone in a wheelchair or a blind person is waiting at the station, and we can integrate a GPS service that whenever he gets into the bus, he gets confirmed that this is the right bus you need to enter. Yeah.
Good.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody from the online? We haven't heard from you for a while. Anybody like to comment on buses? That if a person is deaf or blind, they don't know. So if a person is blind, they can't see the bus coming, because here in Cambridge, you have to point to the bus. If you don't point, the bus will just drive by. Sometimes I'm on my phone and the bus sees me at the stop and just drives by, which is very annoying even for me, because I just took like 30 seconds to check my phone and I'm at the station and the bus would, and this happens every day in Cambridge. You have to say stop. And for deaf people as well, how do you address these? While people online thinks, let's have you, Anas, right?
I think I will bring a solution from my country.
He's promoting Iraq for
yeah.
sure.
So in my country, whenever you stop somewhere, when a minibus comes to you or comes to your direction, it says, for example, it's going to Amriya, and you say maybe no, maybe yes. If you say no, there will be another minibus that will come. Oh, Mansour? Yes, I'm going to Mansour. Let's go. I think we can apply this, maybe. Like for example, Dr. Mohammed was talking about, he was in the bus stop and the bus didn't stop. And in Iraq, for example, you are literally walking and then the minibus comes to you and asks you. So I think maybe there is this cultural difference. And I think if we bring this culture, there will be good solution. Or maybe we could use the technology in some way. I don't know.
Cool. Thank you.
Welcome.
So he solved the blind problem. How do you solve the deaf problem? You can comment. Anybody from the online?
I think they pay them like in the UK. They pay them good, so they don't care if you get in the bus or no. But they care actually.
So they have to force.
Yeah.
It's the same salary, regardless if anybody come in or not in Cambridge. Yes.
Well, hi everyone, this is Sheikha. Well, in my country, we don't usually use buses for a public transportation. It's rare.
And your country is?
Yeah, UAE.
UAE.
Yeah, but it's rare to find a bus. We usually have metros and then underground railways. So if we have a bus, our bus must have a specialist person who can come down, get out from the bus, and then wait for all the passengers to get in, make sure that all the passengers are can safely access the bus, and then the bus can go with a specialized person. So we have a specialized person in every bus in the country. So it can help both.
Help both, I see.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
cool.
And our most of the buses we have had this something like a hydraulic bench that can take
yes,
off people with
wheelchairs.
wheelchairs. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Good.
I think
can-
it's the same like the Iraqi. It's this, but they name it like the specialist person, but like in Iraq there is a normal person who just care about you to get in the bus.
Okay, there is a comment called from Nurhan. There might be a specific place we may call it a disability station. For example, where buses can just stay there and disabled people go. Or does this exist?
No. And again, I was thinking how many disabled stations do we need? Like one in the city or throughout the city or every bus stop? Because there can be many bus stops throughout the city, so that can be an issue with the dedicated.
I think like we can
What stuff?
make a spot where in every bus station there is a spot where people who can see sorry who are deaf can walk into it, and it will the bus driver will know that this person is can't hear, so he will recognize him.
That's a very good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
And also, may I join?
We'll have one person in person and then we'll come to you.
Okay, okay.
I think we have a solution from Iraq as well, because in Iraq, if you, for example, are stopping, and for example, we solved it. For example, the person who cannot see, but the person who cannot hear, the minibus, like the person who actually ride the minibus, have some signs. So, for example, if he do like this, it means it will go to Baya. If he does like this, Saht al-Nisur. So yeah, there are actually, this is, we should bring this to UK.
Okay, that's very interesting.
Can I join?
Yes.
Okay. I'm also from Iraq, and we have a solution from the people who can't hear. In the north, on the north Iraq, the buses have the name of the area they will go on the bus. They write the name of the area.
Okay, good.
Of the area, and it's so easy.
Yeah. Cool.
I have a solution
in
too.
election in Iraq.
So
Signs. They put signs on buses. They put signs on buses here in the UK.
yeah, can I join?
Yes.
So we can make vibrating bristles that alert the person when the bus arrives. Like they sent the sensitives, the vibrating by their body when the bus arrives.
All right, good. Okay, we'll read the last comment and we'll move into something else. Okay, so the last comment, thank you, Rahmat. The deaf see, the deaf see and the blind hear. So I feel they can use their sense organs that are active, unless a blind and a deaf. This is a special case. Yes, there are double also, blindness and deafness. We were looking actually for somebody to bring to ReachSci team who has both, but we couldn't find one because we really want to also see how can we actually help them. So if you know anybody who is blind and deaf, we would love an introduction to them. Ali, do you want the final comment before we?
Hello?
Yes, people like this. Everybody wants to comment. Yes, sure. Go ahead. Hortense?
Sorry, I just wanted to comment on the previous comment, which was about like creating private places for people with special needs or visual impairments or with people who are deaf. To be honest with you, for me, the whole point of accessibility is, of course, to make people or give them the chance to to have accessibility to that thing. But making private places a role, it can lead the person to feel isolated from the community or from the society. And it's better to find other solutions within the same community where all people with differences could be engaged together. For instance, for people with or deaf people, we could say that they could rely on their visual, and we also could rely on technological and environmental solutions, like you installing digital display boards, which show live updates about bus arrivals, delays, and even route information. This is used here in my country. It's not widely used, but it's still used. This should be large, like high contrast and easily visible from different angles. They could also rely on text-based announcement, like replace or complement audio announcements with text-based information. For example, if there is an important announcement about delays, route changes, or I don't know, maybe safety instructions, the same information should be shown on nearby screen. And also like adding visual alerts, like flashing lights and all. So this is my opinion about the previous comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Last comment from Hamad, and then we'll move on to the next.
So I don't think we really need to separate other people than us. We are trying to integrate.
By the
them
way,
all.
Intisar, where are you from?
Yes, I'm from Algeria.
Oh, you're Algeria. Okay. It would have been interesting if you were from Tunisia, because I thought, okay,
Yes.
if you have the same mentality.
So I don't think we really need to separate other people who are deaf or blind. They will feel like we are not in the same community, or we are just separated from others. Like if they have a big problem or something different than us, we are trying to just make it more easier for them to be just in the same place with us, not just for separating them. And I'm afraid if we are just separating others, we will be separating women from men because they have other needs, or we are separating old people, or so I'm just I don't think separating others is the solution for. We need to find solutions so they are in the same community. We are all in the same place. It's better than, for example, the I think disability station. It's something. If I was deaf or blind, I will feel like why you are putting me in a place I don't feel comfortable with, and that's all.
Thank you. Ali, do you have a comment before we move on to the next thing?
I want to share my experience with buses. When I first came to the UK, I had to use a bus because I was living somewhere a bit distant from the university. And I still remember that the bus that I used to take was bus.
You want to come closer to the side?
The bus that I used to take was bus 56. So I used to go to the bus stop and wait for that bus 56. And within every a few minutes, a bus will come. They'll ask them, is it bus 56? And they say no. And then I thought maybe it's a better idea to hold a sign saying 56. So then the bus will come. But that was also difficult because I used to stop in the bus stop, and then half an hour comes by, 45 minutes come by, and then I don't know if the bus did actually come and pass by, or still it's not here yet. I used apps, but sometimes they're not reliable because buses are not usually are not always on schedule. So I was very happy when Leeds recently announced that within each bus stop there will be a voice announcement for each bus that comes by. But the only issue that I have now is convincing people that they need to be quiet if the bus comes.
Okay. That's a very interesting thing. So people need to be quiet. Oh, how do you solve this? Oh, okay. Good. Let's move into the next one. So the post office is accessible for everyone. The doors opens by a sensor. There is no stairs. A guide man who helps you if you notice you're lost. A voice announces your turn and gives you instructions about what you have to do. So let's maybe change it a little bit here. So in your countries, when you wait in the bank or anywhere, what is the like what happens? Do you get an announcement? Did somebody come call you? What happens in your country? And is there anything different than this, where you have some voice, automatic, like a robotic voice, just says your number, and there is also on the screens on the post office there are numbers. Does that solve all the problem, or is there anything here that can be improved? You want to? You can come in. Yeah, before you talk, because they can't hear you. So while you come, there's somebody who made a comment. Accessibility is giving people the chance to have access to various life aspects within the same community, or people with different needs and disability. Actually, why do I read this? You can see it. Can you? Okay, good.
Well, this is a different situation because it's not about a bank or something like that. It's just that in La Paz, Mexico, or the Peace, there is the beach, and there are like like, I don't know, a space to play for the kids.
Yeah.
And there is a special place for kids with disability.
Oh.
And it is a thing that I never seen in Mexico, and I think it's great. It's great.
Where did you see this?
In La Paz. It is
Oh,
called
you
La
have
Paz.
it in your
In
city?
Mexico, yes.
Oh.
But it's not in my city, it's in other city
Oh,
that I
'cause
visited.
I didn't see it in the UK as well.
Yes, and that's great. And since that moment, I thought it would be this accessibility for everyone, for everything. That's all.
Cool, thank you. Actually, that was a really good point. I rarely think about kids, to be honest, when I think about disability. So that's very insightful to bring back, oh, kids also need it. Children's, even from early age. You. Okay, anybody like to comment? Oh. You don't need to raise your hand. You can just comment.
Actually, I'm very, very happy in this activity. Especially we work like a group. That I think it is a typical research work, because it is based on questionnaires, based on notice various things, and getting data and discussing and make comprehensive ideas. I ask a question, and the question to my colleague, Dr. Ali. The question is, do you think there is a real research? And this question not just to Dr. Muhammad and the whole the attendees online and in person. Do you think there is a real subject on research or articles based on literature review, based on regulations, based on questionnaires, based on collected data by international database like United Nations database, or any specialized organization for this subject? And there is a real solutions, and there is a real, is there a real technology transfer for this? And that's the important thing that must be discussed, because this subject is very, very important for very special group in the society in every countries, not just in UK, not just in Europe, not just in the Middle East, or it is an international issue. And thank you.
Yes, definitely. So this is one of the reasons why ReachSci has been founded, is to make this international, obviously. But Ali, is the question was for you. What is there any like literature and existing studies that are looking into this systematically, like similar to what we're doing, but more systematic?
In real data.
In real data.
Data collected by countries, collected by stakeholders that specialize in this issue, or still like scattered studies, not unified, and get or based on spatial analysis. As you know, the new philosophy on every studies, like in energy, like in food, like in water, like every specialized must be involved in spatial map, like a GIS system. So is.
I got your question. I think there is a dedicated discipline for this. There are entire journals for disability studies. Actually, the university that I enrolled in has a dedicated disability studies center. So there is, I think they also have a master's degree in disability studies. So yeah, it's a big field in the literature, and there's lots of research about it. Yeah, definitely.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I didn't realize that your university is actually very good in terms of disability access. Yeah, so that's good to know. University of Leeds, or Leeds University. Leeds University or University? of
University of Leeds.
University of Leeds, cool. Good, okay. And remember to say your name, so we get to know each other. You can come here so people can. Oh, you're gonna translate. Okay, come here.
Como una idea general. Entonces sería.
Okay, that in Chile, they have like this mandatory law that makes every like store or
O sea, en Chile existen instituciones que habilitan el uso de como de una tienda.
so they have to like approve your store to officially open it. They need to say like they have the qualifications for people with, I'm sorry, with people with disabilities to be actually like able to
Yes.
make use of it.
Y para que la ley, para poder habilitar la tienda, y si el país exige a la tienda que debe tener todo lo adecuado para las personas que tienen discapacidad.
So yeah, it's like a mandatory law for every store.
Okay.
So yeah.
Good. So that's what Ali mentioned earlier, that this should be mandatory by government, not just questioning, right?
Yeah,
Cool.
because like we're from Mexico. Like it's kind of dangerous if you.
Wait, you're Chile
if-
or Mexico?
No, I'm from Mexico.
Oh, and
But,
you're
like,
I'm from Chile.
Chile, okay.
Yeah, like it's kind of dangerous if you use like a sign saying like
Oh, I
like I
see.
can see
You're
like
gonna
give me
attract-
your wallet, so it's not
Oh.
it's not. So like an app like someone said like if like it ¿cómo se dice vibrar?
Vibrar.
Like vibrating, like the bus is coming and you are the one like by your own. Because they were like, yeah, I need help. Like
No, thank you.
Nah, yeah.
I see.
so yeah. it can
So
help.
safety can be an issue if you look different.
Yes.
Yeah.
I see.
Thanks.
Cool, thank you.
Again, I think
Ali, if you can come, so anybody come closer so people can hear you better if you're here. Yeah.
I mean, this is a very good comment because also connects to my own experience. So again, I'm thinking of I'm crossing the street. Usually, if I want to cross the street and if there was a traffic light that was accessible, I can do it on my own. But if it wasn't accessible and the street was busy, someone would approach me and offer help, and then I have a question: do I trust you or I don't? Again, accessibility is not about making things easier. It's making about things safe.
Safe,
Yeah.
safe environment.
Yes.
Oh, good point. Anything else? Right, let's see, so. All right, so we gotta. Okay, so Manar is also suggesting a technological solution that can be used to help customers and with notifications and ebooks and pre-bookings and these kind of things. But again, all of these things are hard to implement. So how do you enforce a bookstore? Obviously, you need like I forgot you didn't mention your name. You mentioned in Chile that it's a law and it's enforceable. So these kind of things, a suggestion is not enough. You really need a government to implement those solutions. If you want a bookstore to adopt a technology, they probably wouldn't because it's expensive. And think about, so something in my first meeting with Ali about a year ago, we discussed this problem. So we were thinking about providing technologies for disabled people. It's a great idea. Can you make it a business? Because if you make it a nonprofit, it's going to be so hard to reach people because there's very little money. Can you make it a business? The other problem here, if you want to make it a business, there are people who will pay, but most people will find it challenging. There is small market, and some of the people may not be able to afford it. Ali, I think this is something that if you want to discuss. So bring in innovations that are specific to disabled people on the market here. Like even if you make a business, will people be able to afford?
Well, unfortunately, the people with disabilities in most cases have difficulties finding a medication and then employment. So they have very low purchasing power. So many companies try to build a business out of selling accessible technology and accessible tools to those individuals, but they cannot sustain the business because their main customers have low purchasing power. And so that's why we go back to the issue of policy, of legal requirements, because so far we haven't been able to solve that using entrepreneurship and a business case. The only way forward it seems to be that the government just enforces accessibility.
Thank you. All right, so we're almost there, by the way. We're gonna finish in about 5 minutes because we need to leave by 5 or before 5 for safety things. Now, talking about safety, I just remembered that there are multiple things that I need to mention about safety. So first of all, in the event of a fire, so there are exit doors. So you need to leave with the closest one to you. You're gonna hear the alarm and you can leave immediately from the door next to you. But we need to all be in one place, which is in the front of the building. There is the parking area. There is a sign which is called assembly point. We go and assemble there in the case of a fire. And then we have to leave by 5 because there is the safety people leave at 5. So if anything happens, there will be nobody here to help. So they want us to leave by 5. So we have to leave the building by 5 because it's their responsibility. And then food. So we should not consume food more than 2 hours after it's delivered because again, safety issues that they don't want you to get sick, obviously. So if you have food, even if you take it with you home, you should eat it from the arrival here in about 2 hours. So if you didn't eat the food in 2 hours, the department is not responsible. So you will be your own responsibility. And then, yes, that is it. If you need special access, if you need us to speak slowly, if you need anything else, let us know and we'll try to make things more accessible. And remember, this is what ReachSci about, so don't be shy. Whatever will help you make things accessible, let us know. All right, so some people are asking about the form. So basically, as we said, there will be a form for each day that you need to fill, and this is based on what you have done, and you don't have to fill it today. The deadline is on the 22nd of December. So try to take everything that you've learned, everything that you did, and then later on put it. And why do we do these forms? For multiple reasons. First of all, we want you to really learn and bring back this knowledge and improve the world, obviously. And then the second thing, we have a lot of people registered and we want to be fair to you. Imagine somebody not coming to any things that we have done and they get the same certificate, right? That would not be fair. And then the third thing is, it's not good for us. If somebody come and say, oh, this person attended Cambridge conference, do they know? And they don't know what accessibility is. That is very embarrassing for us. So we need to make sure anybody who received the ReachSci certificate, they really know what the material is about. Otherwise, it affects us. And people don't trust our brand. They'll be like, oh, these people don't care about accessibility because one person attended their conference, have no idea what accessibility is. Good? All right, let's have one final thing, and then we're gonna end the session today. Okay, so there is the last comment here is about food. So shopping centers or grocery stores, so supermarkets, as from Al Jawhara, it's hard for them to basically read. So there are foods and cheese and many different things. How can a blind person go about? And I guess let's have Ali comment on this because you do this regularly. So how do you go around in UK supermarkets, and is it accessible?
I mean, the way I do it is that usually I go to the store and approach the person that is working there behind the till and ask him for support.
No, come closer to the one.
Yeah. So the way I do groceries is again, I ask someone behind the till to give me support. The issue with that is that sometimes the shop is busy, so they cannot leave their place. And although sometimes it puts pressure. So let's I'm not think about grocery. Let's think about other items. So if you're buying clothes and there's someone who's assisting you throughout the store and they're offering things to you, sometimes you feel a social pressure to accept and not say no and no and no. So yeah, I mean, having assistance inside in the store can be can make things accessible in terms of finding items, but there's still room for improvement. So if anyone of you have recommendations, yeah, there's a room.
So anybody have thoughts about this? Is the final thing that we're going to discuss today, making supermarkets more accessible. And yes, good point. And even happens to me as a person who's not visually impaired. When I go to not only supermarkets, I go sometimes to shops, and I tell the person who works there, oh, I need this. And the person will be so confident that they know what I want. And they will take me to a place and be like, yes, this is what you want, right? So excited that I'm like, oh, I don't want to embarrass this person. And I take it. I would return it after they leave, but it puts a pressure on me that I don't like to embarrass people, especially he's so excited. And this happened to me so many times that it is so funny sometimes that they get so excited feeling that, oh, we know what you want and this is what you want, but it's not actually what you want. So, okay, Iman says, just lose the guilt and know that it's their job to pursue you to buy.
That's true.
Well, anybody else like to comment? I know you're very tired by now. Okay, you can come here. So Abdurrahman said we can use robots to help the disabled people in the store, but this is going to take time. Obviously, Elon Musk is making it happen, but let's see what happens. Come here, closer.
He told us
Closer.
for his experience. Just wondering why we can't use a braille in supermarkets next to each item. It's so easy and it's already there. I'm just asking myself why they don't apply it. It's like it's a main language now. It's better than we add like any other languages.
You'll hear the answer from Ali.
Yeah.
Ali, come closer, because people say they can't hear you very well.
Okay, sorry.
Come closer. Basically.
Sorry, I cannot read Braille.
Does anybody know what Braille is? Everybody. Does no one know? Doesn't know? Anyone doesn't know what Braille?
Yeah, so Braille is basically a language that was invented to allow people to access written material. So you will it will be raise dots on papers, and you will feel them with your hand, and then you'll be able to understand what is written. Braille is good in that it allows some people with blindness to access material, but one issue with it is that many people did not lose their sight when they were young. And especially with languages, especially with the tangible, the touch element of it, is that you need to learn it from a very young age. Otherwise, your fingertips become insensitive to that. So even if you tried in an older age to learn Braille, it will be very difficult to differentiate between letters, and that's why people give up on.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
First time to know this. Thank
Yeah,
you,
me
Ali,
too.
to explain. Thank you so much.
Cool. All right.
Hello?
With that, oh, another comment somewhere?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. I just wanted to comment that here there are some big stores where they have or they place braille signs and also or use tactile markers like at key locations like on entrances or aisles, restrooms, and even on some product categories, which will allow visually impaired customers to navigate independently, because not all visually impaired people feel, how you say, safe or comfortable asking for help when they buy something, or so they do rely on this, even though we rarely see it here, especially here in Algeria, but I have already found it twice in big stores. So it's really interesting.
Right.
I mean, just to correct the idea, Braille is amazing. It enables people even today to access information. I have many friends who rely on Braille on medical items and also on other items. But we're just saying that not everyone. So one size does not fit all.
Yes, by the idea your shoes.
I have a comment. Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm thinking along the line of, instead of using a braille, we just apply artificial intelligence where the system is fed with everything available at the store. And then once someone is getting into the store, you just give the name of the store and all the details are given to you on your phone, and the AI can read it out to you so that you know what you're dealing with and what you're working with. Or you can even incorporate your camera while shopping so that it's seeing for you and telling you what to do.
Oh, thank you. Let me just read the comment and we'll end. We need to finish now. So just the comments and then Anas, and then we're gonna end here. Okay, so they can hire people to specifically make the, oh, I forgot that you can read. So I don't need to, well, I read, oh, sorry. I need to read it to Ali. I forgot, see? Even me, sometimes I forget. They can hire people to specifically make the purchases they need. You can use the home order application to facilitate shopping. Your comment, and then Ali will end with you and with the final word for today.
Yeah. So we have this startup called Miswag in Iraq, where in Miswag, like literally, we have this startup in each city. There is this headquarters for Miswag, and there is this application. Whatever you need, for example, cucumber, 1 kilos, and then they will order it. But at the same time, they will call you. For example, if you need the watermelon huge, you can say, for example, please make it huge, or bring it. If you want the experience of choosing it by yourself, you can just tell the guy to choose for you. I think we can apply this unless if someone wants to feel like how the marketing and going to buy it with themselves. I think that's a different case. But with that, Miswag offers the same price as the normal shops, and at the same time, they deliver it freely. Yeah.
Cool, thank you. Well, yeah, thank you very much all for participating with your thoughts. We really appreciate it. We're gonna end with the final words of Ali. And by the way, tomorrow you will hear Ali's inspiring story and some more details about this field. And also we have Dr. Muna, who's gonna help you learn more about these things and learn about the tools that she has invented. She invented a lot of tools to help blind people on dealing with research, which is a lot more challenging. So we talked about daily life. Tomorrow we're going to talk about research, which is way more challenging to make it accessible. So Ali, final words. And with Ali's word, we're going to end today. And please try to leave before 5, just so I don't get in trouble. Good. Yes.
Thank you very much for taking the time to reflect on accessibility. Because accessibility is not something that is typically mentioned. So again, thank you for your time on reflecting on that. I just want to say that the recommendations and the solutions that we recommended today, some of them apply 100% and solve the issue. Some of them may have more difficulties than the others. So the task is always to recognize the issue and try to come up with solutions, technologies that can solve it to the best of our abilities. And like Mohammed says, I hope that today help you to reflect on that, and tomorrow we're going to build on that. I'm going to share more about my experience tomorrow, and also we have 2 more speakers who are going to go in depth about accessibility, innovation, and research. And also for those of us who will be here tomorrow, we have a hands-on workshop in the afternoon. So I'm very excited for tomorrow. I hope today was informative and looking forward for tomorrow with you.
Great, thank you, Ali. Appreciate it. All right, thank you all for attending. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. If you can please take your trash with you. All right. So yeah, thank you for the introduction. It's a very exciting time. ReachSci has been going on for about more than 3 years now. And today I wanted to give you the story of how it started. And we have the speaker who's going to come next has played big part in this. So I thought it would be perfect to share the story. So I've always liked to help people, and I started with social media. And a lot of people ask me, why do you like to help people? It just gives me really good feeling. And I always say scientifically, I have very strong mirror neurons. So if I see people successful, I feel like I'm successful. If I see people happy, I feel happy. If I see them sad, I feel sad. So that's why I started social media, to help people hopefully reach somewhere like me or even more successful. And I've helped thousands of people through social media. I've used to reply to hundreds of messages literally every day. And I've learned a lot. And I gave a lot of advice. And I realized that advice is not very helpful. People hear it, they get excited, and then they lose interest immediately. So I was a bit lost. What do I do next? How can I really? It was like a hobby to me. So it was a lot of fun. That's why I wanted to continue, and I wanted to be more effective. Coincidentally, at the time when I was a bit lost on where should I take this next? What do I need to do next? Professor Roshin gave a talk. So I was an MRes student, a master's student here in Cambridge. And Professor Roshin gave a talk. It was on equality, diversity, and inclusion. And I remember she said something that we should all know what EDI is. And from that day, thanks to her, I've learned what EDI is. And not only that, they have encouraged us to do a program and to fund us. So basically, they called the competition EDI Champion. And basically, the idea was to come up with a program or something that can help increase equality, diversity, and inclusion. And I was like, when I was listening, I was like, oh, this is perfect. This is exactly where I should go next now. After doing all the social media, let's try to do it structurally. So I went and I read how can I do it? And I found some manuals by the university. There used to be action plans. So what does the university wants to do for EDI? And I've learned a lot that they want to increase diversity, but then how do they increase diversity? How do they bring those people in? And here again, I met again with Roshin, but this time it was not a lecture. It was a meeting. So I set up a meeting with Professor Roshin, and I talked to her and I was like, this is what we want to do. How can we do it? How can we bring students here? And she said something that, again, is still here, which is what inspired the mini PhD. Is she said, people needs hands-on skills. And obviously we talked a lot about it. She mentioned to me also a recommendation letter that she read, and that was like a key moment that I was like, okay, I know now. It's EDI and it's hands-on. And from there, we started to design the first mini PhD, which only had 3 students. And I did contact all the UK universities, and we only had 4 students from 3 universities, and I was the one teaching them. So it was very small. And as you know now, ReachSci has been running in more than 50 countries, thanks to all the volunteers and everyone's help. And we've taught more than 1,000 students, and that's only the start. Now, from next year, we're going to start to expand. We want to be a lot bigger. We want to reach everywhere. And yeah, with that, I think this is a good time to introduce Professor Roshin to hopefully inspire you so you can also do your own thing in the future.
Put this in so not to disturb the other. Just take me a second.
So you can do HDMI too, right? Yeah, perfect.
Nope. Try one more time. Let's switch.
No, if we just that one.
Oh, okay. That turned on or off this. That on.
It should.
Is this on or off?
Oh,
Yes,
it's
it's
perfect.
okay, it's more.
Iman, can you hear us all right? Or anybody? Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Just do this because we can't hear you.
Yes, we can
This
hear
or
you.
this?
Someone said yes.
Yes, okay, perfect.
Wonderful.
All right.
Okay, so Mohammed has been incredibly gracious because I may have said a few things, but he did all the things with the ReachSci team. So I don't accept that the credit is due to me. Very, very minor role. So what I wanted to do today was to welcome you. So I want to welcome you to Cambridge, welcome you to the School of Technology. So you're sitting now in the Department of Chemical Engineering and Biotechnology, which is on this new exciting campus in West Cambridge, which has a lot of diversity, and I'll explain that in a second. So I have a role in the school as deputy head of school. We're going to have technological difficulties. Okay, I'll just keep talking. So I have a role as deputy head of school, and the School of Technology is a large school. It's very diverse. It has the business school, Judge Business School. It has computer science and technology. It has engineering, and it has also a Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership. And it brings together around 300 academics, many, many students doing all kinds of things. And I would say that it is a seat of very diverse research. And I'm going to have to try and find presentation. Just give me a second. Hello.
I guess this never happens.
Never. Try one more time. So I want to show you where you are. You had a tour yesterday, but so we are in the west of Cambridge, and you can see that the center of town, and then there's the medical campus over here. So School of Technology is incredibly diverse. This is also an innovation campus. So we're not just having academics and scientists here, we're having also innovators. In the Department of Chemical Engineering and Biotechnology, this was, before that, two different departments. So there was the Institute of Biotechnology, and then there was Chemical Engineering. And then a decision was made to bring these people together. And if I can tell you that for the beginning, that just didn't work. People didn't really talk to each other. They felt too different. They felt that their scientific disciplines really wasn't very compatible. And then they came together in this building. And what we saw was, over the years, People started to talk to each other in the corridors. They started to collaborate together. So, you know, we have lots of different interesting research themes here. You can see some of them here.
We can't hear you. The voices disappear.
So I think, you know, diversity can mean to you, it could mean it's about gender, it could mean it's about skin color, it could mean about ability. But ultimately, if we have technology solutions, they need to fit everybody, they need to be universal. There's a very interesting book you might like to read called Invisible Women, where the author talks about the fact that seatbelts, they were developed to fit a man. They didn't actually necessarily protect women. We have examples of facial recognition that works for Westerners, but not for Easterners. We have examples of soap dispensers in bathrooms that recognize white skin, but not black skin. So the idea of technology or medical or whatever the innovation is, working for everybody is really important. And there's data. If you don't believe me, you can go out there and look to see that there's data that says when you have a diverse team, then the solutions are better. If I have a lab meeting and I have people who are chemists and they come up with a solution that a physicist just would never be able to answer. So the answer is we need to have diverse people working in teams. Another issue that we have is that the existing majority, this is not just a problem for the people who are in the minority, be they women, disabled, you know, black, white, from different parts of the world. It's always harder when you have to convince people outside of your own sphere. So when we surround ourselves by people who look like us, think like us, act like us, work like us, then it's like we have one hand behind our back. We're not really using the full range of capabilities that we have. The existing majority needs to work on this too, because the existing majority, if you look at Nobel Prize winners, you'd think you'd need to be white, male, and probably rich to win a Nobel Prize, but that's not necessarily the solutions that are going to transform and become universal. So I'm at Newnham College, and Newnham College is a women's college. And we have these portraits of our founders and people who are influential in the setting up. 3 scary looking white women and 1 scary looking white man. Why? Because he believed in women's education. He didn't have to. There was nothing in it for him. He was part of the existing majority. Women couldn't vote at the time. They couldn't get degrees. And he thought it's important that women be educated. So the existing majority has a really big part to play in recognizing that diversity helps everybody. So I wanted to acknowledge Mohammed and the ReachSci team. So really, I played a tiny role at the beginning, and I have given a very small amount of support. But these people have been doing their PhDs, which is very busy time, and supporting huge numbers of people. Even if it gives Mohammed a good feeling, probably there were all kinds of things telling him, you need to not be doing that. You need to be concentrating on writing papers and then getting your PhD. But incredibly, he and the team, well, he had certainly done both. I think the team he's very close to the end now, I believe, and starting companies and all kinds of things. So I want to finish there, to wish you the best of luck with your conference and in your science going forward, and to hope that, you know, maybe we can all be hopeful that in 20 years, the existing, you know, there won't be an existing majority, but rather something that is more representative of society and proving that we can generate solutions that are more universal. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, let's be with our first speaker today, Ali Abedan, an inspiring academic and passionate advocate for inclusivity. Ali is currently pursuing his PhD in marketing in University of Leeds in AI, and his expertise in AI and marketing strategy with deep commitment to accessibility. With BS in Business Administration and Master International Marketing Management, Ali academic journey has been shaped by resilience and determination. As a blind researcher, he has overcome numerous challenges to thrive in his field. Additionally, Ali serves as the brand experience manager for ReachSci, where he plays a key role in fostering impactful global research collaboration. In this session, Ali will share his valuable insights on making research more accessible, drawing on his personal experience and unwavering dedication to breaking down barriers. Please join me in welcoming Ali Abedan.
Okay, Ali. I'll be changing the slide because we're using my. They should be able to hear you. You speak louder next to things. Yes. Sorry. Can you hear if we speak now?
Yeah. If I speak like this, can everyone hear? Yeah, good.
Yes, we
Okay.
can hear you.
Day of our conference in ReachSci. So
yeah. You can also have the mic in case.
Okay. Hope this is better. Great. Good. Okay. So my presentation today will be about accessibility in higher education. So I was thinking, how can I deliver this presentation to be both impactful and also informative? So I thought that I'll split the presentation into two parts. So the first part will be more reflective on my experience as someone who has a disability and someone who faced some issues in higher education. So we can reflect on it and have some insights. And the second part will be more informative on how we can go forward about disability in higher education. Next slide. So the outline of my presentation will be like this. In the first part, I'm going to reflect on my experience. In the second part, we're going to explore the different models of disability so we can better conceptualize the issue. And in the final part, I'm going to go through some quick recommendations on how we can make higher education more accessible and more inclusive. Okay, next slide. So starting with my experience. I was born with a genetic disease called retinitis pigmentosa. And what this disease basically does is that it targets the retina at the back of my eye. So over time, my vision goes lower and lower, but the appearance of my eyes looks completely normal. And in fact, no one noticed that I had an issue up until kindergarten, when my teacher noticed that I don't really pay attention to the board and I don't interact with other students or children in the way that I'm expected to. So she recommended to my mom that we visit the doctor. And indeed, I was diagnosed with RP, retinitis pigmentosa, from a very young age. But there was a decision to not let me know about my condition so I can live a normal life until I couldn't. So I enrolled in mainstream schools. I studied with other sighted students. But due to the gradual and degenerative nature of my condition, I was facing increasing difficulties. At the beginning, I was only requesting to be seated at the front of the class so I can better see the board. But as my condition progressed, I couldn't see anything on that board. But one thing that I was very good at is wearing a mask and hiding my disability. And I can tell you that that's the most difficult thing that someone can do. If someone is hiding anything and it's really painful for them, I can really feel you. For example, when teachers were asking us to copy notes from the board to our notebooks, I used to pretend to hold my pen and write things, while in actuality, I wasn't writing anything because I couldn't see it. And some teachers were appreciative of the apparent difficulty, but some of them were of the kind, Ali, why can't you write in straight lines? But in general, I remained good in hiding the disability that I had until a decisive moment came. I had to take a standardized test that will qualify me to go to university. And you know, in those kind of tests, you have to read and solve questions very quickly under the pressure of time. So I knew that with the condition that I had, I will face difficulties doing this test. But I thought that I'll do what I do best and pretend that there isn't an issue. So I attended that test, and when we were seated in the test hall, we were given answer sheets to answer the multiple choice questions. And apparently, there were 144 questions in that sheet. The only issue is that, for me, that sheet was blank. I couldn't see any of it. And that's how, for the first time, the mask fell off and I couldn't hide it anymore. I really needed help, and I really need to ask for it. So indeed, I raised my hand and I asked for the examiner and explained my situation. The answer I got is that the policy says if I was blind and I was coming from a blind school, then I should have been exempt from this test and I shouldn't have been there. But if I was sighted, I'm not entitled to any support. And since I was there, the latter applies. And that's how my dreams of going to university evaporated. If I'm not able to attend classes, to take tests, then how can I enroll in a university program? If I'm not able to complete this test, I'm not able to even apply through the system. So I thought to myself, maybe it will be better to jump the system and speak with someone with authority. So I went to the dean of the college that I wanted to apply for, and I explained the situation for them. I told them that I have this condition and that I will need accommodation both in enrolling me in the program and during my studies in the college. After finishing explaining my situation, the dean took a paper from their drawer and they placed it in front of me. And the simple question was, Ali, can you read from this paper? So I said, no. They said, well, you don't have a place here. I was broken. Not only because I really wanted to receive higher education, But I could see how that moment affected the people around me. My father was with me in that meeting, and I could sense how that affected him. He was like, "Son, I really wanted to help, but I'm not sure how to do it." A year of desperation went by. And after that year, I thought to myself, if I'm not able to enroll and study on campus, then maybe obtaining higher education through a distant learning program will be the solution. At the end, I'll be studying from home, and I'll have all the tools that I will need in my room. I can magnify text, and I can use high contrast. And I will try to make sure that all the tools that I need are there for me. And indeed, I enrolled in a distant learning program, and after 4 years, I graduated with a first-class honors. Thank you. Thank you. I was really motivated. I was really focused. I really wanted to complete that program. But the only issue is that that wasn't the solution. That program gave me education and gave me knowledge, but it didn't give me the experience of being on campus. Most of our friendships, most of our relationships are developed during our university years. We develop as people, as persons, when we interact with others. So excluding disabled people in that way is not the way forward. And I really learned that. So I thought to myself, the next step will be completely different. I want to be independent. I want to develop as a person. And I want to really get that experience that I never got. So I searched online, and I really wanted to find an institution that will accommodate my difficulties, that will make sure that I'll have all the tools, all the support that I need to succeed. And indeed, I found an institution here in the UK. And I still remember that day that my family took me to the airport and left me for the first time to travel on my own. Or as my friends here keep telling me now, Ali, it's like you fell from Mars. You came here knowing no one, and no one knew them. But I really wanted to get that experience and develop as a person. I took classes to use the white cane for the first time, and I started to go out of my accommodation more independently. And I attended classes. And at the beginning of the program, the module leader sat with me and told me, Ali, you'll be the first person to attend this program while having a visual disability, but we will make sure that we learn together. The institution was very supportive. They were offering personal assistant to navigate me and took me between classes. I was offered learning materials in accessible format. I was offered note takers to attend with me and take notes for me. They made sure that I had all the tools that I need to succeed. And succeed I did. I finished that program with the highest mark for my master's dissertation, and I received the Best Marketing Dissertation Award. So I've been reflecting on that. I've been questioning and asking, what's the difference between the previous experience and this one? Because I never changed. My condition never changed. The subject that I was studying did not change. What changed is the environment around me. When the environment was enabling, I was allowed to succeed and to get the education that I desire. But when the environment was not accommodating, it was difficult and there were barriers. I'm not saying that we finished with the quest for accessibility. So even now, during my PhD at the same institution, I faced difficulties with data analysis, for example. In the first 2 years of my program, we could not find any program that could work with a screen reader to make data analysis accessible. And I was just about to give up on doing quantitative analysis when I saw an update for one of the software that we were looking at that mentioned that with the new update, there will be new accessibility features. And it mentioned that the only thing that we need to do is to write the command, turn text results on. Turn text results on, and the entire interface becomes accessible. Turn text results on, and I could do all the analysis that I need to do throughout the first 2 years. Turn text results on, and a few months later, I received the Best Paper Award. So again, that's another example of how the environment can be both enabling and disabling. And that's why in the second part of my presentation, I wanted to focus on this issue. So the part 2 will be about the social models of disability. When we speak about disability, we can think about it in 2 different ways. We can adopt the medical model of disability and focus on the person and say that you are the issue and we need to fix you. Alternatively, we can focus on the environment and we say that the environment is the issue and we need to fix the environment. Now, both of models have merits, but I like the latter, the social model, because it basically says that anyone at any time can be disabled if they were not offered the appropriate accommodation. And I can prove that to you. Next slide. So I want you to take a moment, and I'll give you 1 minute to look at this statement, to reflect on it, and we can think about what it means. Take a minute.
The statement is there. No, there is a statement. Just need to find a way to see it.
Okay. Next slide. So the statement says, losing sight is not losing vision. And it was there in the first slide. But most of us could not see it because it wasn't highlighted. It was in the same font color as the background. And that proves that anyone that do not get the accommodation that they need can be disabled. Most of us need to have font in different color than the background in order to be able to read. And if that accommodation was not offered, then most of us will be disabled. We can have another example, and I'll give you 1 minute to reflect on it. So look at this picture and think about it. So where the focus should be? Should we try to fix the person or to fix the environment? It is easier to focus on fixing the environment than try to blame the person. Next slide. Now, some of you may say that, well, Ali, the social model is good. We need to focus on the environment, but we cannot ignore the medical condition. For that, I will say yes. Some of us have impairments. But again, it's easier to focus on fixing the environment than fixing the impairment. And some of you may say, well, Ali, maybe it's too expensive to fix the environment. For that, I'll say that we have spent so much money to develop treatments for disabilities. And I'm not saying that that money is wasted and we shouldn't do it. I'm saying if it was purely about money and expenses, then fixing the environment will be much easier. And the third question I would say, I wanted to highlight that this is not just about a country. It's not about developed versus developing. You may say that, well, Ali, the social model is good, but it doesn't work where I'm from. For that, I will say that if it's not about expenses, then it's about the will. It's about the attitude. If we really wanted to include disabled people, then we can find the means to do so. Okay, the third part. In the third part, I wanted to go quickly over 5 key recommendations that I wanted to highlight to make higher education more inclusive and more accessible. So the first recommendation will be to focus on the barriers in the environment. And when we speak about barriers, we may think about ramps and physical things. But most of the times, it's not about merely the physical barriers, but it's about the policies that prevent us from doing it. It's about disabled people are not allowed to do X. Sometimes it's more about the attitude. Disabled people should not or are not expected to do so. So 3 different types of barriers: physical, policies, and attitudes that we need to fix in order to make higher education more accessible. The second recommendation will be about the people in those institutions. So in many cases, professors, lecturers, other students want to help, but they don't know how to do it. So it's important for institutions to comfort them, to let them know that it's okay to have a student who have a disability, and give them the support or the consultation that they need to support and accommodate that student. The third recommendation will be to include disabled students in any accommodating act. So in many cases, we form committees, we have disability departments, and we want to make sure that we accommodate for students with different difficulties. But the only issue is that those committees never have anyone with a disability. So we would usually say here that disability is diverse. There's no one size that fits all. So it's always important to include those people to find the solution that they need. In the third recommendation, I want to offer the best solution that we can think of when we think about accessibility in education, which is to find or to develop universal learning programs. Those programs are designed from the outset to be accessible for everyone. And to develop those kind of programs, we need to think about the content and the assessments in each module, and to make sure that they're both accessible and inclusive from the outset. So the content can be developed, can be offered both in person and online. It can be offered in video. The video can be has text captures. It can also have transcripts, and the assessments can also be diverse. So we're usually fixated on specific types of examinations, while knowledge can be demonstrated through different means. So if we develop and we think about programs to be accessible from the beginning, we can be more inclusive and we can be more accessible. The final recommendation, which is just a note of caution, is to avoid the trap of ableism. Sometimes we think that if we removed all the barriers and we offered the support that a student needs, we expect them to be superheroes. And that should not be the case. If we remove barriers, if we make education accessible, we're just putting students on an equal footing with other students. So we should have normal expectations from them. Some of them will go and become superheroes, and some of them will not be. Not everyone has to be Stephen Hawking in order to receive the accommodation that they need. I will end my presentation with this point. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope it was informative, and I'll be happy to receive any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so you can send your questions in the chat and mute yourself, or if anybody here like to ask a question, you can also come here and ask your question, or you can say it out loud actually. Anybody has a question, comment?
I actually have a question. So your determination is incredible. Thank you for sharing your story. I know it's I've got a very loud voice, so it's okay. I know it's really super vulnerable to share that with us. I know you said that the first time you decided that's it, enough is enough, is at university level. That's a long time. What made you, like, how did you manage to continue for that length of time? And what made you decide that you're going to go against the complete grain of understandings and attitudes in your environment? How did you manage that determination and perseverance against all odds?
Do you want to repeat that for the online?
Yeah. So sorry, I was trying to fix the mic.
So the question was about the determination and what kept me going. I think I've been thinking about that, and I think one factor is again that I really did not know that that I have this condition. I thought that everyone can see what I see. So for me, and because the condition that I have is gradually developing, it wasn't like a jump from being not disabled to disabled. And again, that speaks to the fact that disability is a spectrum. Like there's no 0-1, you're either or. You go through different phases. And for me, I was adjusting throughout each phase. But again, the main goal was that I become who I am, despite the difficulty that I have. I really wanted to do a PhD before losing my sight, and I wanted to do a PhD after losing my sight. So I kept that fire in me, let's say. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Anas, and my question is, how do you think AI will help to make the
Thank you very much. So the question was about AI and how it offers accessibility. Well, AI definitely can help. Actually, there are many programs, and we're going to explore some of them later on today that can describe shapes, that can help to read. So yeah, I mean, the development of AI is definitely making things that were not accessible before accessible now. Yeah.
I would love to ask a question.
Yeah, go on.
So I know you talked about masking.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of people who do have disabilities mask a lot.
Yeah.
What impact do you feel like masking had on you?
I think it burns on the inside. Yeah. Like you make sure that everyone perceive you to be normal, but again, you really have issues. So I was bumping into things, but I was laughing it out while I was crying from the inside. Yeah. So I was making sure that others do not perceive me to be different or not feel anything, but I was feeling it from the inside. So it burns inside. That's absolutely right. Yeah. So if you unmask, if you clearly state that you have an issue, and if that issue is addressed, then you don't have feel ashamed. But if you're masking it, then definitely, if something happened, you blame yourself. You feel like you are the issue. Yeah.
I have a question about masking. What does that mean? Because obviously it's not putting a mask on your.
Yeah.
But what does masking mean in this?
So masking means basically that someone has a need, but because they're, again, too ashamed, or they don't want others to perceive them to be different, they try to hide it. So pretending that things are okay, pretending that you can see it. So someone offer me something to see, a joke or meme or something to see, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's so funny, while not being able to see any of it. Because again, I don't want them to feel that I'm different. Yeah.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
So, like, for example, for me, one of the parts about masking is one of the things that people comment all the time is that I look directly at individuals that I'm talking to. And that's something I learned as a young child from masking, is that I learned that if I could focus my eyes, even though I can't see the person in front of me, towards the direction, people treated me differently. So masking is almost like hiding your disability, right? That's what a mask is. You hide who you really are. And so, that carries with you. Yeah. Like Ali said, it burns.
Okay, we have a question in the chat. Sorry, Ali, by the way, there's many nice words
Thank
on
you.
the chat, inspiring, success, congratulations, and many other ones. But yeah, so this Mahmoud is saying, sorry, Ali, but how did you make this presentation without the ability to see? This is interesting to me.
Again, we'll go back to the environment. If computers were not accessible, then I will not be able to do it. But thankfully, we have tools like screen readers who enable us to use computers relying on voice. So it reads to me the text or the different areas in the screen, and I was able to do the entire presentation on my own. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Any more questions?
Sorry, thank you for this presentation. I'm sorry for being late to attend the presentation from beginning, but I have essential question. Actually, as we know, if someone loses one of his sense, like sight, like hearing, like touching, other senses will be strong because there is no inputs, well, scattering the processing and data collection for human being or other creatures. So did you think this disability may reduce the cognitive load personally? And the other question, do you think the IoT will reduce this problem and raise the ability to face the challenges of this disability and reduce the extra reduction of cognitive load? Thank you.
I didn't get the second question. Do I think that?
The second question, using of IoT, Internet of Things, do you think it will be good tool to reduce this problem and raise of how to reduce the cognitive load? As you know, the normal people have five senses like sight, touch, tasting, hearing. Sometimes acts as a scattering activities more than useful. So as I think, if someone lose one of them, the others will be concentrated and focused to be more efficient. So did you think it is good opportunities to rise cognitive load reduction, and IoT can enhance this matter? It is the second question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for raising this. What I will say is that that's one of the assumptions that I hear many times in many different places. So many people ask me, like, after using your site, do you have better hearing now? And the answer I give is no. So that's not always the case. I'm not sure about others, but that's not the case with me. So what I always say that we should not assume that that's the case and build expectations based on that. We should speak with the person who has the impairment and ask them. Maybe they do have better hearing, maybe they don't, but we shouldn't assume that from the get-go. The answer for the second question is definitely, I mean, technology, if we didn't have technology, I wouldn't be able to do this presentation. We were speaking about AI earlier, and definitely AI can describe visual content now. So specifically related to IoT, I'm thinking of smart speakers and things like that. But yeah, I mean, the advancements of technology definitely can make the environment, again, more accessible.
Recording in progress.
First, thank you, Ali. I want to go with you to your childhood. What about your friends?
Speak louder.
Here is good. Okay. How did you feel about your childhood, about the friends from your age? Did they supported you? Did you have a network with them? How the dealing it was easy or difficult?
My childhood was, I would say the people were of two kinds. So there are the people who I was masking from because I knew that it will not be okay to be vulnerable to them, and also the other type. So I think one of the main difficulties of my condition is, again, the progressive element. So I have friends who I was interacting with in a certain way. So let's say we were playing sports together, but because my condition was developing, I started to lose that ability to interact with them in the same way. So I kept him as friends. So we're still together, but our relationships, let's say, developed, and I'm lucky enough to still have those people around me. But I would say that was one of the difficulties, to keep friendships in a different way.
So we have a comment in the chat. By the way, 2 more minutes if anybody has questions. Where I will show you a few slides after Ali's presentation, and then we'll have the break. So Kauthar says, for example, someone who is naturally introvert may adopt an outgoing demeanor to work at work to fit in. Negatively, this can lead to emotional exhaustion, feelings of inauthenticity, and difficulty forming genuine connection as the person suppresses their true self over time.
True. That's true. I mean, when you mask, you basically become someone else, and that's not nice.
Okay, we have 1 more minute. Any last question before? Yes.
Hello, my name is Musa, and Ali, thank you for the presentation. My question is, in my country, in the Gambia, like the university where I studied from is very far from the city, and we travel from the city to the university using buses. And then we have this, like I can say, a culture in the Gambia that all disabled people are given priority treatments. Like when we are boarding the bus, it doesn't matter whether the individual is late to join the queue, he always go first. He is allowed to board the bus first. And then even in banks, in hospitals, when they come, they aren't allowed to join the queues. Like they go straight and see the doctor or go to the cashier. Do you think by that's it's like it will make them feel uncomfortable in any way? Like they're always given priority treatments in wherever they go to. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I can't comment on specific contexts, but I will say that it's good again to give people the option. So I know some people who like to sit in priority seats and sit in the front and proudly say, well, I'm sitting here because I have a disability. Some of them would not like to do that. So it's better to always give option. If you want to do it, you can do it, but you're not expected to if you don't want to.
Great. Thank you so much, Ali. I appreciate your time and
pleasure.
your inspiring story. And before we go to tea, break, tea coffee break, I like to show you some important information about IDEA. So a lot of people yesterday, can you see my screen? People yesterday did not know what IDEA stands for, and we put it in the document, to help you understand, especially accessibilities. There are some people who are still struggling with the meaning of accessibility. So let's go one by one very quickly to identify these key terms and what they mean. So IDEA stands for inclusion, diversity, equality, and accessibility. And inclusion is basically you create an environment that welcomes. So you welcome everybody to be part, okay? Diversity is having people. So for example, now we have diversity, but am I allowing you to speak and to freely share your thoughts? That's inclusion. Equality is based on your work. Do I treat you the same, or I favor you because you look similar like me, or because you're a male? So when you do the competitions, we look into all the assignments equally, or not assignment, we look into your work or the certificate equally. Accessibility is in this circumstances, we're focusing on disability and needs. So I hope today you have a very clear idea what accessibility is, which basically means that you improve the environment to personalize it so people don't feel a barrier. And there are many barriers we have seen even for us. When the text was white, we couldn't see it. It was there, but we needed some changes to the environment so we can see it. And that's what accessibility is. Something else I want to remind you with is the conference competition. If you are interested, obviously, these things are very good to add in your CV. So this is how I initially built my CV. It's just, going to competitions and winning them, and then you eventually have a lot of them. And eventually they grow. You start by basics of winning a talk in a competition, winning this, and then it goes to become bigger and bigger and bigger, and winning awards that they pick 0.001 out of people. So this is how it starts. So it could be a good opportunity for you to start, getting here. So there are 6 categories. There is best talk, which is tomorrow. There is best poster, which is today, and they will be online and in-person posters. There's best accessibility participation. So that was yesterday. So we will pick which one was the most creative in terms of finding positives or negatives. And also we will look into which one was most creative in terms of finding most creative idea. So ID, inclusion, diversity, and equality. There is also best social media post, a video, and best social media photo. It depends. So if you do it separately, it's separate. If you do it in a group, it is in a group. But I guess that's mainly for the activity. So some of you participated in the activity alone. So the awards will be for that person who participated. If a team participated in that activity, it will be for the whole team. If the talk is done by a whole team, obviously the whole team could do it. I don't know who's drawing. But yeah, so we would look into that and we'll try to acknowledge everybody. All right, that's it. You can go for the coffee break. And then we're going to start with Dr. Muna's talk about her research. So we'll give you 10 minutes. Hopefully that will be enough. All right, see you then.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully, you get a good break. I didn't want to forget to thank Ali for this inspirational talk we had before break. And for now, prepare to be inspired as we welcoming a trailblazer in science and accessibility, Dr. Muna Minkara. As an assistant professor at Northeastern University, Dr. Minkara leads the compact research team and sorry, I need to put it on. Dr. Minkara leads the Compact Lab, pioneering research on pulmonary surfactants, vital molecules for lung health and disease defense. Her groundbreaking computational modules are opening doors to new medical therapies. Beyond her scientific achievement, Dr. Minkara is a global advocate for inclusion in STEM, even representing women in science on the world stage as a speaker at the United Nations in the International Women's Day. Join me in welcoming the visionary award-winning researcher and advocate, Dr. Muna Minkara. The floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. A great intro, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So before I begin any talk that I ever give, everybody can hear me? I require one thing from my audience. Are you ready for this? I need you to auditory respond to me when I have a question. Does that make sense? From everyone. Even the people in the back. Anybody in the back? Does that, okay. So as you all heard, I am actually blind. Y'all, how many people in the audience do we have that are blind today?
I'm blind.
Okay, just Ali. My good friend Ali. Amazing talk, by the way. So I'm blind also myself. What? Okay, great. Hey, Michele. And Kyle. I don't know if Kyle's here. Okay, great. So there's a few of us that are blind. So just to let everybody else who can see, I am holding a cane. I am blind. And I'm really excited today to share with you my research. So at the heart of hearts, I am a scientist. I love exploring the world around me. I am a professor of bioengineering at Northeastern University. So here on the slide, we have a little bit of a professional profile on the screen. Do you all see it? Excellent. So I run the Combine Lab. I am a curious person. You'll get to hear a little bit more about my story later today. You'll get to hear some of the similarities. I really was touched by your talk, Ali, and I feel like I have a lot of similarities with you. I love to travel. I'm telling you a little bit about myself. I like to think that I'm a good storyteller. We'll see. Okay. Thank you. My friend in the front row says I am. So, okay, thank you. And I love to explore. So one of the things I currently am, I'm a professor, like Al-Jawahara said, at Northeastern University in the bioengineering department, and I run the Combine Lab. So the Minkara Combine Lab stands for Computational Modeling for Biointerface Engineering. So what we do is we use computational modeling to study biological interfaces. And one of the main interfaces that I focus on is the interface found in the lungs. So hopefully you're all breathing today. No, I'm serious, answer me, yeah? If you're not, you should not be here. The process of breathing is a fascinating one. There's so many intricate processes that are occurring. And I'm going to talk to you today a lot about two proteins that we study in the lab. Okay. So the Minkara Combine Lab program. So now there's a slide on the screen that basically has the 5 different programs that we run in the Combine Lab. So program 1, we focus on immunoproteins. Program 2, actually, before I begin, how many in the audience are chemists or biologists or biochemists? If so, say aye. Nobody?
Chemical engineering, material science.
Chemical engineering, okay.
Biochemical engineering and biotechnology.
Okay, so you're close. Great. So you'll understand what I'm talking. Anybody else in the audience? Bioinformatics, great. What else? That's it? Okay. So I will not go into too much detail today, but the details are available if you have any questions at the end of the talk, okay? I think one of the most important things to show is the whole point of today's conference is to show that people with disabilities do have a place in science, right? And I think the best way to show that is to show my science, because it's something that I'm really excited about. So back to the slide, we have 5 different programs. So program 1, we look at immunoproteins, and I'll explain what that is. Program 2, we actually study the mechanism in which, so in your lungs, you have these little sacs called alveoli. How many people here know what an alveoli is? Okay, well now for people who don't, they're little like air pockets. They expand and contract whenever you inhale and exhale. This mechanism of it happening is very sophisticated. We don't fully understand it, and it really plays a huge role in how we're able to breathe. So we study that in the lab. The third program we do is we actually look at drug delivery through the lungs. So imagine inhaling a lot more of your therapeutics. There's a whole science behind that. 4, we try to design different tools, computational tools, because this is all a computational lab. And then finally, program 5, which you'll learn a little bit more about in today's workshop, is designing tools so blind individuals can be scientists. Okay? That's a whole line of research too. Okay. Why are we interested in studying pulmonary surfactant? So pulmonary surfactant is the substance that lines the alveoli. So simply said, your lungs expand and contract. You're able to breathe. This is possible due to the substance called pulmonary surfactant. Everybody with me? What's the substance called? Okay, yeah, that was like a fraction of you guys. Okay. So, yeah, pulmonary surfactant. Now, why are we interested in this? Because this actually has a lot of correlation to human health, pulmonary diseases. If we can work and manipulate this substance, we might be able to help cure a lot of the diseases. But on top of it, we are able to then maybe enhance some of it to help you fight against incoming pathogens like COVID, flu, any pathogen that you might breathe in. Sounds good? Now, did you know that the surface area, if you took the surface area of your lung and you flattened it out, that it would be a size of a tennis court? Isn't that incredible? I like that you know, yeah. Right? Everybody else, isn't that interesting? Yeah. You're walking around with a tennis court inside of you. Now, what's also more interesting is if you took all the pathways in your lungs and you put them, line them up end to end, you literally will have a distance between Chicago and Las Vegas, all in your lungs. So the lungs are a really fascinating organ, and they are a really unique organ because they are interfacing between the air and the liquid, right? You breathe in, oxygen basically transverse through, and you're able to get oxygen to your bloodstream. Yeah. So, what makes up pulmonary surfactant? Pulmonary surfactant is composed of proteins and lipids. Everybody know what a protein is? Yes. What about lipids? Okay, excellent. So pulmonary surfactant is 90% lipid, 10% protein, and there are 4 different types of proteins, okay? And we're going to focus more on the proteins today. I'm going to tell you the story of 2 proteins. So the proteins are surfactant protein A, B, C, and D. Can I have that? Can I have you all repeat after me? These are surfactant proteins C and D. Now, we're going to focus on B and D today. But to break it down, A and D, so surfactant proteins A and D are large and hydrophilic. Does everybody know what hydrophilic means? Excellent. Okay. We have some basic chemistry knowledge, right? In the room? Excellent. Yeah, this is science. Now, these are immunoproteins, and we'll tell a story about one of them. And then the second types of proteins are surfactant protein B and C, and they are smaller and hydrophobic. Everybody know what hydrophobic is? Excellent. So, today I'm going to tell you 2 stories. 2 stories that my group members, my students actually investigated. Story number 1 is the story of surfactant protein B. Surfactant protein B and the impact of the environment has on the structure. So, let's begin. SPB. SBB is a small hydrophobic molecule, protein. For people who can see, I'm holding a model. This is a very basic model. Do y'all see it in my hand? For the people who didn't see, they came and they explored it yesterday, right, Ali? Okay, so we have surfactant protein B, and this protein is crucial for breath, for being able to breathe. So if there's one thing I want you to all walk away today, is surfactant protein B is important for what, everyone? Breathing. So let's try that one more time. Surfactant protein B is important for, if you do not have it, you die. Literally, yes. So there's so if you look at the overview slide, there are studies that have shown if you genetically actually engineered mice to not have surfactant protein B, they die. Unfortunately, there is basically some clinical results of a baby that was born without SPB and only was able to survive 5 months. Okay, so surfactant protein B is important for what, everyone? And if you don't have it, you die. So everybody in this room has SPB. Okay, great. So this is takeaway. So SPB, the problem is we don't actually fully know how SPB looks like. Okay, so you might be wondering, well, how do you have a model of it in your hand? We'll get to that. We don't actually know how SPB looks like, and we have a hypothesis that SPB is helping to regulate the lipids transition from the monolayer to bilayer phase in the alveoli. So SPB is playing some really crucial role, but again, we don't know the details. So what did we do in my lab? We decided to study SPB and how it changes in different environments, okay? But before we got there, we had to first understand, what do we know about SPB? SPB, imagine it, it's 79 amino acid residues. Everybody know what amino acids are? Okay, cool. Now I'm just getting a sense of the level in the room. Okay. 79 amino acids. We have 7 plus charge amino acids, 2 minus. No, wait, hold on. 9 plus 2 minus. So a total of plus 7. Is that correct? It's on the screen. Yeah. So what's fascinating about SPB is, imagine if you took, do you guys remember the old timey like corded phones that were like I don't know, helix-sized? So imagine if you take one of the strings and then you fold it in half again, right? So now you have a big U. You with me visually in your heads? And then you took that U and you folded it upon itself. This is SPB. So do you all see it in my hands? So what's fascinating about it is it belongs to a family of proteins called the sapsin family. And these proteins are known to actually be able to modulate lipids, okay? The problem is we only know a fraction of how SPB looks like. So what we did is we used a method called homology modeling. So this has never been done before. And we use basically Monte Carlo simulations, and we're able to use the knowledge that we already have and the knowledge of the SPB protein family, and we're able to design and predict the structure of SPB. Does that make sense? And so we did that, actually, and we were able to have, but when we did that, we realized, wait, SPB seems to be very flexible. So maybe there's 2 forms of SPB. So we have the open structure. So imagine excuse me, everyone. Alhamdulillah. So imagine if the structure is really wide open, kind of like you open up your mouth really wide, yeah? Or the other form where it's closed. Do y'all see this? I can pass this around. Actually, you guys will be able to play with this in the workshop today. But this actually has flexible joints. Yeah.
See online. Is it okay if they just try and fix it before you continue?
See, sure. What do they need?
I can see the screen, but the screen is not clear. The material, I mean.
This?
No, the material, the screen. The presentation.
Oh, the presentation is not clear? Okay.
Just keep pressing a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Okay, stay tuned with me. We're like on a roll, right?
Question.
Yes, go ahead.
Small question.
Can you tell me your name?
I'm the PhD student from Hungary.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. My question, basically, the protein and lipids can consider them as steroids for the lung, or just protein with functional groups connected to lipids.
Are they connected to lipids or not? Is that what you're asking?
My question, can consider this system as a steroid system or just normal system of protein connected with the lipids and specialized functional group.
So these proteins are, so we don't fully understand what's going on with these proteins, but we think that they're sometimes, especially SPB, is transitioning between being in the lipid layer and in the liquid layer.
It cannot be steroids, just two phases.
Yes, and we're trying to do simulations now to give more understanding around that.
Actually, I'm talking from industrial point of view, not from health point of view. So maybe different philosophy.
Maybe. Okay.
Okay, sorry, doctor. Do they need to present in a percentage so that someone can breathe, like 90%?
Yes. So.
What will happen?
Yes, so basically what's been shown is, especially for surfactant protein B, if you don't have any of it, you cannot survive. You might have a spectrum, you might have like a hard time breathing. So what SPB is doing is it helps regulating the surface tension found on the surface of the alveoli. So imagine the alveoli being covered with water, right? Now imagine if you do not have these actual lipids and proteins, you cannot expand. You're stuck. If you ever look at any material scientists in the room? Anybody know the surface tension of water? What is it? Anybody know the value of the surface tension? Yes? 70 newtons per square meter. It depends on about temperature. Let's talk about room temperature water.
For fluid flow or something related. I take
you take 55. Okay, we look at 70 for the you know. Anyways, the bottom line is there's a high surface tension, right? And so if you do not have these lipids and these proteins, you literally will be stuck. You will not be able to expand your lungs. So you need them to be able to modulate. Can I continue?
Just a sec.
Okay.
I'm trying to share the presentation as a separate screen, but it doesn't work.
Let's see the problem.
I think we can continue at the moment.
Okay.
Then we'll have the support again.
Okay. Thank you. No, it's okay. Okay. So where did we leave off, you guys? Where are we at? What's the slide title? How model is you modeling? Okay. So what our lab did actually for the first time is do a predictive model of surfactant protein B. Does that make sense? And then we were able to come and conclude that maybe we will look at two different structures of SPB. One is the open and one is the closed. So imagine an open mouth and a closed mouth. Does that make sense? And then we were really interested to look at how does the environment impact SPB? Well, is SPB just sitting in the lipids where it's hydrophobic? Or does SPB also maybe go into the liquid layer where it's hydrophilic? Okay. So we ran simulations in which we had the open and closed structure in both water and a hydrophobic environment, which we modeled here with chloroform, which for anybody who wants more details. Does anybody know what MD is, or molecular dynamics? If you know what molecular dynamics, say I. If you don't know, say I. Okay, so molecular dynamics is a computational technique where we use Newtonian physics to propagate the movement of atoms over time. Does that make sense? Should I break that down? Okay, you guys got it. Okay. So that's exactly what we did, and we ran simulations upwards of 1 microsecond per each simulation and different replicates, but we're not going to go into that detail. So now let's talk about the results, and I'll keep it simple. So we looked at the impact of, so the first results, we looked at what happens to SPB in the different environments. So let's talk about this as a group here, okay? SPB is mostly hydrophobic, right? What do you think happens to it when we have it in water? Okay, we have shrinks, we have unravels. What else? It what? It repels, but tell me more. Like, so do you think it wants to stay open? So if I start off with an open form of SBB and we put it in water, what do you think happens to this? Yes, it will close. Why? It wants to hide most of its hydrophobic amino acids, right? And that's exactly what we observed. Isn't that cool? And if it's closed, it stays closed. Sounds good?
Maybe that's cause the death for the people who drown.
Yeah, I mean, also the fact that you're full of water, but yes. Yeah. So, so what do you think happens to SBB when it's open and we put it in a hydrophobic environment? It'll stay open. What do you think happens to it if we put it closed in a hydrophobic environment? So we started to observe, I think it's stable both closed and open, right? But we actually have hypothesized a mechanism in which it started to open. And this is really important because it needs to be able to modulate, right? And organize these lipids. So it needs to open and close. So we were able to observe all these like observations of surfactant protein B using our simulations, which are really interesting and really like, you know, it's going to help us be able to understand what's going on better so that we can engineer future therapeutics. And so here, this is just a slide with a bunch of free energy heat maps. This is to us to look at the open versus closed structure, okay? So another thing that was really fascinating for us, did you guys remember we all saw, like, do you see all the little helices? I'm gonna show you guys here. So do you see this is the open structure, right? Okay. Now, depending on the environment we were in, we sometimes observed that the helix unraveled or tightened up. Interesting, right? And so that was like something that we needed to kind of investigate more. Why is this the case? What is causing a little bit of a more of a disorder situation? So we basically went through and we quantified the level of like how the helix is. Sounds good? Okay. So finally, we also looked at the solvent distribution. So one of the things that we indicate when we were doing like biochemistry or we're doing these simulations is what's fascinating is whenever you put something in a solvent, right? Let's say you put the protein in water or you put the protein in this hydrophobic environment. The solvent orients and organizes in a unique way around the protein. And you can observe a lot of information from how that solvent is organized. Does that make sense? So this is called solvent distribution. What's really fascinating is also when you put a protein in, the further out you're gonna get in water, you're gonna reach the density of water. The closer you are to it, you're not gonna have the density of water. Does that make sense? So from this type of analysis, we were able to also observe that the closed structure of chloroform was starting to build a high density of the hydrophobic environment around it, and we hypothesized it was about to build up so that it could open up. So these are really detailed informations about SPB, but let's now talk and conclude kind of. So this is one project that was run by an undergrad of mine who's now at Cornell. I'm really proud of this student. So basically, in conclusion, I want you all to remember SPB is important for, and if you do not have it, okay, good. SPB is, does anybody remember how many amino acids? 79, good, yeah. 79 amino acids. Is it hydrophobic or hydrophilic? Hydrophobic, right? So it's hydrophobic. And if we had an open structure of SPB and we put it in water, what happens to it? Closes. And if we had an open structure in the hydrophobic chloroform, what happens to it? It stays open, right? So in conclusion, we were able to really observe how does SPB get impacted by the environment, okay? And that is story number one. So everybody now knows a little bit about how their lungs work, right? Yeah? Yes.
few questions from the online attendees.
Sure. Should we wait until the end? Yeah, we'll wait until the end. And then we can do all the questions, yes. So second story is surfactant protein D and how it interacts with trimannose, which is a glycan found on the surface of the influenza A virus. So let's talk about that. SBB overview. So let's break down all the different components of what I'm talking about. So does anybody remember what SBD was? It's hydrophilic, yes. What else? It's an immunoprotein. I don't know if I actually said it, so that might not be fair. Okay. So SBD is a immunoprotein. Can I hear that from everybody? SBD is so it is designed to identify pathogens. Okay. So SBD is found in the lungs. It is, what this study is that we're taking SBD and looking how it interacts with the flu. Okay? Everybody understand the point of this story? SBD is interacting with what? The flu. So let's break it down. So SBD and SBA are immunoproteins. Now, how do they work? Do you all see like a bunch of globular things on the screen? And they're connected by lines? Those lines are SBD. So Ali, imagine like, do you remember the X that you felt yesterday? Okay. So basically at the end of each of the point of the X's is a big globular thing. That's the flu. I'll have you touch the swell form afterwards if you want. So SBD and SBA are designed to identify pathogens. They attach onto them, they collect them, and then they signal for your immune system to kill it, called phagocytosis. Isn't this amazing? So this is happening constantly as we're sitting here and breathing. Now, SBD is not just found in the lungs. It's found almost everywhere that's exposed to the outside world. So it's found in your tears, your eyes, ears, nose, mouth, GI tract, skin, reproductive system, urinary system. It's found almost all over your body that is exposed. Amazing, right? And of course, the lungs. So SBA and SBD are both found everywhere that we just mentioned. And what's fascinating about it, right, is the stronger you have the amount of SBD, the stronger your immune system. So studies have shown the older you get, you actually produce less of SBD and SBA, making you more vulnerable to pathogens. So they're designed to identify pathogens, and that includes viruses, bacteria, yeast, fungi, and pollen, right? So how do they work exactly? They actually identify something called a glycan or a sugar found on the surface of pathogens, okay? So we have an image of a COVID on the screen right now. I actually have a 3D replica of COVID, but it was like too big to bring and too fragile. So I didn't bring it with me. But basically, SBD is designed to attach onto, like, for example, the surface of COVID, the flu, whatever pathogen you have, including bacteria like Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Does anybody know here about Pseudomonas aeruginosa? It's a very deadly, it could be a very deadly bacterial infection. Yeah. And COVID too, yeah. So, so do you all see the structure of SBD on the screen? Okay, do you all see in my hand I have a replica of this 3D printed? Something just fell. That's all right, okay, that's fine, don't worry. So, we see the SBD. Actually, we'll start with one. We're gonna start with one. Do you all see this one arm? So this one arm, I always emulate it to my like arm. Imagine this one arm had the tip right here. So imagine if I was doing it for my actual arm, the tip would be the end terminus, the shoulder point. Do you all see that? This is called the end terminus. Then you have some really long part. That's the collagen-like domain. Okay? Then you have the neck region, and then the CRD. CRD. So CRD stands for carbohydrate recognition domain. So what is this part again called, everybody? Which part of this do you think actually binds to the pathogen? Yes, what is it called? CRD. As a group, what is this called? Yeah. CRD. This grabs what? By binding to what? Carbohydrates, also known as glycans. Okay? So you guys get this? So what's fascinating is in nature, the SPD actually comes together to form something called a cruciform. Do y'all see the X here? Whoops, my X fell apart. That's okay, don't worry about it. But you guys all saw the X before, right? So what's also more fascinating is these come together also to form something else called the fuzzy ball. So imagine 32 arms coming together. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. Like imagine 32 arms just floating around and all they're doing is collecting all these pathogens. Okay? So that is surfactant protein D and it's really fascinating. So what is our research specifically? When I first started the lab, so I've been running my lab now for 4 years. Okay? So I've been running Combined Lab for 4 years. It started right when COVID hit. Okay? It was rough. You know, I needed to get the students. It was a really tough time to start the lab. But eventually I got a student and he came to me and his name is Deng Li. And he says, Mona, I read this really interesting paper. These people are trying to use different forms of therapy, they're trying to use basically SPD to fight the flu. Okay? So this group in 2011 or 2012, so this is not new, took SPD, they mutated the CRD. Do you guys remember the CRD? They mutated it. And they found that when they mutated it, it bound 500 times more effectively to the flu than the wild type. Okay? So they did this research and then they stopped because they were like, why? So this is where we come as computationalists and we're like, well, we'll help you answer why. Okay? Everybody understand the premise now? So basically what they did is they mutated SPD. They had 2 mutations, aspartate 325 to alanine and arginine 343 to valine. Okay? And they looked at the binding with a glycan found on the flu. This glycan is called trimannose. Everybody with me? What's the name of the glycan found on the influenza A virus? Trimannose. Trimannose. Got it? It means 3 mannoses or 3 ring sugars. Okay. So here we have a slide that says molecular dynamics, correct? So now, what did we do? We use our handy dandy tool of molecular dynamics and we ran a simulation and we took the wild type, we took each mutation separately and the double mutant of SPD and we ran a simulation with trimannose. Make sense? Okay. Let's see. Oh. So now we have the results overview. So we're going to break it down: mutation 1, mutation 2, the binding, the chelation, and binding free energy. Okay. So first results, and now we're going to go a little bit into the weeds of things. So we're going to talk a little bit more here, chemistry. So we had the aspartate to alanine mutation, and what was fascinating is in the aspartate, we had a hydrogen bond happening between trimannose and the CRD. And usually when you have a hydrogen bond, that's something really favorable. And so we're really confused. Why is it that when we mutated aspartate to alanine, the binding was better? And we actually were able to conclude that when we did that, when we mutated it, we actually released the trimannose so that there was a more geometrically favorable conformation of the trimannose to be able to bind with the CRD. Okay? Now for the second mutation, we observed that this mutation actually had a lot more of an impact. And this mutation was, we took a large positively charged amino acid, arginine, and we mutated to valine. And when we did that, what happened is valine is smaller and hydrophobic. This actually released another amino acid, glutamate 333, to be able to bind more tightly to to basically the trimannose. Okay? So that was really interesting. And then finally, what's really fascinating about these proteins that I didn't mention yet is in the CRD, in order for any of this binding to happen, we have calcium ions. Okay? So calcium ions are a very important role to play here. So the calcium ions are what help bind or chelate to the pathogens or the glycans on the pathogens. Make sense? So here we have 2 videos. I need a volunteer actually. So I'm going to ask you to play first the video on the right. So this is just what happens. We were able to show you a little bit of a clip of what happens when trimannose is bound to the double mutant. So if it's really well bound, it's not going to move, right? So it's just going to stay there. Yeah, double click on it. Did it work? Do you want me to go back? Yeah, I can turn off voiceover. Oh. I turned off voiceover, so you can go back. So swipe it back.
So we're now on.
Go to the chelation slide.
Yeah, stabilization chelation results.
Yep.
There.
Yes.
This overview is the video.
It's the image at the bottom right.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Is it the separate video?
You said there should be an image at the bottom right.
What do you see on the chelation?
So I see a big image of like the chelation.
Yes, that's it.
So is there an arrow? Is that why?
Press on it. Nothing?
No, nothing. It takes
Okay,
me to a
so-
different slide.
Double click.
Okay, خلاص.
Double click.
Yeah, it takes me to a different slide.
That's fine. It's fine. Okay, don't worry about it.
Thanks. That doesn't appear.
Okay, so what slide are we on?
If you have it in a separate folder, we can just turn it on from there.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's okay. So it's fine. So basically what we had, like when things are like, okay, I should have tested this out. Is for the double mutant, you're able to see the trimannose stay there. But guess what? For the wild type, we were actually able to observe the trimannose floating away. Is that good? Is trimannose floating away good? No. No. Why isn't it good? What do we hope to do here? What's the point? What is the point of SPD? What is SPD trying to do? Yes, it's increasing the immunity. How? We're using phagocytosis. How? What is it doing exactly? What is SPD doing? Yeah, it's sticking to what? Like what is, think of the CRD as a grabber. What is it grabbing? The pathogens, right? So do you want to grab something and then release it? No. So you want the binding to be what? Strong. So as a group, we want the binding to be strong. And so what we saw is that when we were able to simulate that with the double mutant, the binding was strong. But with wild type, what happened? If you saw the video, if the video was working, you'd see the trimannose floating away. Is that good? No, because a weak binding means what? No, not good. SPD is not doing its job. It's like grabbing and releasing, right? We don't want that. We want it to grab because then it signals for phagocytosis. Make sense? And so we were actually able to calculate the binding free energies. And we were able to actually observe, we had different, I didn't go into the details of this, but we had different conformations. And we actually looked at the double mutant, and the double mutant had the best binding, which means it has the lowest energy. Okay? So do you see that on the screen? What? This is thermodynamics at work. Exactly. You got it. So we saw the double mutant was the strongest. We also saw the arginine 343 valine mutation was the second strongest on its own. Aspartate 325 to alanine was third strongest or the second weakest, and then the weakest was a wild type. Does that make sense? And so what does this mean? Let's talk about this, okay? So my group was effectively able to simulate surfactant protein D interacting with the glycan found on the influenza A virus, okay? We were able to simulate this. But then we were able to also simulate and explain the mechanism why these experimentalists found the pattern that they found in their experiments, okay? So we were able to explain why double mutant was so much stronger. Isn't that cool? So what do you think my group can do next? What do you think this has for meaning? Oh wait, this is being recorded. This is proprietary. I got like, alhamdulillah, we were able to get like lots of funding for this research. What do you think are the implications here? Hmm? Yeah, we might be able to eradicate. So maybe we can maybe design SPD, right? Yeah. Yeah, so that's exactly what we're doing. We have, alhamdulillah, I have to say thank you to the National Institute of Health and the National Science Foundation for actually funding this research and propagate, allowing us to progress with it. And we have a lot of exciting ideas to go with this. So there's a huge implication for this, for human health, that maybe, just maybe, we don't have to necessarily always use antibiotics to eradicate bacteria. Think about that, right? That maybe we can use what naturally already exists and we enhance it, right? So that's what my lab is doing. But now, because this is related to our conference, you might sit there and wonder, well, how do I actually conduct my research, right? As a blind professor, as a blind individual who's been blind since I was 7 years old. Well, I'm going to tell you at the workshop today at 2. So please come. And I want to take a minute and acknowledge, first of all of you for being a great audience. Thank you. Thank you for participating. I look forward to all your questions. And I want to acknowledge my group, the Combine Lab. They're amazing. Do you all see a photo of them? Yeah, hopefully they're looking happy. Yeah, okay, good. We have a few, my lab is growing. I'm really grateful. We have a few PhD students and a lot of undergrads. And I want to acknowledge my Access Assistant team, who without them, I wouldn't be able to have made it. And I want to acknowledge Dr. Emina Hakim for being such a support for this. I had last minute like issues with my team. It's the whole thing. And I, of course, have to acknowledge the National Science Foundation, the Career Award for the funding, and the National Institutes of Health, NIH, for MIRA Award for funding this research. So thank you. And now, please tell me your questions. And we're always looking for grad students. So anybody want to do a PhD in the United States that's fully funded, you would have your tuition paid and you'd have a stipend. So please, we're always looking for talented graduate students. So you can reach out. So I think on the screen you can see the Combined Lab stuff, right? Okay. Thank you. Questions? Should we start with the online folks first?
Okay.
Okay.
The first question is, so we can use it to treat asthmatic problem?
Asthma has a different mechanism, but it depends on the root cause of asthma. So there's different causes. Yes and no is the short answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we can move on with the question from the person.
Yes, we'll go with you, and then we'll go and please state your name so that we'll do this as like, what is it? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Enes, and my question is, you mentioned we mutated this and we mutated that. What do you mean actually by that?
So literally, we went in and we were able, because we have a file called the PDB file, which is the protein database. It's an XYZ coordinates of every atom in the protein. So we're able to extract out the atoms that were related to the amino acid that we didn't want and replace it with the amino acid that we do want. So we literally do this computationally. So what's amazing about computation is something like this experimentally would take a long time, right? You'd have to use recombinant DNA, it's the whole thing. Right? I don't even know the process. But for us, it's literally like an hour. Right? And then we're able to do a lot of fast processing of data to get us ready so that we can test something experimentally. So that's what that means. Yeah.
Thank you for your impressive presentation.
Is that Mustafa?
Yes.
Nice.
Thank you for
Thank you.
remembering me. Actually, I just check your Google Scholar profile now where you're talking. I actually am very happy and proud to be audience of the scientist and great scientist presentation. Actually, it is very impressive work and very impressive specialized on fields. I found something related to thermodynamics and mechanisms and regression work toward, I think, machine learning and simulation thing. As a person, we have the same, as a researcher, I have the same concept using computational work integrated with the machine learning or regression or classification or clustering sometimes. My work toward wastewater recycling by using biological reactions for nutrient reduction. My question,
Yeah.
why most of molecular simulation research focused on the health issues more than industrial and environmental issues?
Oh, I think there are a lot focused on environmental issues. I mean, honestly, that's a really good question, and I'm not the right person to answer. I'm interested in health issues, that's why I went into it. But I think you can use molecular dynamics for any question you might have. So my postdoc was mostly material science, actually. We didn't do any health issues.
Actually, my colleague in my University of Pannonia in Veszprém, Hungary, all colleagues works into molecular simulation focused on the health issue.
Oh, I don't know.
And I see there is no molecular research toward industrial. The most of industrial focus on the kinetics and computational work and regression work like you did, but you doing something extreme toward the health. So that's make me a little bit like have questions about this point. Thank you for your presentation.
But I think you can use any of these tools for any question that you might have on a molecular scale.
Thank you.
And I think a lot of the funding is for health, unfortunately.
I hope it will be scientific cooperation with you in the future. I will try to contact you in the future after finishing the complex exam in this year. So thank you for this presentation.
Thank you. There was a question somewhere in the middle. I think I heard somebody say something. Okay.
Shall we shift for one question from the online audience and then we get back?
Sure.
Okay. A question here from is there a relationship between SPD and SPA and the simulation of histamine release in the lungs?
Yeah, so there is a relationship. SPD and SPA are both part of the same group of proteins. They're both aminoproteins. Actually, we have 6 different aminoproteins found throughout our bodies, and one of which is only found ever in the placenta, which is really fascinating, but that's besides the point. So they are both doing a similar job, but people really don't understand, and they look different from each other, but people don't understand what their differences, like what their differences lead to. So that's one of the questions we're trying to answer, is like maybe one is more optimized to identify viruses versus the other one's optimized to identify bacteria, or one is more optimized to identify different types of glycans. As for the histamines, I don't really know the answer to that, but we know that SPD is designed to identify pollen.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. Okay, somebody in the middle. Yeah.
Hello, doctor. This is Amer from Iraq. And
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. So my question is about SPV. So I'm a little bit confused now because I think the electron microscope have reached the level of micrometers, like.
That's not the issue, though.
Yeah, we can see the structure of the DNA with the electron microscope. So is the SPB tinier than the
So
DNA?
that's not the issue. Yeah. So what happens is DNA doesn't move a lot. Okay. So your tool is only as good as how stable and inactive So what we do a lot of times is we do something called X-ray crystallography. But in order for you to be able to crystallize a protein, it has to have certain properties, right? And so for SPB, because it's so mobile and it's so flexible, that we literally don't have an understanding of the structure. Does that make sense? Yeah. It doesn't mean it's smaller than DNA. No, no, no. It's just DNA is very stable in its structure, and it's not very mobile. But SPB is constantly moving, so we cannot actually nail down how it naturally stabilizes and exists. Does that make sense? Yeah. That's our limitation. That's where computation comes into play. And there's also now we have cryo-EM. Have you heard of cryo-EM? Freezing. Yeah. So there's a lot of really cool techniques, but if you cannot get your structure to actually freeze or stabilize or be in a particular, stable state, then you're not going to be able to understand. Good question.
Let me just read this question from the online.
Yeah.
Is there any ways to increase SPB and SPD? Is there any instructions and advices to things to do and avoid? I want to increase our immunity or make it better, specifically in lungs. Many people say that their lungs after COVID had been affected.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So actually, one of the main therapeutics right now is you actually get something called the lavage, which is a procedure, especially if you have an imbalance in your pulmonary surfactant or you have ARDS. You probably know this, Dr. Amin Hakim. And so what happens is they take pulmonary surfactant from cows or pigs, and they literally try to put it into your lungs. So there isn't right now, like to my knowledge, an easy way, but my hypothesis is that we can do something like aerosolizing them. This is my future vision for this. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I have a question, doctor.
Yeah, tell me your name.
My name is Bashar.
Bashar.
I'm a surgery resident. I haven't studied about surfactants in a while, but I want to know about the artificial surfactants that they use for premature babies.
Not good enough. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. How does it differ from surfactant,
Yes.
what you're studying, and does it contain SPP and SPD?
No.
Or...
So that's you nailed it. So basically what happens is the reason why the synthetic ones are never as good as the actual natural ones that they extract from animals is because they literally are lacking these surfactant proteins. They're just lipids. So they have the POPG, the PC, the DPPC. Do you know what I mean when I say those initials? Okay, the dipalmitoyl choline, the different types of lipids are found in the synthetic ones, but none of the proteins. Yeah, which is really a disservice actually, because these proteins have a huge role, but they were really underlooked because they make up only 10%. Yeah. But now this is shifting a little bit, right, with this research.
Hello, I am
Yes.
Abdulrahman, a Master of Periodontology student. Thanks for this fascinating presentation. I just want to ask that you have mentioned that there is in all organs, the SPD proteins, are they different in the structure? Like, what is the idea of identifying pollens in the oral cavity, for example? And did they react for the innate or for specific immunity in the same way, or there's a different reaction?
That's a really good question. So actually SPD is the same in all the different organs that I mentioned. So the skin, the eye, the tears, GI tract, urinary tract, reproductive system. But what there is different, so SPD is the same no matter what, wherever you find it, okay? But what's really fascinating is there are, like I said, a total of 6 different immunoproteins that do the same type of job. And they all do the job differently, slightly differently. And for example, you have one that is a colectin liver, just found in the liver, that's designed to clean out pathogens from the liver. So this particular protein looks different, right? But it's still part of the same family. So I like what you were thinking, but think of it as just there are different proteins in different places. Yeah, but SPD is also found everywhere. It's the same SPD. Yeah, you're welcome.
Hi, Doctor.
Yes.
My name is Amira, and it's a comment, not a question actually, because I can understand myself to how much I'm impressed by your way. Even I'm not medicine or biological. Just really, I like your way, and I'm interested in every single words you are told us. Really, it's very impressive, and I take a lot of information about you, about yeah, a different part of the of fields of study. So that's why I really thanks for you for
thank
coming
you, Amira.
today.
Thank you.
And yeah, thank you, and good luck in your future work, because it's really impact for a good way for the humanitarian.
Thank
And
you.
in another way, I get like a point between me and you. Maybe you are told us in indirect way how much important to find a solution in the same place. The where is the problem, there is a solution.
Yes.
That's very important, especially when I'm working with a water treatment and how to recycling.
Yes.
And where we are finished, we are start. So that's very important points. And really thanks for you. Thanks so much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Amira. Yeah, that's true. You always have to approach everything that there will be a solution.
I'm Enes again.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm asking questions about terms, but I'm in mathematics, so
No, please ask.
yeah.
And I also skipped over a lot of details. I just, so go ahead.
Okay, so you said you quantified SPB to see how it is structured. What do you mean by quantified?
We predicted the structure. So we use a method called homology modeling, which takes it's a Monte Carlo technique. Do you know what I mean when I say Monte Carlo? So it's a probabilistic based technique. And we use probability, and we basically feed it information that we do know. So we already knew a portion of the structure. There's a part of SPB that's stable enough that we can crystallize, called mini B. We also knew the knowledge of how many amino acids. We also knew the knowledge of that it belongs to this family of proteins. So we put all this information in, and using Monte Carlo technique, which is a probability-based technique, we were then able to generate over 20,000 different predicted structures. And then we cluster them, okay? And so based on the clusters and the probability of each of these structures existing, we're able to then narrow it down to 2 highly probable structures. Does that make sense? Okay, did that help? Excellent.
Okay. So now one question from the online audience.
I love this. You guys are really engaged. Yes.
Any documented the side effects of SPB, SPD, SPB?
What are say that again?
Any documented side effects of SPB,
Oh,
SPD?
yeah. So for example, if you have a diminished amount of SPD, you tend to be more susceptible to COPD. You guys know what COPD is? Yeah, you tend to be more susceptible to pneumonia. You tend to be more susceptible to a series of diseases. So there are people who have been documented to not have enough SPD in their system. And so that causes a lot of different diseases. And then, of course, if you don't have SPB, what happens, everybody? Yeah. So there you go. That's a big side effect.
Okay. So we have a question also from the audience.
Okay.
Mohammed, if you can speak out loud so we can hear. Mohammed, you are unmuted. Can you?
Hello,
From the
Doctor.
online audience.
Yeah.
Okay.
We cannot hear you.
Dr. Mana, can you hear me?
We cannot hear you, Mohammed.
Yeah, we can.
This is Engineer Mohammed Al-Amin from University of Technology, Iraq.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think people need to start looking into that. And then there's also a hypothesis of maybe we all have slightly different forms of SPD. That might be why some people might have been really impacted by COVID and others, no symptoms. Because maybe their SPD was able to eradicate them immediately. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Is there any part for the clinical trial in your research later on?
Yes, definitely down the line. And then we have an experimental, and then inshallah we have patents in the works. Yeah. Yes, go ahead. Ask your question. You're a nutritionist. Okay, Liliana, yeah. Tell us.
I don't know if it's a dumb question, but I have that if you have studied about the quantity of SPD in the breast milk?
I bet you it's high. I don't know, but breast milk has phenomenal like attributes, right? Yeah, I don't know. That's a really interesting question. I'd love to look into that actually. Like I wonder if there's just more SPD, SPA, you know what I mean? I wonder if like, because even based on like let's say if the mother is sick or if the baby is sick, the breast milk will even change in its composition. It's really fascinating. Yeah. No, thank you.
Can you speak now? Just to make sure.
Okay, can you hear me?
Excellent.
Yeah, we can.
Yes.
Okay, hello, doctor. Thank you for the wonderful lecture. I am engineer Mohammed Al-Amin. I work at University of Technology, Iraq. Actually, I am a mechanical engineer.
Oh, very nice.
So I'm always working with simulations, but in my field. I know
Yes, yes.
it might be different from your field, but I think there is a one fixed rule in my field with dealing with simulations is that we have to validate our data experimentally. In my field, I can't rely on simulations only. I constantly validating and doing some verifications with experimental data.
Yes.
I'm really interested. Like how can you do this in your field with something you can't even see?
This is a very good question. It really comes down to the question, like it really comes down to whatever question you're asking and you're using computation. So for example, a lot of the times what we do is we're using computation to just collect data enough to help guide whatever we're going to do experimentally. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So for
Yeah.
example, for the SPD, right? It was the experimentalists who already saw that it binds better, but we were able to verify why. Okay. But in the future, we're now going to maybe design different forms of SPD, and then we can easily test that out in the lab. But what we do, the power of computation for us, is being able to investigate and dig deeper and be able to collect that information so that that could guide what we decide to test experimentally.
Okay,
So
so
it's not
you're
that,
like
yeah.
sorry, you're building your experiment upon the computational data, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But that computational data was also built upon models that have been deeply experimentally
Okay.
verified. So there's a whole cycle here, right? Nothing is in its element by itself. It's theory based on experiment based on so there's a whole cycle of it.
Yes.
But it's also not thinking about using it just to replace experiment. That's not going to happen, right? But it's using it to
Right.
supplement our knowledge. It's like the map. If you're going to build a map of a town, right? The map is
Yes.
not the town. The map will help you guide yourself through the town, right? It doesn't replace the
Right.
town. It just helps
Right.
you understand the town. That's what
Right.
computation is.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. Yes, go ahead. Okay, they have.
Afterwards, we need to have.
We need to move on.
Yeah,
You
yes.
can meet you're gonna be here right for lunch. Not the rush. You're gonna be here for lunch.
No, I'm good. I'm gonna be here for lunch. Yeah, I want to finish setting up, but you're all coming to the workshop, right? Okay, we have some exciting things at the workshop, guys. Okay.
So you can ask your questions there as well.
Yes, thank you. I think we're running out of time, right?
No, it's perfect.
Okay.
It's perfect now.
Excellent. Okay.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomana.
Thank you. I got it. Hold on. لا لا خلاص. Let's put this so I don't lose.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mina, for the informative session. Now we have our next speaker, Professor Kyle Kane. Our speaker is a true visionary who is not only a smart scientist, but also a passionate advocate. for accessibility. Professor Kyle from the University of Bristol will be sharing his insights with us on the importance of collaboration in developing innovative assistive technologies. Prof. Kyle says about himself, and I quote, "I am a dynamic, multifaceted person who cares as much about understanding the nature of object reality as I care about helping people overcome their struggles and find happiness. I hope to maintain the ability to pursue my interests and passions for a long time. His specialties include project planning and management, software development, rapid prototyping, education, quantitative analysis, numerical simulation and modeling, and refinement of complex ideas into understandable concepts. Please give him a warm welcome."
Should I talk into that?
Okay.
Oh, okay. I need my hands. That's
Yeah.
good. I'm Italian. I speak with my
Yeah.
hands. I can't. It's a good assistive technology already.
Okay.
All right. This is my zone.
This is your zone.
All right.
You're free to
Perfect. All right. All right. No tripping hazards. All right. Excellent.
Do you want me to take this?
No.
Okay.
Um, okay. I will try. Then maybe you could take this.
Thank you.
Oh, new person. Hello. All right. All right. Hello. I didn't come prepared with slides because I am in a big transition. I'm frequently in a big transition because I have a degenerative visual impairment. I have never used that line before, but I feel really proud of it. And my emotions are a little bit stirred up because that little paragraph that was read is actually on my LinkedIn, and I had forgotten about it because I wrote it probably before I finished my PhD, so probably around 2010. So it's about 14 years ago. And it's really exciting how much that aligns with my the path that I've taken since then. And so I'm a little bit inspired, and I'm glad that I wasn't overly prepared. So I can talk a little bit about setting goals and trying to make things happen, and how hard and confusing it is when all of the details around us start to shift and we feel like we are moving towards a goal, but the landscape in which we're navigating is shifting. So yeah, thank you for reading my long ago aspirations. My name is Kyle Keane, Dr. Kyle Keane. I am recently at the University of Bristol here in England. I am very proud to have gotten a position as a senior lecturer in assistive technologies. So I build and engineer new technologies to help people do things that they want to do. That up until this point has been not my day job, and I'm very proud to have finally made that into my day job. So I will share a little bit about starting long ago and finding an interest in accessibility and assistive technology and navigating a very complex, changing landscape with a particularly specific goal, which was to do the things that I said in that statement, build technologies that can help people do things that they want to do. And I am absolutely not of the opinion that technology can fix all things. I think there's social and environmental things that need to be addressed. I just happen to be better at technology than getting social systems to change. And so I, work inside of my domain, which is technology, but it's incredibly important that there are social advocates and things like that as well. So the theme of kind of reaching science, which I think is the name of the thing. I have this degenerative condition, the same as Ali, retinitis pigmentosa. It's a degenerative condition that progresses very differently for each individual. So I was diagnosed at age 2 because my older brother was diagnosed, and then they looked in my retina and saw some of the similar little presentations of somebody who has the disease. It's very unclear at that point how much it's actually affecting a child because children are developing actively, and we don't exactly know what's happening inside of others, other than sometimes testing their ability to perform certain actions. But at age 2, it's really hard to figure out what's typical variance inside of the development and what is actually due to visual impairment. I had the opposite. So Ali's, caregivers chose not to share the information. I was told that I was going to go blind and lose my vision before I knew what vision was. So it was a very interesting conversation. Apparently, I don't exactly remember it, but I am told that they somehow were talking to me about losing sight, and we had a whole long conversation, and it was like an hour or something. And at the end, they said, "You have any questions?" And I said, "What is sight? What like, sorry, what's even happening right now? I don't understand what's going on." Which turns out to be a much bigger philosophical question than I had anticipated. And I'm still trying to figure that one out. So happy to chat about that in general. So it didn't affect me too many ways because I had some nice social supports. I was able to drive a car for a year when I was 16 years old. And then I stopped driving at night because I bumped a curb that I did not see. And I decided, oh, I guess that night blindness thing that comes along with my eye condition is starting to make itself present. And then fairly shortly after that, I realized that it's hard for me to know what I'm not seeing until something goes catastrophically wrong. And so I decided to stop driving altogether because I didn't want a pedestrian or something to be the way that I discovered that I can no longer see pedestrians while driving a car. I was in a marching band, so we stand in line and we move around and we do all sorts of choreographed stuff while playing various musical instruments. I kept ending up behind everybody in the line, and everyone kept constantly pushing me forward and saying, use your peripheral vision to stay in line. It turns out that peripheral vision is one of the things that starts to go in this particular eye disease first. And so my version of as far as I could see to the sides was further out in front of me. And so I was always lining people up and getting further and further behind the line. That was an interesting moment because it was really kind of, I started to wrap my head around what the boundaries of peripheral vision are and the fact that vision has limits, and that even though it really seems like I'm immersed in this reality, I'm actually mistaking my very limited perspective for reality. So I've always tended towards the philosophical. That's how I cope with stuff. So I found that to be a very interesting philosophical moment, was to think about, oh, wow, I really thought my visual extent was reality, but it turns out reality is far bigger than what I can see at any given moment, which is, sort of obvious if you think about it, but most of the time we don't operate under that belief. We sort of think everything we can conceptualize of or perceive is reality. But I'm of the very distinct opinion that reality is far bigger than any of us as individuals can perceive. It was a nice moment in my life because as I started to fall behind in line, socially, we had a conversation about what do we do? Kyle's vision has changed and he's now ending up behind everyone. And I don't mean this to be as symbolic as it is, but they were very kind and they said, okay, how about everyone just stay in line with Kyle? Kyle, you need to be very precise in your motion and trust that the whole band is essentially going to figure out how to adjust for random things that you do. So I went from being kind of behind the line to being a massive leader that had a huge amount of responsibility for my own actions. I needed to move in very specific ways that were incredibly precise because everyone else was moving in accordance with me, which may have led to a little bit of an arrogance problem later in life, but luckily some various interventions have helped step that down. But, we do the best we can with what we have. It gave me a lot of confidence, let's say, tempered by reality later. I was able to find a balance. But these were some of the impacts of the changing perception that we're starting to go out of the norm. It wasn't anything massive at that point. I mean, driving was pretty great, but whatever. When you can't do it, you just adapt and make the best of it. So then I went on to college where I studied physics. and I did a lot of cutting steel into various things that could go into experimental physics vacuum chambers. So I was cutting these really high precision scientific instruments out of steel that required looking at these tiny little measurements and aligning this massive spinning blade that would cut steel and shoot off these molten chunks of metal as it's cutting. I ended up having to get so close that eventually I burnt off one of my eyebrows. And the shop manager came up and said, I know I told you I would let you do anything you want, because I grew up in a very empowering system, maybe dangerously so, because he said, you've lost the eyebrow that could have very well been, you know, significantly more catastrophic than it was. You can do what you want. You have signed the insurance waiver, and I'm willing to accept liability if something goes wrong, but for your own personal safety, you might want to reconsider. I appreciated that honest thing. I kept doing it, and I did not get hurt. But I definitely took some risks, and after the bachelor's degree, I ended up changing to a far less dangerous thing, which was working a lot more on a computer. And the other bit of undergraduate was I did a lot of electronics, and I was having to plug little wires into little holes and read the colored lines on resistors to be able to build circuits to run these things. By the end of my bachelor's, I couldn't see color well enough to be able to do this, and my perception action loop was making it really hard to actually get the little wire into the various holes. So I was starting to have challenges. I knew I was capable of doing the thing, and then that skill would just degenerate over time. And it was very frustrating, slippery slope of, you know, okay, cool, I think I can do this thing. Yes, I'm really good at this thing. This is amazing. My whole identity in life is the fact that I can do this thing. Oh no, I can't do this thing. Holy moly, who am I? And what's my path in life? It doesn't have to be so existentially dreadful, but it was for me. So in graduate school, I moved into computing, and that was nice because on a laptop at that time in history, we already had color inversion, so I could change the color of things on my screen. Some of you on phones might set your phone to like dark mode or light mode. That used to be a very specific accessibility feature for people who had low vision. So if you set your background to be dark and the text to be white for a large portion of visual impairments, that makes it much easier to read the text than having a black or a white background with black text. Now it's sort of a common thing. It's like night mode, whatever. Everybody should have dark mode. Oh my gosh, this app doesn't have dark mode. Ew. Like it used to be a really weird specific thing that took a huge amount of engineering lift. And now it's sort of built into the culture to expect it, which is great for me because now everything has dark mode, or most things do. And then I could also change font size. So similarly, if you're in a text editor or something, or you're in some type of a software, it's fairly common to be able to like tweak the font size a little bit and customize stuff. That didn't used to be the case. When computers first started, none of these things were features. They were like really simple black boxes, and you'd start to generate these windows and you couldn't really adjust anything. The way it was almost like printing something on a page, is it was what it was. And then we've developed these dynamically adjustable font sizes and dynamically adjustable color schemes. So luckily we had those by the time I was in grad school. If I had been a graduate student 20 years before, none of these things would have existed in operating systems. It may have been better in other ways because everyone was on command line, which turns out to be really accessible. But in these ways, with low vision, I was able to use a lot of the visual scientific computing tools. I worked as a very successful quantum physicist, so my PhD was in quantum computing. It's a bit of a funny thing. So there's these questions of like, but how would a blind person do quantum physics? And a friend that Mona has connected me to likes to point out, nobody can see quantum particles. Like, we're all blind if we're trying to look at. No, actually, Brian Shaw is what I'm thinking, but maybe he got it from Hobie. So like, no scientist can see a tiny quantum particle. No scientist can see, you know, a black hole out at the center of a universe. we as scientists and engineers develop tools that allow us to peer beyond our typical perceptual systems. So I wasn't doing anything particularly different as a quantum physicist who was using a computer to analyze experimental data and to test protocols and then to tell them what they should run on their system. We were all functioning without any direct empirical ability to look at or hear or touch these quantum systems that we are engineering. And I like to remind people of that because I think it's super important to think about not just how does a blind person do that, but like how do any of us do that? We build technology that allows us to do that. I try to keep that mindset. And so that was a fun period of my life. I really liked quantum physics. The quantum computing stuff was exciting, but I, at that point, started to test a lot of the scientific softwares that I was using with a screen reader because I knew that sometime in the next 5 to 20 years, I would become screen reader dependent, which again is this software that reads what's on the screen of a computer to a blind person and allows them to navigate around and get verbal information, textual information about what's on the screen. So I started to test a lot of these things with screen readers. These are softwares that are sort of custom built. They're not mainstream softwares. It's not Amazon Kindle or something like this where dark mode existed in Kindle for a long time because people wanted it to read at night. These are specific scientific softwares, not usually built for beautiful visual aesthetics or general appeal. They're highly functional and nobody spends a lot of time customizing the appearance because they're just supposed to do the job. And it also turns out that very few people put a lot of effort into making these things screen reader compatible. And so I was figuring out, oh, wow, all of this software is not going to be useful for me as a blind person because they're not building it in a way that's compatible with the operating system and this third-party software that would allow me to access this thing through the screen reader. And I became really obsessed with this as a sort of engineering problem. And I went off into the world. I sent an email to a company, a very impassioned plea that said, hey, I've used your software for the last, for my bachelor's and my PhD. It was Wolfram Mathematica. I've used your software for my bachelor's and my PhD. It's freaking amazing. It does all sorts of crazy cool stuff. It's not compatible right now with screen readers. I would like to try to solve that. And in a fairly honestly arrogant and ignorant way, because I didn't actually know how to solve it. I just sort of knew, hey, there's a problem there, and I'm willing to burn myself into the ground trying to figure it out because I really care about this, because I'm invested, because I'm losing my sight, and I want to keep being a physicist. To their credit, they're wonderfully quirky company, and they said, okay, yeah, sure, that sounds super weird and fun. Like, come give it a shot and try to make something useful for the company. Which is like a fair compromise. So we kind of did a little bit of negotiation where I said, and you can do this as you go off into the world and start getting jobs. You can push back on things and say, I want some of my time to do this passion project. Different companies will allow different amounts of flex on the stuff that you work on if it tends to feed back into the system or have some other things. So feel empowered now that you're aware of some of these boundaries to negotiate for the right to push towards them. So I went there and I started working on this, and I started building out a bunch of really cool technical tools. And then I really quickly figured out that there's like a lot more complexity to this than even just technology. So there's perceptual questions. If I have an image on a screen and I can move a slider and that image is going to change. So let's say I have the population of the US versus time, and then I can select which sub-demographic, which race, what's the population of different genders over time, or different races over time, or different, subpopulations like people with disabilities over time. I can change that thing dynamically and I can compare these different visual results. That process is technically doing one thing, but like perceptually, it's doing a huge amount of stuff inside of the brain. It's coming in through the visual system. It's allowing some visual comparison of this versus that. And then I started to get into a particular activity that really required parallel processing that is capable in other senses, but because of the limits of a laptop, I have a screen and a single speaker and a keyboard and a mouse. And so if I want it to get my only other output in this device is a single speaker, the screen is really powerful, but if I want to get all of that information out through a single speaker, I need to do something. And what is that thing? I can either have it generate speech, or I can have it generate sounds. If I have it generate sounds, then I need the person on the other side to be able to do some type of internal processing to extract meaningful information out. That becomes a really cool, complex perceptual question. How much parallel information can I get out through a single speaker? If I play, a dog barking and a person talking and a guitar, humans tend to be able to do what's called source separation, which is say, oh, that part of the noise is the dog, that part of the thing is the guitar, that part is the human. If I change the relative amplitude of those three things, some people can do some level of discerning, oh, the dog is 1/2 of the volume of the guitar, but that's already becoming a highly complex task that's not very well defined. The dog's bark is actually, it starts quiet and then it gets really loud and then it gets quiet again. And the person talking may sort of stay fairly consistent. And what are you actually comparing in those things? How can you get a person to extract that information out meaningfully is actually incredibly difficult and computationally not perfectly well defined. So if I put 3 bars on a screen that have different heights, I can take a ruler and I can measure these things against each other and they stay there and I can measure them. In the sonic sphere, that becomes really complicated and a whole different beast. Sound is not exactly Cartesian, so that if you increase the volume of a thing, the sort of perceived pitch of it will actually change. So you have all these coupled parameters in the human brain. It's way more complicated. So that launched this whole weird thing, which is I sort of thought technology would solve it. And then it turns out I really needed to understand perception and cognition in a way that I had never had the chance to think about very deeply. And that was really exciting, and launched a whole bunch of research into what are the equivalent ways that we can get parallel information into a human brain and what are people capable of. I found that fascinating. And then the other thread that it turned up was I had also built some pretty useful functional prototypes of stuff that I believed were scientifically valid. So I went out, did a bunch of work with random people, friends of mine who are blind. I developed some tools that would do sonifications. We verified that they could be, interpret it functionally. So we really empirically drove this particular technological solution that was actually perceptually relevant. And then I had to go out and try to sustain it in the world. And that took a lot of business stuff. And so we were going to business partners and saying, hey, we've developed this really cool technology. It works. We do need a little bit of resources to make sure that we can maintain the software and make it available. That became, a sales job. And then suddenly I was out there in the world trying to get people to actually commit money towards this technological thing. That ended up being significantly harder than the other two things, at least for me and for a lot of people. Some people have some success, some people don't. I found the business side of this all incredibly difficult to manage, and I was not able to get enough of the existing partners to pay a little bit extra for accessibility. And so then there was this really complicated thing, which is this is a twofold moment where the finances are hard because they have to worry about some type of bottom line financial thing, which is like, we're going to give money. What do we get for it? How does it help the company? They need to sell that up into the system. Right now, if a typical sort of company is, if I'm going to put money out, I need to get money back and it should be more money than I put in. That's how we grow the company. The social intervention needs to be somewhere inside of that company, which is helping them understand that, when they go try to sell this up, it's not just about the bottom line sometimes, or it's about the bottom line much further in the future. So, okay, you're going to invest in some accessibility right now. It's going to cost some money. You're not going to see returns for 5 years. But if you play this well and you do long-term strategy, you will end up positioning yourself 10 years from now to be making way more than anybody else because you've done something innovative. That can be a very hard sell. There are cases where it's worked. So one such case, so while at Wolfram, I was working on a lot of this kind of spoken math stuff. So how do we speak quantitative results in a way that's compatible with a screen reader, which means it needs to be a clear, understandable sentence for somebody who can't see a screen. I had been working a bit in obscurity doing a lot of the stuff, doing my own little passion projects. And then in the background, so Wolfram Alpha also makes Wolfram Alpha, which is a question answering service that a lot of students know because it does calculus for you, and a lot of other stuff. But it does this sort of, you type a question in, it produces a quantitatively true result. And at the time, Apple had been using Wolfram Alpha as the backend for quantitative questions. So when people were talking to Siri, they were asking it things like, what's the distance to the moon? Or what's 32 divided by 4? And the only way to answer that thing is to actually perform a computation. Wolfram had been specializing in this for a really long time, and they would serve back the visual result that was shown on the screen. And that was good enough for a few years. And then Google came along and started answering questions out loud. So when people would talk to the Google phone would talk back. And this was a really exciting moment in technology. And Apple said, we need our results to be spoken because people are starting to use Siri while they're driving. They are using it while not looking at their phone. They want to ask a question across the room and get an answer back. There's all of these moments when the users are actually screenless. You know, they're equivalent to a blind user using one of these touch screens because all they have is their voice in, voice out at that time. And so we went along and we took a bunch of my random code and we managed to squeeze it into this thing. And then Siri started to answer something like 60% of the Wolfram Alpha queries out loud because we had these spoken string things. That was a really cool breakthrough moment because it was a bunch of stuff that was built for this niche population of blind people. Turned out that that technology had a use case where a bunch of other people were situationally equivalent in trying to perform an activity without any type of visual output. And they wanted spoken results. And so I took a bunch of tech, put it out there. It got out and heard by, you know, huge numbers of people. And also a bunch of my blind friends can now get access to computation through natural language processing, speak to their phone, get an answer back. This is sort of a massive win on an economic level and on a social level, and it does distribute new technology to people who need it, for whom it's really life-changing. Because a sighted person could wait until they park their car and then look at the screen if they wanted to. It's inconvenient, but it's not particularly life-changing that they can get access to it. Whereas me and my friends, it was life-changing to be able to get access to on-demand scientific information. That was sort of a 3-year saga working at Wolfram and trying to do this accessibility advocacy stuff. For whatever reason, life adjusts and changes, and I shifted. I had been also going out and doing a bunch of outreach for the company, showing how scientific computing could be done in this Wolfram Mathematica system. And one of those places was MIT in Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And I was going out and doing some workshops, and one of the professors there really liked the way that I was presenting some content and said, hey, I need somebody to help teach this particular computational methods class. You have a degree in physics, you clearly know computational stuff, and we do it in Mathematica, and you know that really well. Can you come help? And it was just sort of a 1 semester, let's try it out and see how it goes. It ended up turning into 10 years at MIT full-time doing all sorts of random stuff, which was fantastic and great. Another one of those hard to predict how life goes things, because I went into MIT under this sort of classical computational methods teacher. I was doing material science. It was kind of fun. I got to learn about complex material science stuff. And then on the side, I discovered there was a class that had been started and then was under a bit of a transition because the professor had passed away. And that class was taking local people from the community who had various disabilities and pairing them for a semester with an engineering team, 3 students whose capstone engineering project was to develop a prototype with that person that helped them do something specific. So this was the whole mission of the class. It ran a few times, and then the professor passed away, and then the university was trying to figure out what to do. I happened to have been doing that at Wolfram for a really long time, and this was a big old passion of mine. And so I got involved in that class as part of the teaching team and started to help every year with this class. There was an accompanying hackathon and some other activities that were going on around campus. I really loved this class. It kind of compelled me and took me over a little bit. And it did end up turning into something quite large and global, which great credit to the ReachSci team for being able to pull in such a globally diverse pool of participants, which is wonderful, because it can make a really big impact if you have this huge network. You get this network effect. So I had this one class at MIT every year, and then one student had come from abroad, from India, and taken the class and said, this class is really awesome. I really love it. I wish we could bring this back to India. Would you be willing to bring it back to India? And I said, I have no idea how to pull any of that off. If you get me a room full of students, I know how to run a class. I don't know how to do any of the other stuff that involves getting those students in a country where I've never been and getting a room in a country where I've never been and engaging with local advocacy organizations to get locals who have disabilities to trust and engage with us. But I said, if you do all of that, then I'll definitely show up and teach. And to his credit, he came back 3 months later and said, okay, I have a room. I have made partnerships with 3 organizations who are willing to bring some of their local participants with disabilities, and we've recruited 200 students. And I was like, okay, yeah, like totally, okay, I guess I told you I would, and I try to follow through on things. So let's make that happen. And the one thing I hadn't thought about too much was money, because you can't pull this stuff off without money. And there's not a lot of money in assistive technology and accessibility. And so I asked them about that thing, and they said, well, you didn't mention money at the beginning. And so I paid for my own flight because I was so impressed with everything that this student had pulled together. And we managed to run a workshop. I learned a ton at that workshop, including a lot of things that I never wanted to do again, because it was sort of a traditional hackathon. We ran it for like 4 days, and we did get to make some introductions between locals who had disabilities and some engineering students, and it was interesting, and the students generated some fun ideas. The locals who had disabilities were kind of like, at the end, I very respectfully, I think, engage beforehand with them, tell them there's very low expectations. This is my first time doing it in India. I have no idea if we'll actually produce anything useful. I suspect not, and I know that you're essentially volunteering your time to do this. I just want to set realistic expectations that we probably won't change the world this time. But if you invest some of your time, and it is a huge investment of these local volunteers' time, I'll do the best I can to try to do something more useful in the future. With that agreement in place, we had a good debrief at the end of the event, and I said, okay, now's your time to be honest. I'm sure that there's some stuff that did not go well. What didn't go well? And we had like a 5-hour conversation about ways that the students were interacting with them, things that were said, the lack of actual tangible output, people overpromising and saying that they could build a whole exoskeleton for somebody so that they could do some stuff that the person hadn't even said they wanted to do. Huge amounts of like unwarranted and unwelcomed pity that were being placed on the people, hyper fixation on the stuff that they couldn't do rather than the stuff that they wanted to do, and the stuff that they did do, and if they could make adaptations to make that more efficient. It was a huge, very emotional teardown of my very good intentions and trying to go in there and do something good, and ending up putting these incredibly kind local volunteers with disabilities through a really painful emotional process. That stuck with me for a really long time. And we came up with some action items. Okay, how do we avoid that in the future? We will tell students different ways of interacting. We will talk about, how to fixate on the things that you're telling them to fixate on rather than the things that they think are so horrific to think about. living with a disability and trying to make you kind of help them feel better about their imagination of this whole complicated social thing. We set up a bunch of protocols. One of those things that really stuck with me was making tangible, long-lasting outputs. So the hackathon produced a bunch of really nice ideas. I thought maybe just based on kind of passion, some of the students would stick around and do things longer. They did not. So the next year, we had all of these protocols, and I said, I won't come back and do it unless we have technical volunteers willing to help mentor these projects for a year. And unless students understand that what they're doing at this hackathon is not actually winning a hackathon, that they're proposing projects and 3 of them will be selected to get a bunch of free mentorship and incubation for their project. So they're going to get something in return, but the goal is not to win the hackathon. The goal is to come up with a good enough thing that I'm willing to match with my time and effort and all of these volunteers' time and effort, a year's worth of trying to complete a project. So changing it from a hackathon into a much larger endeavor ended up being significantly better. I ended up massively overwhelming the technical volunteers and the amount of project management. I burnt myself out. I burnt out quite a few friends who were trying to help run this thing. It's chaos. Managing people is just chaos. Some people have it as a skill. I do not. It's really overwhelming for me. So that was one of the big lessons learned. The local volunteers with disabilities felt much more respected. They felt like the focus was on helping them do the thing that they wanted. So empowering self-determination rather than empowering students to come in with ideas about what they could do to help fix these people's lives. It was, hey, these people are pretty cool people who already do a bunch of stuff. What is it that they want to do that they're currently having struggle with? And can I just help them do the thing that they want to do? Very different mindset, very different kind of engineering approach. And so we fixed some of the things. We fixed some of the community engagement. People were fairly happy, the locals with disabilities. The students had a good time. 3 of them got selected. And then because I can't turn down really well-intentioned students, I actually took on extra. I burnt out and I realized I needed more infrastructure and resources to run this. So the next year, it was, okay, cool, we can't do this all as a volunteer thing. As much as I desperately want to, managing volunteers is extra hard and people start to fall out. And so you have to constantly replace them and manage them. So we got more resources because we were able to finally speak concretely towards how much resources we actually needed to pull off this event. But we only knew that because we had done it and failed twice on an epic scale. And then I was able to actually put numbers and effort estimates to all of the different components of running this big project. So the next year, we got some government sponsorship, and we got another country in Saudi Arabia incredibly stepped up and helped fund a professional project manager and a bunch of resources to run the program successfully for a year. And in India, we managed to pull in some various grants and things and ran it for a year. It went really well. We really had a sustainable and reproducible system. And then 2020 came. And all of my international funding fell apart, and all of these other priorities, which were absolutely priorities, came along, and all of this infrastructure crumbled at a time where my vision was also starting to get to the point where I had, up until that point, I had still been using inversion and bigger fonts and little bits of sonification and screen reader. And in 2019, 2020, I really became screen reader dependent. And so that was a big adjustment because there was really small things like I apparently was still staring at my keyboard every once in a while to type in order to figure out where my fingers were. And when I couldn't see the keys on the keyboard anymore, I had to learn how to touch type. And that was incredibly difficult, especially while trying to teach classes. Like all of this assistive tech stuff was a passion project on the side of a day job, where at MIT I taught material science for 3 years, and then I went and taught some physics and brain and cognitive science stuff. And then I went and taught AI and machine learning. So I had a day job that I was also managing while managing all of this other fun passion stuff. And it all kind of crumbled because I just ended up overwhelmed because I needed to learn some fundamental basic skills that I had never been taught, such as how to touch type. But somehow, through the pandemic being the madness that it was, I emerged out the other side semi-functional and tried to relaunch some things at MIT, which was always me building resources from scratch. And in trying to relaunch things, I managed to come across somebody from University of Bristol, and I told them, you know, I have my day job at MIT, and then I have all this assistive tech stuff I do on the side, but it's pretty under-resourced, and I'm trying to get resources for it. And they said, why don't you just come do it as a day job here? And I said, don't mess with my hope. False hope is a very dangerous thing, my friend. But they actually followed through, and I was able to get a position, and now I'm dedicated to trying to build infrastructure to do this and to support it on a global scale, as well as in the university. So it's a very exciting moment for me because it had been sort of this, you know, ambition from long, long, long ago. I'd like to be able to help people make specific interventions to help people do the things they want to do. And I happen to be good at technology. I'm not that great at the social games. But if I can help empower people to improve technology that can help people with self-determination, it's kind of a weird thing that I'm just obsessed with doing. And I'm very excited to actually be able to do that. And so now my research is dedicated to that. How do we build social support systems? Can we build a large online platform that enables the huge amount? Because by traveling the world, I did Saudi Arabia, India, a few countries in Europe, Uruguay in South America, a few places in North America. I have this giant global network. We were trying to launch in China, but then the pandemic happened. I know that there's this huge distributed network of people doing this type of innovation, but we're not unified and we're not connected. And so we do a lot of reproduction of work, and we do a lot of, you know, fundraising from our small things, and we end up not putting it together in a really smart side of strategic, cohesive way. So I'm really trying to figure out if we can build a large, well-connected network that can share resources through like an online platform that can support hackathons, that can help them identify local people in their community who have disabilities, who have specific desires for things that they want built. And, you know, I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off, but at least I finally have resources to try. So that the mild call for action, and not to redirect anybody from the missions that they're already on, but if you happen to be kind of interested in assistive technology as an intervention, please feel free to get in touch. I am trying to build advocates, and yeah. So that's probably, that was not what I expected to talk about, but that was great. I'm happy. All right, we can do questions.
Thank you.
Cool.
We don't have questions from the online audience. They are just like nice words. And I think we should go with the in-person audience. If you have a question, please. Just nice words. Very inspiring.
Yeah, good.
They like your sense of humor.
Hey, all right. I'm even better when I'm not so hungry.
Let's have the questions, then we have the lunch break.
Thank you for this nice presentation. Even it is without the slides, but still a very nice presentation. I'm Mustafa Haddad from Iraq. I'm studying PhD in Hungary. Actually, Doctor, for the virtual reality and computations and various physics, based on my experience, the new philosophy of computation sciences, going beyond the phenomena and going beyond the various conservation equations or kinetics, and find some values. These values based on experimental sure, as you said in physics, and this is can be treated as a black box. And this black box manipulating like a date, manipulating some specifications of the black box till reach the validation between the experimental and the computations based on machine learning or other statistics approach. My question, what do you think about this approach? Still, the black box is accepted by by the scientists and new nowadays scientists, or just still there's a big challenges. And as you know, there is two Nobel Prizes in this year in machine learning using. And do you think the black box theory not deceiving the the scientific society? That's my question. Thank you for your presentation again.
I'll it's like an old version of me. I'll answer from an old version of me. So there are tools like AI that are non-interpretable, but can solve very complex systems. So they can do multi-constrained optimization in a way that we can't do in any traditional algorithms. The trade-off is that a traditional algorithm, we can read through the results and then say, oh, this is what it's doing and this is why it's doing it. Whereas a neural net just sort of solves the thing sometimes. The one danger is that sometimes it doesn't exactly solve it and we need to go out and validate it through some type of experiment. But I don't think we always need to know why. I mean, as a like physicist, we don't need to understand how gravitons and gravitational waves work in order to understand planetary motion. We haven't needed to. It's nice that we're figuring it out. We're starting to crack this, but gravitational waves were only detected, in the last decade.
Yes.
And we've had Newtonian physics for long before we could explain, gravitational waves. So sometimes having a black box that gives us a thing, if it empirically can be kind of reproduced in reality, that's perfectly fine. It moves us in a direction, even if we can't yet explain why that direction is the right thing. So I think for a long time, science produces numbers that are essentially black boxes. Then we pretend like we can explain them. And then eventually somebody comes up with a new theory and shows that our explanation wasn't that great. So I don't know. I can work perfectly fine with black boxes.
Actually, Doctor, there is a three parties in various sciences on various fields. The first party said we going beyond the mechanisms and old-fashioned hypothesis work, like what doing by Einstein when he just stated there is gravity waves and there is relative motion and there is theories. And the second part is going beyond the black box, which is considered still working till now. And the third party going beyond the visualization, like why they did in NASA. They just visualized the gravity wave and the black hole. I think it is in 2019, like this. So this there is a conflict between those three parties till now, and everyone said the other parties deceiving the people and not giving the full picture. There is opportunities in future that like clustering party, the new party that unified these visions of the three parties and going like we said, the theory of everything, the theory of the three parties and one parties. There's a possible. Thank you. And that's all.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Hopefully we can unify. But conflict isn't always the worst thing. Sometimes it drives innovation.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hello, Doctor. Thank you for presenting this talk. I am Enes, and I have three questions. First question is, what do you think about connecting quantum gravity with the quantum field theory? The second is, what do you think about M theory by Edward Witten of IAS?
I'm just gonna sidestep that one. I don't know. I don't have an educated enough opinion about the progress in that. Sorry.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, and also last question, I think you have an idea about this. Do we really have a chance for string theory? Is it possible that we really can?
I'm very far from a string theorist. I'm sorry.
Uh,
I was doing sort of standard quantum mechanics stuff, and I don't know enough about string theory to make any conjecture as to whether it has utility or anything. I think it's perfectly, if it predicts something new and we can empirically validate that it's predicted something new, then it's a great, theory.
Um, I will ask about how was your experience in MIT? Because my dream college is MIT, to be honest. Yeah.
I won't speak to that on a recorded line. But- Sorry.
Thank you. We have a question from Ali.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kyle. I was discussing the innovation in accessible technology with Muhammad the other day, and I used to say that the size of the market and the low purchasing power in accessible technology is the main barrier to drive innovation and to make business sustainable. What other difficulties can you see?
Yeah, so the size of the market and purchasing power are complications. If I am to take my own little moment to soapbox, I think it's internal competition. So because it's a fairly small market, there are some players and they tend to be a bit ferocious because they're fighting over scraps of resources. And to my mind, we need more of a unified collaborative approach to stuff rather than using traditional models to fund these things. So forcing people into, a startup where they have to somehow function in exactly the same way that a new, Google has to function in a market that's guaranteed not to hockey stick. How do we make sustainable cottage industries, smaller industries work and be sustainable in a way that can scale is quite difficult. I think innovation ends up being a huge resource draw because it's a very diverse pool of people that we're trying to design commercial solutions for. It ends up being quite hard to figure out the right level of customizability versus individual design that can make things sort of sustainable. I will do a shout out to somebody in the room who has managed for a decade to run a small company that builds an assistive technology and distributes it. And they will be at the post-lunch workshop. So call out to the workshop, and yeah, there's a lot of politics as well. There's just interpersonal things, there's international things. If you try to export between countries and you're a small business, you usually can't sustain the thing. So yeah, I tend to be more in the innovate and design and create new products and then try to find market fits and distribution channels. The actual manufacturing and licensing and all of that stuff is a whole giant commercial beast that I am too scared to try to get into, to be honest.
Thank you.
One question from the online audience. Do you see the immersive reader as a sufficient way for college students with disabilities?
Do you like the Word, Microsoft Word immersive reader thing? Is that what
Sure, it's not specific.
Okay. I'm assuming that's what. Is it sufficient? I don't know. Yeah, so for context, there's some immersive reader thing that in Microsoft products now, there's like you can click a button and it will read things out loud.
Yes, it is Microsoft.
Yeah. It's a really nice feature that's built in. There is a bit of a complication there. So if you're blind and using a screen reader, having a program that self-voices, that makes its own speech, will sometimes compete. So immersive reader may be really good, but I don't know that it's probably not talking to the operating system and understanding what other speech engines are generating things at that moment. So if you kind of tell Immersive Reader to start reading an email and then you get a new email, your screen reader is going to jump to that email and read the new email notification while the other one is still reading the actual thing that you're reading. And this becomes really complicated. So Immersive Reader is this really nice feature that's built in. I think it probably helps a lot of people, especially people who are sort of print disabled, people who have trouble engaging with printed text, like just have trouble reading or focusing while reading. Then clicking this thing and having it spoken out loud may help them be able to focus more because they're not having to do the visual task of trying to read. So it can be incredibly helpful for people with dyslexia or other types of neurodiversities or learning disabilities. It can help somebody who's blind, but it probably isn't, in my last testing, compatible with the operating system to the level where if I'm using my screen reader and Immersive Reader speaks, it doesn't mute my screen reader, nor would I necessarily want it to. So I think that's some of the complicated things. Immersive Reader is probably really great for a subpopulation. Having that feature built in doesn't necessarily solve the problem for somebody who accesses the computer using a screen reader. So if nothing else, then I'll sort of say, I bet this thing is incredibly helpful for a lot, but there's always these weird edge cases. And it's not even particularly an edge case. In my universe, blind people accessing computers with screen readers is like a bunch of people. But I think in the grand scheme of the statistics of what Microsoft is doing, that's a small population because they deliver, computer technology to billions of people, 1 billion people at least. But yeah, so I don't know if that was a talk around answer, but.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just one comment. So Dr. Kyle, this is Muhammad.
Hi, Mohammed.
Some people are asking because you invited them to contact you, or if they are interested to working together or collaborating, and
Oh yeah.
how do you like them to contact you?
Um,
In case because there is a person from India.
Oh, yeah.
He says she has a huge network of youth
Hey.
and change makers.
All right.
He likes to work with you.
All right, excellent. Me
So
too.
how
Which
do you
city? Email kyle.keen@bristol.ac.uk. Or
Is it okay to share the email?
yeah, you can put it in the chat and we can
Yeah.
send it to the participants, or kyle@kylekeen.com. Yeah. I'm not yet. I'm Googleable at MIT, so I also have that email if you can hunt me down that way. But yeah.
I have another question. I'm Menace again. Did you feel like, was there a moment when you were working on physics that you said, I shouldn't be in computing or applied physics or applied math, then I should shift into theoretical physics?
What drew me into theoretical from I was always kind of applied theory, let's say. So I wasn't purely theoretical. So I was specifically, there was my advisor had done a theoretical like pure math proof that you could in a quantum system do a partial measurement, and then if you took another partial measurement and got reverse answers, like a contradictory answer, it would actually restore the quantum state to its original state without you ever actually learning anything about it. They went and proved this uncollapsing in an experimental protocol, but they saw some result, which was it wasn't supposed to depend on how much information you extracted out of the system, but in reality it was, and that's because that protocol took longer time, and in longer time the quantum system would decohere, it would couple to the environment. And so I was doing theoretical modeling or sort of computational modeling of the system using theory of different types of decoherence elements in order to show that this was a perfectly reasonable thing to happen because the protocol just took longer. So it was still fairly applied theory. And then my weird contribution I sort of stumbled upon was that if you extract even more information than you should have, then you can actually take another thing and undo some of that environmental decoherence, but still very like, I used theory to propose a procedure that should be run on a quantum system in order to prove that my math was correct, which is still fairly like tight theoretical loop. So I don't know that I ever went like way too out into theory, because I was always kind of coupled to experimental protocols. So I don't know if that answers the question, or if you were looking more for like experimental into theory. That was mostly just driven because of my vision, and I wanted to work on a computer because working in a lab was getting to be not my cup of tea.
Just fast question. Doctor, just fast question. My question, there is opportunities to work to cooperation with you in environmental work like climate changes and water scarcity, wastewater management using machine learning like this. Thank you.
That's kind of a stretch out of my domain a bit. It could be. If you send me an email, we can set up a time to chat in more detail. But if I tend to be boundaried on, if it's not around helping somebody with a disability do something that they want to do, then I'll leave it to somebody else. So if it's about like optimizing the placement of water buckets for people to use to get to water sources to bring water back to their village or something, and optimizing that with consideration for the fact that not everyone's going to have the full ability of a like perfectly fit adult male, and maybe thinking about ways that you could not just run that optimization ignoring the fact that there's difference, that might get me excited. But more pure optimization may or may not kind of click with the priorities I presently have.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Kyle. It was really inspiring and we all enjoyed it. And I don't think that just Dr. Kyle is hungry. You all are. Yeah. Let's go have, yeah. Let's go have our lunch and let's get back within 50 minutes. We don't want to be late on Dr. Mona's 15.
Does the workshop happen in here or somewhere else?
15.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We don't want to be late on Dr. Mona's workshop. So please stick to time.
So lecture theater 3, it's on the third floor. As soon as you go up the stairs, it should be on your left. Yes, sir.
May I have your attention, please? Last year I had like a fun activity, a selfie activity, and it's all about like capturing the audience enthusiastic response. So I'll say a word, and then I need your response, like out loud and with a wave or maybe a thumbs up or something, like whatever you like. But if you can come closer, it's like a selfie activity. So come closer. Yeah. And I know you're hungry, I know.
I'll do Dr. Kyle here.
How the audience here?
Do you want to join us in the picture?
Sure.
Yeah.
Nope. So we could go right there, no?
Yeah, we can stand here.
All right.
And beside you, this is Ali.
Hi, Ali.
Who was presenting the model. Ali, this is Dr. Kylie.
Hi, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you want this microphone? Right now I feel very...
How do I don't know how
Don't
to
know.
take it off. Did he put it like through, or is it like?
I think he somehow clipped it. No, I think
Oh,
he
clip. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Perfect. Thank you. All right.
So it's very simple. I'll say inclusion, and I need your response with matters out loud. Okay.
Can you see us in the... No, they're gonna think the Can you see the bottom?
You ready?
Can you see here? Yeah. What do we do?
If you can just. I cannot see you. Yeah, I cannot see you. 15 minutes as well. Huh? Yeah, everyone like you. Okay, are you ready? I'll say inclusion, and then you say matters. Okay, you just say matters out loud, then with wave or some whatever you like. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Inclusion. Hey.
All right. Just saying, can you take ID one?
Charge. And then it's like in the same. Yes. The one I'm running, I'll show you.
All right.
And then it's really new. We have to go and see it. I just got it in my.
It's safe here, right? Yes, we're not actually coming back to this room. We're gonna go to lecture 3. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so we are done now, and we're taking 1 hour break. You can please come back later for the workshop, which is going to start in 1 hour from now. I hope you can hear me. So we're gonna take a lunch break, and we're gonna start the workshop 1 hour from now. It will be for 2 hours, and then we will have the poster presentation at the end of the day. All right, thank you all for coming. We'll see you in 1 hour.
which are trying to make science more interesting. So they're based on the idea that if only all young people could have a really interesting, engaging experience of science, then they'd study it. Or if only they had more information, then they might make the right decision. Or if only they have more support. So they're all based on the idea that the person who's not choosing STEM is somehow lacking something. We also know that there are lots of different inequalities: race, class, gender, disability, and so on. But often our policies or interventions are quite separate. And there's not a lot of support for teachers, lecturers, and people like that to really understand this quite complex issue. So in a sense, we're trying to, make them just work with their common sense understandings rather than supporting them properly. So even at my own institution, at the Institute of Education in London, we are one of the biggest teacher training departments in the world, faculties in the world. And even our students, if you're learning to be a teacher, you have a very, very tiny amount of time to understand and address issues of inequality. So as a result, we find these patterns of inequality in STEM generally, but also we find that in the sorts of interventions and things that are on offer, it's often a case of the privileged tend to get more of it than those who might arguably benefit best. In the UK, we also find it's getting a worse situation. So the Science Education Tracker is a survey of children in schools that the Royal Society, one of our professional societies, conducts. And they found that it's getting worse. So they're finding that particularly among young people, they're showing that they're less interested in subjects like science and computing. They're less confident that they're good at it. Fewer numbers are aspiring to continue with these subjects in the future. There's a growing gender gap, even though there's a lot of effort put into trying to engage women with STEM. And it's worse compared to other subjects as well. So there's a lot of concern nationally and internationally that whatever we're doing isn't totally working and we need to think about things differently. So when we go into schools and we interview students and we talk with them and survey them, here are some typical quotes that I hear time and time again. So often when I'm in a class, children will say to me, "Oh, science, what's the point? If I'm not going to be a doctor or a teacher or a scientist, why do I have to learn this?" Or in a lot of cases, they'll say, "Well, it's kind of interesting, but it's not for me. I'm not going to choose it." So our research is interested in trying to understand what shapes a young person's trajectory. So what makes one young person choose to go into STEM, whereas another doesn't, and why is that socially patterned? We're particularly looking at inequalities of gender, social class, and race and ethnicity. And our aim is we want to inform better, more inclusive policy and practice. So the study I'm going to talk about particularly was funded by the Research Council, one of our research councils, the Economic and Social Research Council, and it's been going since 2009. And we've been tracking a cohort of young people from age 10 up to 22. And we use mixed methods, so we use surveys and interviews with young people and their parents. And there are 6 data collection points, which I'll summarize in a moment. But across all of this data, we've got overall insights, which I'll share with you in a moment. But also, if you're interested in particular areas like chemistry, computing, engineering, or maths, we've got separate subject reports on those. We've also, over a large amount of time, because it's been going for like 15 years now, we've also got a lot of publications. So basically, if there's an area you're interested in, have a look at our website, because we've got over 44 academic publications that we may have covered that area. So we've surveyed young people, so in the UK at the end of primary school at age 10, and then every couple of years through until they're 22. So we've surveyed over 47,000 young people to date. We've conducted a lot of interviews, over 760, with a subset of young people and their parents. So we've got a breadth and a depth of understanding of what shapes young people's roots. And when we look across the data, we see that one of the key things jumping out is that it's not due to a lack of interest. So this is reporting survey data. So these columns here relate to the different ages. And you can see that when children are 10, that first blue bar, through into early secondary, actually, a lot of them are really finding science at school interesting, which is good. This purple bar is when they're age 15, 16, which is in the UK when we have national exams. And it's really hard to keep anything interesting then. There's so much to learn. It's all about learning to the test. But even then, nearly 70% of people are saying they're finding it interesting. And this column here is just young people who've chosen to continue with it once it's no longer compulsory. So it's not that it's not interesting. It's also not that their parents don't value it. So you can see here, the vast majority, all of their parents are saying it's really important that you learn science at school, apart from when it's no longer compulsory. It's also not that they have really negative images or stereotypes about scientists. You can see here, the vast majority are agreeing that scientists do valuable work. They also really strongly agree with statements like scientists make a positive difference in the world. They also think scientists earn quite a lot of money that not all scientists agree with, but young people are generally having positive views. But all of these positive views of science and scientists aren't translating into young people wanting to aspire to continue with science or be a scientist in the future. And this is really low compared to these positive views here. And although it looks like it varies a little bit statistically, there was no significant difference between the percentage who agreed they wanted to be a scientist at age 10 versus the percentage who agreed at age 18. And we were surprised about that, because actually, if you take all these positive views, and particularly when children are young, you kind of think maybe they think the world is their oyster, they could do anything that they're interested in, but it's really quite stable. We also find that if you look at the profile of who is saying that they agree that they'd like to be a scientist in the future, over time, it becomes more narrow. So over time, it's more likely to be young men from more privileged backgrounds who are more likely to say that they want to be a scientist. So all of our interventions are not helping in that set, they're not changing it. So we're interested in understanding what creates this gap between the young people seem to like doing science, but they don't want to be a scientist in the future. So when we look across all of our data, we can kind of boil it down to an interaction of 3 key elements, and we call these identity, capital, and field, which I'll talk through and explain in a moment. But in a nutshell, the more you feel your identity fits with a particular disciplinary area, so if you feel that your identity fits with physics, for instance, the more you have what we call the right sort of resources or capital to support that area, and the more that area makes it easier, not making it difficult for you to continue, the more likely you are to go into it. So we'll illustrate that in a minute with a couple of case studies, but I'll just explain a little bit more what we mean by those terms. So science or STEM identity is that sense of that I feel I'm kind of a science person, I feel I'm good at it, I feel people think I'm a good science person. And we have sets of questions, validated scales in our surveys to capture the extent to which a young person has a science or a STEM identity. And we find that statistically, that is positively related to the chances of a young person taking a STEM degree in the future. But identity is really interesting because it mediates factors like attainment. So attainment is important. Like if you don't do well in your science exams, you're very unlikely to be able to continue with science at degree level, but it mediates that too. So even when a student is really, really good at science and they find it interesting, identity can make the difference as to whether they take it or not. So for example, there's a young woman in the study called Kate, who I've interviewed. And when she was 18, I was interviewing her and saying, what do you want to do at university? And she was taking physics and a range of other science subjects at A level. And she said, well, I really like physics. It's really interesting, but I just feel it'd be too hard at university. I couldn't do it. Now, Kate was the highest achieving student in our whole sample. She had the very top grades in every single subject, including physics. So it wasn't that it was too hard for her. It's that she perceived or felt it would be too difficult. So it's an issue of identity. As we'll see through one of the case studies, capital resources is also important for supporting making your identity in that area possible. And one of the key problems we find again and again with science, particularly areas like physics, computing, engineering, and so on, is these ideas that you have to be naturally talented at it, naturally brilliant, and that some people have a maths brain or a physics brain and other people don't. And these are not borne out scientifically, but they're stereotypes that have a big impact on who continues, on the inequalities and who continues with it. So that's identity. The second area is what we call capital. And capital really just is a way of referring to all the resources, all the different sorts of resources you might have, social, cultural, economic, and so on. And again, we have scales to measure capital, and we find that the more science or STEM capital a young person has, statistically, the more likely they are to continue with it in the future. So if your parents were engineers, you may be much more likely to become an engineer in the future, and so on. And capital is not evenly spread across the population, it's uneven, and usually the more privileged you are, the more access you have to STEM forms of capital. So using statistical modelling of our survey data, we found that STEM capital positively links with the likelihood of taking STEM at higher levels, like doing a STEM degree. So that's perhaps something you might expect. But we also found that it's generally good for people. So irrespective of whether you go on to do a STEM degree, if you have a high level of science capital at 21, 22, you're also more likely to have active citizenship, to feel positive about the future, to have had higher job satisfaction, good health, feeling well prepared, and so on. So it seems to be a generally good thing to support more young people to have science capital. So you've got identity and capital, and then those interact with what we call the field. So the field is a bit like context, but in sociological terms, it's paying more attention to the power relations within it. But in this context, we can think particularly about the importance of schools and teachers as a field. And we find that there are dominant, everyday, regular practices in how we teach and learn STEM that often make it more difficult for some people to feel at home or comfortable there compared with others. So in our sample, we found repeatedly that, for example, young women would tell us things like, my teacher says you need a boy brain to study maths and physics. And this was even among girls in a very high attaining, independent, like private girls' school that was allegedly pro-science. We also found that, again, statistically, students, boys and more privileged students were much more likely to report receiving support and encouragement to continue with STEM from families and teachers and so on. And we found that particularly Black students in our sample had very high aspirations and high interest, but they had much less support from schools and settings to continue. So it was not an issue of lacking aspiration. When we talk to young people who continue with science, whether at A-level, at degree level, we often come up against this idea that there can be a chilly climate for people who don't fit the privileged stereotype of who does science. And even when young people had a lot of interest and a lot of support from their homes, their experiences in schools could negate that. So there's an example of one young person in our study called Vanessa, who's a young woman from a working class Black African heritage background who lives in London. Her dad was really, really pro-science. He had a science qualification from his country of origin. They bought her science kits. They took her to science things. They really, really encouraged her. She loved science. But as they got to the end of their interviews, as her and her dad said, her love for it wasn't enough. Her experiences of school science made her feel she wasn't good enough. And when we looked at young people in our sample who became socially mobile, so for example, from working class backgrounds who ended up in careers or universities that were a higher status to what they'd been born into, we found that luck was often a key factor. And by luck, we meant lucky access to particular forms of knowledge, support and resource, so particular forms of capital. And then even when young people did all the hard work and got to university, we found that actually in STEM subjects, young women are disproportionately, significantly more likely to report experiencing peer sexism, so sexism from young men in their courses, than young women who are not on STEM degrees. So there's a significantly more sexism in STEM degrees. So we haven't done the job there yet either. So to bring these themes to life, I'm just going to share a couple of case studies. So the first one is a young woman called Davina. And Davina is, she's from a white English and European heritage. She's a quite affluent family that she comes from. And her case is going to show this issue of identity, how identity, but particularly ideas of femininity, can relate to your subject choice. So when we first met Davina at age 10, she saw herself, and she is described by others as being intelligent. So you can see there a quote from her dad, who said, certainly she's intelligent, she's a very high achiever, and she was. Her family had a lot of science capital. So the family would talk about how in the evenings, they would sit around the dinner table, wearing their science t-shirts, talking about what science program they'd seen on the TV or whatever. She went to a very science-focused school, and perhaps unsurprisingly, she was into science and wanted to be a scientist. From age 12 to 14, she started to really like zoology and ecology. And you can see that the way she talked about how she felt about science related to her identity at this time. So she says there are two types of people who are into science, either really geeky people or people like her who she feels has a knack for it. And she says, and she explains that she plays guitar, does rowing, and does the girly stuff that other normal girls do. So for her, what she saw as normal femininity was related to biology. She felt that they fitted well. However, when she was age 15, 16, she changed, and she now decided she was more into physics. So like many students in the sample, she associated physics and maths with being an extremely intelligent person. But here, her identity has shifted. So now she says, I wouldn't say I'm a particularly feminine person. She says she swears a lot, she doesn't dress feminine, and she doesn't have a feminine voice. So again, she sees her identity as now fitting with what she perceives as the identity of physics. Changes again, 17, 18, she now really likes chemistry, and she wants to do chemistry at university. And her reasoning here is a bit like Kate's. She says, you know, if someone said, do you think you're clever enough to do physics at university? I would say definitely not, like no way could I do physics at university. And she says, I mean, I guess I'm probably smart enough to get the A level, by which she means get the top grade in the A level, which she does. So she is good at it. But she says, I don't think it necessarily means I'm that good at physics. So we found in our research across the board that young people associated being good at physics with not having to try, like being able to do it just naturally. This idea of, if you know the American TV program Sheldon, the character of the Big Bang Theory, that is the stereotype of the physicist. And anyone who had to work hard, and we would say actually most students have to work hard, felt that somehow they're not naturally as good. And we think that's around stereotypes about physics. It's, you can do maths slow and take your time and be good at it. It's not all about just being fast or getting the answer right first time or putting your hand up. Age 2021, she goes and she does a chemistry degree, and we interviewed her in her second year. But she was already saying, I'm enjoying the chemistry, but I'm not going to continue with it. Once I leave, I might go into finance or a different sector. And you can see here again the idea of identity. She says, I'm only kind of a chemist. There are moments when I think, oh my God, I'm so stupid. What kind of genius do you have to be doing this? I think everyone here is so much smarter than me. No one else is struggling, but I am, and I shouldn't be here. Now, she was not failing. She was doing absolutely fine. But it's this perception, again, that makes you feel that you don't belong. So I think Davina's case is interesting because it shows how powerful these stereotypes of like the Sheldon idea are. And it also is about how getting you onto the degree is just not the end point. Often our policy assumes we just have to get more people onto STEM degrees, and then that will sort everything out for the so-called pipeline. But actually, lots of people leave the degrees or choose not to go into it afterwards. So it's not the end. When we look at who doesn't complete their degrees, again, this is national data from England, we see that it varies between different subjects. So physics, it's lower. It's really high in computing, comparatively, like almost double the amount. And we also found that on some degrees like computing, students were much less positive this is across all different universities. And they tended to feel less of a sense of belonging, less comfortable. We also found that when you look at who leaves their degrees, who doesn't complete, it's not random. So if you're from a lower socioeconomic background, if you're from a racially minoritized background, you're much more likely to leave your degree without finishing it than other students. So again, we'd say we need to look at what support we're providing there. And we also found when we surveyed students that there was still a lot of sexism on degrees in English universities. But it wasn't from lecturers, it was predominantly from peers. So again, there's just a couple of quotes here from young women talking about what they felt was sometimes the chilly climate. It wasn't overt, it was often subtle. It was feeling that you're not getting taken seriously by your lab partners. Lots of women would say, often we're getting asked to be note takers rather than doing the main part of the experiment in a lab group or so on. Or this sort of being undermined or assumed that you've got the answer wrong or being talked over. So we've looked at Danielle, who went into STEM. Sorry, we looked at Davina. We're now going to contrast her with Danielle. So Danielle is from a white working class background. Again, like Davina, she was really interested in science, wanted to be a scientist. When we met her at age 10, 11, she'd done a few out of school activities, but she came from a family where no one had been to university before. In her teenage years, she really wanted to be a scientist. She got put in the bottom attainment groups. We like to put children in sets, what we call them in England. But she worked really hard and she worked her way up to the top groups. But we stream children in the UK onto either an elite science route at around the age of 13, 14, or a non-elite route. So about 25% of people go on what's called the triple science elite route and the rest don't. And she said, I'm not, even though she's in the top set, she said, it would have been too hard, I'd have failed, there's no point, I didn't do that route, which makes it harder for her to continue with science. But she really loved physics and she wanted to do it at A level. She's a bit disappointed to get B grades in her national exams, but she applied for physics at A level, age 17, 18. But her school channeled her away from it. So they did it subtly. They sort of take her aside in the corridor and say, are you sure? Physics is really, really hard. Are you sure you want to do it? You might not do very well. And she felt that nobody saw her as a physicist. She was definitely not like Sheldon. She describes herself, as you can see here, as a bit of a party girl. She's very glamorous. She does her hair. She has extensions and the fake eyelashes and nails. And she looks very glamorous. But she says, because of the way she looks, everyone thinks I'm dumb, but I'm not. And I seem dumb because I do my makeup and my hair, and I seem like a blonde bimbo. So she feels she's not recognised as a legitimate physics student, that you have to look a particular way. It's not just about your brain. At home as well, she's not recognised as intelligent, she feels. She talks about how her dad turned around and says, "You're not clever enough to go to college." She says, "Yes, I am." He doesn't know I'm clever. He thinks what everyone else thinks, that I'm not clever because I look like this, but I'll prove him wrong. And it's not even just school and home. She says people she doesn't even know assume that she's not academic. So she talks about going to a careers fair and she's trying to go towards the science stand, and a woman comes across the floor, intercepts her and says, "You look like you'd like to do beauty, young lady." So she never feels she gets seen as academic. She goes off and she does a sociology degree, which to me is a win. I think very good for her. But in terms of her long-term interest and love of science and what she could have brought to science, I think it can also be seen as a loss. So I think what Danielle's case study shows us is that for some identities, it can feel almost impossible to be recognised as, for example, in this case, white working class, popular femininity girl, a girly girl, and being a legitimate physicist. And it also shows, I think, what Jenkins says, that exclusion is very powerful through self-exclusion. We socialise young people to feel that maybe you're not the right sort of person for this area and that they will exclude themselves. But it also shows how schools and the education system play a part. So the reason that Danielle's teachers took her aside and said, "Are you sure you want to do physics? It's really hard," is not because they're evil and mean. It's because in England, we have grade severity, which means that physics, chemistry, and a couple of other subjects are marked harder than other subjects. So it's harder to get onto them. So schools do more gatekeeping. So these sorts of practices make these stereotypes real as well. And I'm just going to contrast now with a final case study of Leilani. So Leilani is also from a white working class family, but she has a very different identity. So she describes herself as not girly. Her mum has no science background, no one has been to university, but her mum encourages her to do tinkering at home. Her mum is very relaxed about her taking apart electronic or other devices and not knowing how to put them back together again. And her mum talks to her about science, even though she doesn't have a science background. She has a privileged friend who has a lot of science capital, and her friendship opens up different opportunities for her. And she comes to see herself as being a good at maths and a sort of techie sort of person. In her teenage years, she's from a single parent household, but her mum gets a new partner, and her new stepdad has a civilian job at an airbase. And he, by chance, introduces her to this organisation called Air Cadets, which is a kind of after-school club run by the Air Force around, lots of it is around introducing you to engineering. So she still sees herself as not girly. She plays rugby and she loves Air Cadets. So she goes twice a week and she really experiences engineering regularly. She gets all these experiences she wouldn't have ever known about. And she becomes really, really interested in engineering. Her school channel her onto the low status double science route, like we saw with Danielle. But she decides she wants to apply for aeronautical engineering. That's her passion. So she applies for the course, she gets accepted, but then the bad luck is that that course shuts and doesn't run. So she can't take it. And she can't afford to go to the college further away that offers it. So she has to stay at her local institution and she takes mechanical engineering instead. So she enjoys the engineering, but on her course, she's maybe one or two of the only girls on the course. And the boys on the course are really, really horribly sexist. They mock her, they say horrible things the whole time. But she has a female tutor who really supports her, who helps her get through it and who helps challenge some of the boys' behaviours. She goes on, does work experience at a local engineering company. She goes on and gets an apprenticeship. She ends up working there. And she does well. But again, her context is really male. She is the only woman engineer in the whole company. And she gets a lot of harassment, a lot of sexism. But her way of dealing with it, like many of the young women who work in who go into very male-dominated areas, is she works extra hard. And she says, "I'll just prove them wrong. I'm going to prove myself." Her manager moves her into quality control because he says that's more suitable for a lady. But she still plans to stay there. Her plan is to move up and to become a manager. So I think what Leilani's case shows is the importance of capital, of resources over time, not just a one-off intervention. It wasn't just a one-off event she went to. It was going to the repeated air cadets, the engineering thing over time that really supported and made that identity possible. And she also had to navigate these issues of luck and bad luck as well. And I think her case also underlines that we do need to think about the culture. Is it ethical to keep encouraging people, in this case, young women, into an area if we're not prepared to actually make the culture itself more friendly and less hostile? So to conclude, young people's STEM trajectories, they're complex, they're challenging, they involve these interactions of identity, capital and field. But at the heart of it, it's not about a lack of interest per se or a lack of motivation. We think out-of-school experiences have a part to play, but they're just one part. We really need to look at the education system and how do we support more young people to have these long-term wraparounds of support over time. And I do like an analogy, and I think you can think of this a bit like the analogy of a fish swimming upstream. So in this case, the young person is the fish, the salmon, having to work really hard to keep going against the force of the water, so the system, the cultures and the practices that sort of push back against you. So this makes the education policy question, do we only focus on interventions that are about making the fish stronger? So like mentoring or supporting, let's say in this case, women into STEM, or do we also need to focus on changing the waterway? So changing the things that make it hard in the first place, that are creating these inequalities. And we would say we don't do enough of the changing the waterway, and that's what we need to do more of. So just to sum up, what can we do? We think we need to support young people's identities and capital more. We need to focus on changing practice, not changing young people. We need to support teachers, lecturers, educators to understand inequalities better. We need to focus on peer sexism and making more equitable experiences to help more young people to stay in STEM degrees once you get there. If you are interested in, this is just a resource around the anti-sexism. This is around how do you be a STEM ally? So rather than trying to just change women and support them, how do we get more young men to also support changing the culture of departments? We've got leaflets and posters around that, which are free. And there's just some links to our research if you're interested, but I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. So now let's move on to the questions. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Professor. Amazing talk. It's super, super interesting. I got a lot of questions, but I'll just go with one for now. We can go to the rest later. Because in ReachSci, we're really interested in interventions, and this is what we want to do in terms of capital. And you said, I forgot the name, Lilian, or the third intervention.
Leilani.
Yes. Yeah. What is a good duration? Well, let's say if we have a spectrum of interventions, what is the ideal intervention? What is good and what is good enough? So just to see, even from us now, to think about how do we design programs so they can provide, sufficient interventions. And then Ali also have a question after me.
Good question.
Yes. Yeah. Questions from Ali?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Louise, for the very interesting research. I was thinking about the idea of identity and congruity with the between the subject area and the person. So I was thinking one intervention maybe is to change the way that the subject is portrayed. So physics can be perceived as more feminine rather than more masculine, to draw another segment of students. But I think that can also alienate another segment. So I think it can be difficult to find an optimal point of portraying subjects. So I'd like to have your opinion on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. So the first one about the interventions. In an absolutely ideal world, we would have interventions that go from really young all the way up, all through your, through your professional life as well. Obviously, that can be not always entirely feasible, but I think there's some of the key points are, I think, around early on, like you could see even on the first graph, like very few, even 10-year-olds think that they can be a scientist. So I think stopping those ideas taking hold really early on is important. Then at key transition points, so in whichever system you're in, if there's a key point where people are choosing that then closes off their options, I think that's important. And then through higher education and in the workplace as well, I think we just lose a lot of people. And those cultures are so powerful that I think if we can make those more inclusive, it also has a sort of trickle-down effect as well. And I take your point that, if you're with the second question of, is it that we should make physics more feminized? And I say it's not really, I'd actually say we don't really need to make it masculinized or feminized, that actually it should be about an inclusive culture is a subject that can be, anyone can find their place in. So it shouldn't be that it's just portrayed as one thing or the other. And I think that's the sort of culture shift we're trying to work towards. So at the moment, some of the things that make it feel masculine are the things we say and do about it. So not the physics formulas themselves. It's, for example, lots of young people say it's very common that their teacher will say to them, okay, I'm going to teach you this. You might not quite understand it, but that's a higher level thing. So just wait. And lots of young people say, physics is like constantly waiting, like the real physics is, oh, you're not doing it at school yet. The real physics comes later on. And practices like in maths, in schools in England, for example, we teach people that being good at maths is about being fast and being quick and competitive. And actually, you can be really good at maths doing maths slow as well. You don't have to recite times tables and be the quickest to recite it, which we constantly, like children in primary schools, constantly learning. Kids in our study said, I knew I was good at maths because I'd finish first and get to go outside and play football. And so I knew I was one of the good kids at maths. So there's lots of research on how if you teach science or teach maths in different ways, it opens it up. So we've got a teaching approach with teachers that we've co-developed with primary and secondary teachers, which works with any curriculum, but it's about how you connect young people to the subject. So it's about what examples do you use? How do you show it relates to everybody's lives, not just some people's lives? So I think there's things we can do to change the culture of subjects in that way.
We have somebody raised their hand.
Yeah, we have a question.
We have a question first.
Yes.
Yeah,
Go.
First, thank you for this inspireful project. Honestly, regarding the Vienna case, I have I want to ask, is there any follow-up procedure with anyone, or how can I identify the best, area for me if I find myself even good in each subject, but I want to know what's the best that I can contribute more.
So how would you choose a particular subject?
Yeah.
If you're good at them all?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think, again,
Most of it, not all.
Yeah. So every person's different.
If she went to area, she don't feel like she's belong, even if there is no something wrong. I feel the same way. I interest in many. I am interested in science since I was young. In physics, chemistry, math, everything, even social. But still now, I don't know what's I should focus on.
Yeah, yes, that's challenging. I mean, I think it's so some of the young people in our study were also similar. They liked lots of things. They were good at lots of things. And I think often people choose based on then like where you feel more comfortable, like if you go and visit the different faculties or so some young people in our study ended up choosing in that way because they felt more comfortable in some settings than others. But also I think, I mean, definitely in careers of myself and my colleagues, very few people have a very straight career that's just you choose one subject and then you never change. The further on you get, the more interdisciplinary lots of working tends to be, and there's always opportunities. So for example, I started off in psychology, but now I'm in sociology and education, and I think particularly at high levels with interdisciplinarity, people value what you bring. So whatever you've done, you'll be able to bring that, and then you'll be able to also shift and explore further. So I wouldn't worry too much about, go with what you feel is right for you to choose, and there'll be more opportunities.
Like discover something, add something to the work, and that need efforts and to find your rights.
Yeah, and I think being open to lots of opportunities. So I didn't know what I wanted to study. It sort of emerged. But I think whatever you go into, if you can take many opportunities. So for example, even the experience of the young people, we could see that when they were young, if they did lots of different things, or at any age, if they were doing a range of experiences, they then had that to help, something would spark an idea and then they'd be able to follow that. So I think being open to things and taking part in things like this, I'm sure is helpful as well to find your...
Okay, we have a comment. Before I get to the questions, we have a comment from the online audience. The movie Legally Blonde depict the sexism problem too, considering that the female lead character, Ellie Woods, was depicted as a fashionable, bubbly, and somewhat stereotypically blonde, in which it is impossible for her to enroll at Harvard Law School.
Yes, very similar. Yes, good analogy. So yeah, that idea that some people, or particular ideas of particular forms of femininity, so it can be that form, but it can be other forms, are somehow seen as not serious or not proper. And I know that there's research as well on women in science, like women physicists in their careers, saying, well, I always dress in a particular way when I want to be taken seriously. I wouldn't dress in a way that's seen as, not authentic physicist.
Right.
I have typed my question. No, I typed down my question. Please, can Prof answer me too?
Yes, you can go ahead, ask your question.
I typed it in the chat.
Yeah, you can go ahead and ask your questions if you like. Or you wanted me to read it? It is here, but if you want, you can just ask your questions.
Okay, my question is that I was saying, what role do we think hands-on projects-based learning and real-world application can play in speaking students' interest in science and computing? And how can we incorporate this approach to STEM in education? That was the first question. And I asked the second question, what should talk about STEMs in girls? So this prompted my mind to ask this question, that what policy or programmatic interventions do we think are most effective in addressing the leaky pipeline of young women and underrepresented minority in STEM and education, and why is it? And also asked, she answered the question now, present, and she gave an answer switching to a different discipline to another discipline now. And also concerning STEM, is it possible for one who has a background of computing to switch from either engineering or physics for undergraduate studies, like to further his education, having a background in computing, specifically statistics?
Thank you. So I'll take them in terms of the order they're written down here. So what's most effective interventions for addressing the leaky pipeline? I'd say if I had to go with one thing only, my ideal would be lots of things, but I'd say teachers in schools. So I think school is where so many young people get their ideas of what is science or what is engineering. And if we don't get that right, even if you have a really fantastic out of school intervention, it's so many years you have to go through school and it's a big battle. So I think I would invest in teachers. We've seen in the work we've done in separate studies that where you support teachers to understand the principles of inclusive teaching, that actually it makes a huge difference. So the students in those classes engage so much better, their aspirations change, and they actually attain better as well because they can see the point of it, it resonates. So I think that is a really doable thing. It's just not getting done. And hands-on project-based learning, real-world applications, yeah. I think showing the relevance of STEM is really valuable, really important, and where people can find their own connections. So where students in our sample could bring their own really personal interests, that made them really connect with the area. So one young woman had terrible acne and she ended up going into chemistry looking at acne treatments because she'd been able to do a project that allowed her to explore that in detail, which she couldn't have done just through the regular curriculum. So I think these sorts of things, but you can bring your own values and what meaning you want to use, what you want to use STEM to achieve is really valuable. And yeah. Right.
There's a question at the top.
Yeah, so questions from Iman. What is the best strategy plan to support people like the first class study, Davina, who believe they don't belong there and don't believe that they can achieve things even though they have the capabilities like anyone else who achieve the same thing?
Thanks. So again, I think it comes back to how we support teachers and the cultures of teaching and learning. So at school, you know, we need to challenge these ideas of that you have to be this natural genius to do physics, and that if you're working hard, you're somehow not as good. And also research shows that the people who appear that they're not working hard often are working hard. They're just doing a good job of pretending that they're not. And in the university as well. So at schools and universities, I really think if we focus on the culture and making it feel inclusive and everyone can find themselves in STEM, it will make a huge difference.
Let's take a question from the person, audience.
Hello, Professor. You recently published an article about the equity compass.
Oh, yeah.
So how important such practices are in the current workshop topic, if you could tell us.
Thank you. So, and thank you for reading our work. So fantastic. So the equity compass is a tool that we co-devised with educators because we would often say it's really important if you want to improve the culture of whether it's your classroom or your intervention to take a social justice approach to it. And they quite rightly said to us, well, what do you mean? How do we know we're doing it? What would that look like? It's just words otherwise. So we worked with them over several years to develop a reflective tool that basically helps you ask questions of what you're doing. So there's a version for teachers, a version for STEM ambassadors, version for school leaders, policymakers, people who work in intervention settings. And it helps you think about key dimensions of equity and then reflect, and you can plot your progress. So it's like a circle and you want to be moving outwards. So we think things like that are just practical tools that can help educators. So if you're a student and you go into, sometimes you might go into a local school and tell them about your subject area to inspire people. It can just help you be aware of and challenge any of those unwitting stereotypes that you might be sharing. And it helps teachers as well, or people to reflect on their practice. So I think it's just a way that we can scaffold and support people to consider equity in whatever they're doing. Thank you.
Okay, one question from the... Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor, for that presentation. Mine is actually a practical scenario that has actually put me in a fix. It's about my daughter. She's 13 now, and she is in secondary school here in my country from Nigeria. I guess that's high school. She's in her year 3 and she's 13. And she has issues. She had issues with mathematics, but she wants to study computer engineering, and her teachers feel she can do well in the arts because she can read a novel now and tell you the entire story. She represents them in oral presentations, and so they feel that she'll be better in the art courses, but she feels she wants to study computer engineering. And even though she's trying she's trying in her mathematics, but she's really not so good. And next session, the next academic year, she's going to be defining her career, whether to go in for sciences and for arts. Frankly speaking, I myself don't know what to say in this situation. I was just thinking maybe you may have some form of advice for me, for my daughter. Then number two question is, you see, when you see adverts for scholarship to go in for masters, postgraduate, you will see the adverts stating you have to have a first class, you have to have a minimum of second class upper, but sometimes you begin to wonder, there are things that surround someone who comes out even with a second class lower. There are scenarios that actually follow this result. So why do we emphasize? Because sometimes the person that came out with first class, when it comes to practical, when it comes to research, is not better than the person that came out with a 2-2. Yet we specify that in our scholarship and pursuits and all of that. So I was just wondering, what's the rationale for that?
It's so if I take your second point first, so you're asking about the rationale for why very high levels are requested. I think on a practical level, often universities or organisations giving out scholarships need a way of sifting and judging between, they often get many, many, many applications. So I think that the fairest way that some organisations use is what they call contextual offers. So they take into account who it is who's applying. So if you're from, for example, in the UK, if you're from a very, very privileged background, if you achieve the top marks, you may not have had to have worked as hard and you may have had a lot more support to get those marks compared if you come from a more disadvantaged background where you might not have got quite as high, or if you got quite as high, you may have had to work much harder and had much less support. So sometimes offers are different for different people. And I think that can be a good form of equity. So equity is not treating everyone the same, but giving differentially according to need and taking into account that person. So yeah, is it just about they've only done exams, or if you need practical skills, how do you assess those? So I think the more an organisation does that, the more helpful it is, but not every organisation does it. And then I think you were asking about your daughter as well. And it's a shame that she's getting advised to do something that she'd rather do something else, not getting support for that from the school, which is very common as well. I think it often depends on the person. So we've had young people in our study who said, well, this is what I want to do. People are telling me not to, but I'm going to do it anyway, and I'm going to try my best. And I think if you're that sort of person, that's fantastic. And we've got examples of young people who have proved other people wrong. They were often doubted or thought that they couldn't do it, and they did. And we've had other young people who have tried and it's not worked out because they haven't had that support. So I think it always depends on the individual, and we know that going into these areas can be really rewarding and pay off really well, but it can also be really hard if they're not being supported and recognised. So I think at the end of the day, it's about your own personal resilience in that context, and what it would mean for your daughter.
Yeah, one last question is from the online, and then we have one last question from the in-person. Okay. Hello, for a person who is deeply passionate about science and his field of study, however, he often faces confidence challenges due to different kinds of barriers to achieve. At the same time, he believes in his potential and his love for what he does because it keeps him going. Could you share advice on how we can overcome these barriers and build more confidence in his abilities, especially when communicating in scientific settings? for presenting his work?
Great question, thank you.
Interesting, by the way. The female was a question, but she said he. I thought that was interesting.
So I think key is getting support from other people. I think particularly like some of the young women in our study felt very similar and would say, I feel really quite alone. Where you can find support, whether it's from settings like this, people in your own institution, support's so important. There are other people who will be feeling what you feel. And I think getting that, social networks of support can be really, really valuable. But also, I think we all collectively need to really encourage our institutions to take this seriously. We shouldn't be letting people feel alone or making them feel alone in this way. And I think this is also why, if we're in the situation where we're feeling very comfortable in our department, we should also be taking that role as an ally and saying, actually, does everyone feel supported? Does who's lacking confidence? What can we do? How can we all work together? Because we all want to create a really positive STEM culture where everyone can thrive, because we all want to help people progress and progress STEM. So I think, I would say seek out others yourself, but also anyone here in your departments, try and become those allies as well.
Thank you. Yeah, one last question.
طبعا sorry you are certainly, it is a very, very impressive presentation, Professor. Thank you for this. Actually, I have a philosophical question about this, because it is very important for me and for my dissertation, because every project or every policy or every strategic studies must include the social impact assessment. Like we did for my specialized, I did environmental impact assessment, technical impact assessment, sometimes economical impact assessment, but the social impact assessment, very, very important. My question is, the question is very philosophical, and it is essential. Did you think the choosing of the specialized or the path of the girls, or let's say the gender path choosing, depend upon what the people need, what the society need, what the country or organization need, or what do you think? If you want to inspire people to get a special path, what the consideration do you take in this? Thank you.
Thank you. Really good question. So you're right, there are lots of needs that get taken into account. I think currently in the UK, we have a system that is too driven by what the perceived needs of the economy are. So I'm not saying those aren't important, but I think when it means that the way we do interventions is not driven by the interests of the people in question. So I think, I want to widen participation in STEM, because I think it's good. I think we need it globally, to solve global challenges that are out there. I think that's really important. I think it's good for social mobility. I think we have better STEM. We make better decisions, better inventions and discoveries when it's done by diverse, inclusive teams. And I also think it's important as a social justice issue that, that people should be able to go into these areas if they're passionate about it, and they shouldn't feel that they're excluded for any reason. But I think part of the reason we've not been very effective in widening participation is because the national agenda has driven it, and we've not understood why people are feeling that they don't want to go into it. So I think if we took more of a perspective, say, a young person who doesn't want to go into STEM, they may have very good reasons for that, but some of the reasons may be because they don't feel, clever enough, or like the examples we're seeing. And we need to change that culture in order to facilitate the wider aims as well. So I think all of the aims are important ideologically, but at the moment we've given too much emphasis to one of them, which means we actually don't design very effective interventions. So I don't know if that makes sense as an answer.
Okay, so one person from the online, they're asking about the contact information. Is that, are these like the social media accounts and the email is working like it's the direct contact?
That's, yes, so those are our project ones. So I am very old-fashioned. I'm not personally on any social media. So I have young team members who understand these things, who run those accounts. So going to our website, you will find all our things. I personally I'm not on X or Instagram or anything like that because I'm way too old. But yeah, people are. So you can find.
Yeah, so they're
our
just
team.
asking about the like a career guide or something, career advice. So they can contact you for like with these
Those will get you to our project team.
and then they can pass that to you, right?
Yes. They should be
Okay.
able to.
Perfect. It's on the screen. Okay, thank you. Now, thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Professor.
you very much.
And now we will have like a 15 minutes coffee break, and then we get back to the session, the third, and the workshop. Yeah, the workshop will be here.
Thank you. Thank you.
One is that we have 70% of the cases of melanoma are superficial spreading melanoma. So I think this in the screen. Okay, that's it. Thank you. So what are the causes of this melanoma? How can we prevent it from happening? Or if we already have one, how can we stop it from growing? So we need to know the basics of a cancer, of a tumor cell. So a cancer of a tumor cell, it's a cell that has a mutation or an alteration that they start to reproduce uncontrollably. So it's an uncontrolled proliferation of a cell, like a single cell. Every cancer that we know nowadays, the basic molecular pathway is that one, that is uncontrolled cell growth. So in this type of cancer, in skin cancer, melanoma, we have two different pathways that are the most important ones to know when we're discussing the pathogenesis, the causes. And the most important one is this one, the MAP kinase pathway, that this is the primary driver that is going to cause this melanoma. So mutations in this pathway are going to cause that type of cancer. As well, another type of the signal pathway is this one, that is a transcription factor. That is one that is going to produce in the nucleus, in some part of the cell, that type of cancer. So this one as well is important because it's going to regulate the melanin production, cell cycling, and survival. So you're thinking, what's melanin? What's that stuff? So that stuff is some substance that is inside of melanocytes. That's the name of the cell that it's going to produce, and it's going to give the pigment to our skin. So that's the main focus in melanoma. So this is what the investigation was about. This was the whole thing, the thing behind our studies. So I know it's kind of tricky when you see it, but let's go through it so we can understand everything. So this one is the melanocyte stimulating hormone. So as I already told you, melanocytes are the cells that I'm going to produce the pigment in their cells, okay? So that is going to activate a cascade that is going to give you what? The transcription factor for what? For the pigmentation, cell cycling, and survival. So this is going to activate the cascade that is going to give the pigmentation, cell cycle, and survival. This is actually important, but it's not the most important of the topic. The most important one is this one, the one in the middle. So you're going to have a ligand, you're going to have an stimuli that is from outside, and is going to activate this pathway. And as I already mentioned, if you know the basics of a tumor, of a cancer, that we already know that it's what? An uncontrolled proliferation. Thank you. So if you know this pathway actually is altered in 20 to 40% of tumors around the human system, like bladder, as well as pulmonary tumors, as well as thyroid, pancreas, and many of them. So actually this pathway is really important. It's the most important one. And the one that we're going to focus in melanoma is this one, the BRAF pathway. Because some studies have said that over 60% of people that have melanoma have a mutation in this signaling molecule. So imagine 1 of every 2 persons with melanoma, they will have a mutation in this one. So what do you think is going to happen? As this it said, they are going to make treatments, therapies, so they can stop, so they can inhibit that signal pathway. And what is going to happen? You are going to reduce the tumor size, you are going to stop it from growing, and the tumor, the cancer, the melanoma, skin cancer, is going to shrink, is going to make them smaller. So this is what we're going to see it. And this as well is going to stop from what? From getting to this pathway for the pigmentation, cell cycling, and survival. So if you have a cell that is not reproducing, that is not living, what is going to happen? It's going to die. So the tumor is going to no longer exist. So this is really important to know because of the molecular pathways that we're going to see in skin cancer in this presentation, but as well in other types of cancers. So what's the current treatment in melanoma right now? So the cornerstone of this melanoma actually is surgical. It's the best way that we can treat it, but it's the best way when we are in early stages. When we have advanced stages, we have different types of treatments like immunotherapy, target therapies, and different others like chemotherapy and other stuff. So what's immunotherapy you're imagining? Well, immunotherapy, it's a treatment that is nowadays the best that we can have, that they are going to boost your immune system to respond to tumor cells. Actually, in 2018, a Nobel Prize was given to the people that they discovered these checkpoint inhibitors. So you can see the huge importance that is nowadays. And this is not only for melanoma. This as well is for other types of cancer as well. So you can see the big importance that we're seeing now. And as well, this is more specifically type of treatment that if you know the pathways, you can block that pathway from going. So if we know that melanoma the mutation in BRAF, the one that I already told you, is the one that is causing this. If you block it, you block the cancer from growing. So this is actually pretty good. And this is a new treatment that it's going on in different types of cancer as well. So what are the future directions and challenges that we want to know in this type of cancer? So we want to enhance the understanding and resistant mechanisms of target therapies. So we can give new therapies and we can give new treatments to the people that they have these resistant types of cancers, as well to develop combination therapies and to give a more specific treatment. So as a conclusion, I want to give that here the advances in the understanding of the molecular pathways so we can revolutionize melanoma treatment and as well other types of treatments in cancers. So I want to thank you and want to give a special acknowledgements to Dr. Roberto Anaya because he's the one that made me be here in this program. Thank you. Thank you.
So we are ready to take questions from the audience, please.
Does anyone have a question? Don't be shy. I can answer.
Could you go back to the cascade slides?
Yes. A little bit further. That one.
Yeah, this one.
That one.
So this is the normal cascade to produce melanin, right? But if we block the BRAF, what will happen to melanin production?
To melanin.
Yeah. This is the process where normal pigmentation ends.
Yes.
Okay. If we block it in the middle, what will happen to melanin production in the future? Will it be affected or only cancer cells?
Only cancer cells, that's the one.
Okay, so the process of the production
It depends because immunotherapy, that's the thing that it's like getting tricky because as well it's targeting the normal cells. So you have to we're getting a little bit of investigation behind this so we can target just the ones that are
okay,
the
so
cells that
same problem with chemotherapy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay.
We have many very nice comments from the online audience.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like they are for your friends. Yeah, very nice comments. And there's a question here. Are there any severe side effects of to these medications?
Okay, I mean, as for any medication that you take, there are going to be side effects. So you just have to regulate the amount, the dosage that you're going to use. And with your physician, it shouldn't be any problem. But as well as any medicine thing, it could be side effects you could have. Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
How do I? Oh, okay, thank you.
Oh, that was nice. I'm full of life. Yeah. Joyful. Yeah. I like these people.
So our next speaker is Mr. Paul. The title is the title of the talk is effects of climate change on the performance of Andama cattle in the Gambia. So please welcome Mr. Paul.
The slides?
Yeah, to
The
point.
Yeah.
Point
Mhm.
to-
No, to set the slides.
See?
Slide one to slide two.
To share? Then
Because here, so from slide one to slide two to slide three, where do I shift it? Yeah, from
You wanna
here, then
shift?
to come here. If I want to shift it.
You want to shift? You can use the mouse here. Just
Okay.
use the mouse.
Okay.
Just click here and then use the mouse.
Okay.
It works, right?
Yeah.
Let me check the screen. Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paul Gomez. I'm from the Gambia School of Agriculture and Environmental Science, University of the Gambia. I'll be presenting on effects of climate change on the performance of Ndama cattle in the Gambia. Slide. Yeah, as you can see, this is me on the picture with the ReachSci logo wearing the T-shirt as I was conducting the survey. As I mentioned my name for the benefits of those who don't know me, my name is Paul Gomez from the University of the Gambia. A participant of ReachSci Conference 2024 on the Animal Physiology and Mini Program Research Society. Yeah, as I made mention, this is the introduction. The livestock sector in the Gambia is plays a vital role in the production of the country, contributing to 8%
And
of
then
the
we can see the
national
presentation.
8% of the GDP, and providing essential food, income, and employment for its people. You see me?
No?
Can you see now?
Yes, we can see.
Yeah, as I did mention, livestock production or livestock sector is a very important element in the which contributes to the GDP of the country, 8%, providing food, income, and employment for its people. But despite its importance, there are so many constraints in this sector which are being affected by climate change and which needs to be mitigated. Yeah, some of the questions of this study is what are the effects of climate change affecting the performance of Ndama cattle in the Gambia, and how the breed resilience can be leveraged to mitigate the impact of climate change. Objectives of this study is to determine the performance of Ndama cattle and the resilience of the effects of climate change. The study was conducted in the Upper River region of the Gambia, which has one town called Basse, with 7 districts. Among these districts, two of the districts were chosen, which is Sandu and Wuli West. Why the study was conducted in this area is because it has the highest cattle population in the Gambia, and it also has the hottest region in the Gambia, ranging from 16 degrees Celsius in the Harmattan season and 38 degrees Celsius in the hot period, which ranges from June to November. The survey was conducted in a constructive questionnaire, which involves the demographic of the farmer, the personal information of the farmer or the respondent, farm characteristics, economic characteristics of the farmer, and outbreaks. The sampling techniques which we are used was the sampling size and calculated using the cluster sampling techniques, and sample size was demonstrated using the Yemen. In the Sandu region, you have over 322 cattle herd owners, and in Wuli West, you have over 58 cattle herd owners. So the sampling size which was used was the cluster sampling size that was used to determine and was calculated, and I had a total of 195 respondents. In the region, according to the respondents from the survey, 90% of Fullers, there's a tribe called Fuller, the Fulani tribe involved in cattle production, with most of its population were uneducated. Additionally, 95% of labor was from family members, which means in the Gambia, they produce subsistence farming. They are only subsistence farming, not commercially, whereas making it difficult to meet market need or to feed its population. Most of the reared breeds in the Gambia are Ndama cattle. I would like you to note that the Ndama cattle is the breed that is more tolerant to the environment in the Gambia, and it is also a breed that is disease resistant. But when it comes to production level, the Ndama cattle has low production compared to other breeds, when it comes to milk and milk production. But the reason why in the Gambia they choose the Ndama cattle is because it is tolerant to the environmental conditions, whereas reducing the financial burden on the farmers in terms of treatment. The rate of loss of animals is high during the hot period. Why is the rate of loss of animal high in the dry period? It's because these farmers are poor farmers and they have little or no income to feed their farmers commercially using commercial feed or conventional feeds. So they predominantly depend on grasses in the rainy season. So in the dry season, the grasses dry up and sometimes there is bushfire cost. This will lead to lack of feed and water in the dry season. That is why you have high loss of animals in the dry season. Most of the diseases found in this area are CBP, FMD, which is foot and mouth disease. You have high tick infestation, and trypanosomiasis, which is a sleeping sickness caused by testifly on cattle. The growth production of the cattle or the Ndama cattle is of no significance because the cattle will have less feed in the dry season, poor conversion of feed, little or no water to be given. Sometimes the cattle are being given water once a day, whereas compromising the growth of the cattle in the dry season. Reproduction also, the cattle, it is very difficult for cattle to be conceived in the dry season. It is very difficult because the cattle will be exposed to a lot of heat stress, whereas the heat period of the cattle, it's very difficult for the cattle to be in the heat period. And also in the milk, the cow will not be in this heat period, and the male, which is the bovine, will not have good sperm or spermatozoa to conceive so that the cattle will be conceived. 98% of the respondents ascertained that lack of milk production is due to heat period. There is a correlation between milk and milk. So without water, it will be very difficult for the cattle to convert milk production. And whereas if there is also milk, the milk quality is of little quality. The study recommends, these are some of the recommendations. The study recommends that specific favorable policies to be implemented by government and local authorities in enhancing mitigation of climate change, improvement of system and accessibility, and availability of resources is a key factor in enhancing production. Without changing the extensive way of cattle production and using climate smart agriculture or intensive way of cattle production, it will be very difficult for cattle owners to have the productive desire that they want. Government and non-government organizations should help to create awareness in farms on how to minimize effect of climate change. I would like to thank the Rich Science Society and special gratitude to Dr. Phillips and Dr. Musa Jallo for supporting and assisting me, and also the Rich Science team, Dr. Mariama Mari and Dr. Saunders. I thank you all for your kind attention. Yeah, it's question.
Okay, any questions? Mike? One question. Can you see the question about?
Question from your line.
They're thanking you, saying some nice words.
Yeah, just
I would like to avail myself to any questions.
no questions from the in-person?
Perfect presentation. Perfect presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, now we will move to another talk with Amir from Kurdistan. Yeah, Kurdish, yeah. Okay, you can do that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. بس عندي يعني presentation.
From the computer or from here?
Yeah, I
From
will
here.
use this one. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Where is the pointer, please?
Pointer is here.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Amer Samoki from Department of Computer Science and College of Information Technology and Computer Science. The Catholic University in Erbil. Yeah.
What university?
Catholic University in Erbil. It's a university in Erbil, Iraq. Yeah. So we have conducted this research in the Catholic University in Erbil to recognize Kurdish Sign Language using deep learning models. So the objective of this study was to communicate the barriers, like to remove the barriers that are in the hard of hearing community communicating with the other communities in the society, like in the region, especially Kurdistan region. So this study aims to translate the Kurdish Sign Language into heard words, like translating the Kurdish Sign Language into voice. Why Kurdish Sign Language? Because this was the least researched areas of sign language. So we chose this one to study it in the field of computer science. So I will ask you a question. Does anybody of you know the difference between a biological neuron and artificial neuron? Any? Okay, let's show it on the screen here. So we have a biological neuron here, and we have an artificial neuron. So what's the difference? The difference is a slight difference, actually. We have inputs here in the. Does it work? Sorry. Can you go back, please?
Did it not work? Oh, it doesn't work.
I turned it into mouse.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought
Oh,
that made work. Yeah.
Sorry. So yeah, now it's you click this or
Okay. So like this. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So we were discussing something about the artificial neurons and biological neurons. So as you see here, we have some inputs in the biological neuron, and we have here some inputs in the artificial neuron. So we have many inputs in this cell, or let's say a neuron. It's a neuron. In the specifically, it's a neuron. So we will have one in output, and also here we will have outputs here in the biological neuron. But it particularly does the same work, actually. Like the function is similar to the other neuron. From one to another is the same, actually. So a neural network is consisted of maybe thousands of these neurons, and a biological brain also consists of many biological neurons. These neurons all work combined together to make a decision or some processing in some kind of aspects. So the problem statement here was our research was like the deaf community in Kurdistan have barriers in communicating with the normal community. So this is actually really related to ID. This research solves the problem of communicating between the two communities. Let's not separate them because they are one community, but there is a one barrier that the hard of hearing people cannot communicate well with the other society because they simply don't know the sign language. Sign language also has its syntax and grammar, etc. So normal people doesn't understand the people with hard of hearing or those people who speak sign language. So we can deploy these AI models into mobile applications to carry out download them on their mobile phones to translate their speech from sign language into voice. Yeah, just simple like that. Let's go to the research methodology. So we collected data from the volunteers in the Catholic University in Erbil. And then we explored models of CNNs like MobileNet V2, Inception V3, and ResNet 50. And then we trained the models, these AI models. They are deep learning models. We trained these deep learning models on the data set. And then we evaluated these models based on efficiency, computing the resources required for these models, and the other things that are required for the, such as something like space complexity, time complexity. These things were considered during this research. As you can see here, this is this is the data collected for only one sign language, which means thank you in sign language, Kurdish sign language. This means thank you, and this is after data augmentation. We removed the background using CV2 library in Python. Let's go to the other slide. So we evaluated the three algorithms, the three networks, MobileNet V2, Inception V3, and ResNet 50. So it came out with these results. So MobileNet V2 got a 99.92 accuracy with space complexity 12 megabytes and time complexity 209 milliseconds per step to process one frame of sign language. Mobile Inception V3 got accuracy, testing accuracy of 99.3%, and with space complexity of 93 megabytes. That's really above this one, the MobileNet V2. That's a huge number compared to this one, right? So we got 99.8% accuracy of ResNet 50 with a space complexity of 100 megabytes and time complexity of 250 milliseconds per step, which means the time required to process only one frame of video. Yeah. But in this research, we chose MobileNet V2. Does anyone know why we chose this model to be deployed in the applications or the future applications? Yeah. Yes, and yeah, it consumes less resources than the other models. So the mobile net is really really fits for mobile phones and mobile devices such as mobile phones. Like even we can integrate it in a small device only designated for translating sign language, because it has space complexity, less space complexity, and less time complexity compared to the other ones. So this one can be used in the mobile phones easily without consuming resources and without consuming any other extra memory. So overall efficiency of the models is like this. We got calculated it and we got 73% efficiency for RaisNet 50, and we got 99.9% efficiency for MobileNet V2, and we got 78.2 efficiency for Inception V3. So these networks, all of them work fine for processing images, translating Kurdish Sign Language, but this one is the most suitable one, MobileNet V2. So we have applications of sign language. As we mentioned before, these models can be used in mobile applications, deployed in mobile applications to translate sign language in real time. So for example, we have someone who is deaf, goes to the market, but he finds a barrier communicating with the market owner or these people who don't know the sign language. So if he got this application with deployed model, AI model or deep learning model in the application, he would easily communicate with the shop owner. And we can have a vice versa applications that translate voice into sign language. Yeah. Am I out of time? I'm sorry. So in the conclusion, we have chosen the MobileNet V2 for the most suitable one for mobile applications, and hopefully it has a promising future for translating sign language, especially Kurdish Sign Language. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, I'm here to answer. Thank you. And you can read the research here on the research is published on the Journal of Electrical Systems. You can read it here. Thank you for listening. Any questions?
Any question?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to ask, so you compared the 3 different models and found out which one was the best to use.
Yeah.
Did you develop the actual application?
Yes. Yeah.
Is it
Yeah, we did.
available on
we
App Stores or
deployed
Play
it.
Store or something?
No, it's not deployed on. It was just a prototype, like a prototype. I will just show you the. We did it on the desktop. So here is the application. I cannot show it on the screen. There is the application translating this sign language. Actually, that's me. And this is the application, the user interface of the application translating the Kurdish Sign Language.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question about
Yes.
the efficiency of the models.
Hmm?
Based on what did you calculate it?
Yeah, as we showed here. Sorry, where is the? I'm so sorry. We just consumed a lot of time. So let me answer your question. I'm sorry. We chose the model, the best model, depending on the efficiency or resource consuming of the model. So as you can see here, we got 99% accuracy for MobileNet v2 and less space complexity, which means it takes less storage capacity from the device, and it requires less time to be translated.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
There is also a question from the online team.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Who is?
Is it? It's from Mariam. Is it a scalable solution? Like, can be used for other languages?
Yes, sure. We can use it for the other languages. Actually, the American Sign Language and Arabic Sign Language has like more research in this area. But the Kurdish Sign Language was the least researched area of this field. Like that's why we chose Kurdish Sign Language. So yes, for sure we can use it for the other languages, and we have a lot of resources online for these languages.
Okay.
Any question here? Okay.
I think we don't have any questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Mr. Anis. Research under fire, how we are redefining discovery in Iraq. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Anis. Nick. The web.
Naikin ako. Full screen. Hi, everybody. I hope everyone is well. I'm very honored to speak in this great university that's made great graduates, physicists, mathematicians, biologists, chemists, and experts in every single field. While the title is very fascinating, but it's not that discovery, a new discovery. We're going to talk about an issue that we are facing in Iraq, and I hope that we can find a solution. While I really wanted to make a presentation about a research that we have done, but I think this will be boring. Like you don't want to spend 10 minutes learning about PDE and high order partial differential equations. But yeah, to start, as a background, my name is Anas. I don't have 10 plus years of experience in research, but I have 2+ years of experience in reading research papers, writing some research papers, and I have one year experience training people and students to write research papers. I want to start with a survey that was done by Dr. Phil Newton. The survey was in his university, and he found that in 1 out of 6 students do their university work through third parties. So when I saw this research or survey, I was questioning what are the third parties actually that students are paying for to make their research or work. And since I'm studying in Iraq, I wanted to see actually in Arabic. So I went to Facebook and then wrote Buhuthat, and these accounts appeared. So if you're Arabic speaker, you are very angry because it's basically these accounts are for selling research papers or writing research papers for the faculty members, for either promotions or for graduation. And that's very terrible. So there is one option, which is basically call Mark Zuckerberg and tell him to delete these accounts. And I don't think that's available. But the second option is teach students actually what is research paper. So why do they go to third parties to make a research paper or work for their university? So thankfully, I have done a team in Iraq with great passionate people who want to teach students what is research paper, why are we doing research paper, what's the point of doing research papers. So together we have done in-person programs, especially for high school students, for college students, to teach them how this works. This was in Baghdad. But then we thought about the cities. What about the cities? How would they reach or learn about research programs? So we have done online programs for them. While I cannot say we are 100% sure that every single person here will not use third parties, somewhat, but I can say that in a survey that we have done, 100% of students said that they won't ever use third parties for research because they have seen how doing or writing research paper was very easy. With the statistics, we started with few people. We were like 5 or 4 people in the beginning, and then right now in the last cohort, we are more than 150 plus active members. What I really wanted to make through this presentation is that this is not only in Iraq. This is maybe everywhere. This is even maybe in Cambridge. So I hope that this is something that we can talk about or discuss while we are in this conference, and we find solutions. Let us solve it together. And since we have a lot of time, let's have a discussion about your experiences, since most of you are great researchers and have great experiences, more than me, and 10 plus years of experience. Let's talk about the third parties that you have encountered. I would love to make this as discussion more than presentation. So yeah, by the way, on behalf of the team We Change in Iraq, I would like to say, let's change.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay.
So yeah, I would like to say if you have any experience with third parties, if you have something that you encountered as wrong, please share it together. We would love to learn.
Please, if you have any question or comment, please unmute yourself and we can hear you.
Hi, I'm Maite. In Brazil, we face a lot of problems with this because it's like a mob thing. It's like illegal, so people are like on the corners, like, do you want to buy a paper, like, you know? So it's quite like frowned upon, this type of attitude. But most students usually do it. Like, I know a lot of people that have done it.
Wow.
Because they're like, I would just want to graduate. I don't want to be a researcher. I don't want to build anything. I just want to pass. And that feeling of I just want to pass and I don't want any work attached to it makes them just go and buy papers that are done and like ignore the moral of it.
Right. Anyone from another country who wants to share about this experience? Maybe if you guys.
If it is applicable for the languages.
Actually, it is not a problem of Iraq only, because I'm as an Iraqi person, and now I'm working for Hungary, PhD. So it is even in Europe there is a problem, but the problem not like in this style. Actually, that's considered for two junior people, but for senior people, there is something big called paper mill. Paper mill, it is many of researchers, like from China, like from India, like anywhere. Those researchers makes parties. Every parties have many contributions. Like someone work just in statistics, someone just work for literature review, some people works just for analysis. So they work as a blind work. Just they ask the party about literature review. They just providing literature review of various things, random, and some people just analysis. in the end, they will have a lot of researches, but they didn't have any concept and any ideas, and they don't get the philosophical point of the novelty of their work. So I think that more dangerous than the simple workshops. It is paper mill, it is industry, and that very, very dangerous. Thank you.
Do you guys have any other solutions for this problem? Of course, this problem is globally recognized. So if you have any solutions for it, rather than making, educational workshops or programs, we would like to hear it.
Just a comment.
We have an online.
Yeah, we just have an online comment. I participated in one of these programs and learned from its leadership in the world of research by establishing a forum of at my university to teach students about it. I believe this method is one of the solutions. Thank you. Okay, I think.
Also, a few questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
From Manar.
Oh, this question is.
Yes.
How can modern technologies such as artificial intelligence and geophysical surveying be used to enhance the discovery and preservation of archaeological sites in Europe?
For who? No, that's a very interesting question. So the question asks modern technologies through the artificial intelligence inside Iraq. I think that's a very interesting question. But I don't know how you linked artificial intelligence with the archaeological sites. But for example, if someone from another country, a European country that doesn't know about archaeological sites of Iraq, they would basically ask, for example, ChatGPT about the archaeological sites, and then maybe ChatGPT will give the location. That I think that is very interesting, but I don't know directly how this will help in tourism. But yeah, any Iraqis want to answer this question instead of me? Yeah.
Actually, this matter, it is not just for archaeological, but the archaeological matter, it is one of something related to the geographical index. So I think they must be GIS or spatial view about the archaeological sites in Iraq or any country. So based on this spatial topological overview like a GIS system, so I think the studies must concentrate on this. By addressing the GIS, we can go through the artificial intelligence by using machine learning like classification, clustering, or regression. So the new philosophy, how to join many of approaches to each other. So still novel work. If that happens, it will be very nice. Thank you.
I hope this answered your question, Mena.
Ghassak, your voice is not clear, so
I have something to say about that.
Can you
Okay.
repeat your
I think we
question?
should make like awareness sessions about research, because the research aim is to address some problem or solve the problem. If it was not you doing that, if it was not someone specialist in this field doing that, the research will be like unuseful. It won't be any benefit of it.
Yeah, I agree, to be honest. Because of that, we're making a lot of workshops and sessions for the students. But I don't know if this will be the perfect solution. If this is going to make every single student 100% sure of themselves that they are not going to use third parties or buy research papers from third parties or get help from third parties?
I think it will be obvious in discussion when the students are presenting their, research. It will be so obvious that they are not the people who made it.
Yeah, sometimes it's not obvious actually, because the third parties don't plagiarize. They actually do the work. If you pay them good, they will work for you without
But
plagiarizing. If you pay them not
even
good, they will plagiarize, and it will be obvious.
Even in, hard specialists like medicine, medical fields, and
Anas, I will add
engineering.
this. I think, I don't know if you are agree with me, if we have a good policies about the number of publishings in Arab world, it will be better. And especially if we are using Internet of Things, AI, anything to measure these numbers of the quality of the publishing in Arab country, because really I noticed that most of people, they are publishing just for publishing permission and other things in their work. Just they didn't know what is the aim, what is the purpose of this paper. That's why I think if we have like a real policies in the university about to measure the quality of the publishings or the articles, this would be better.
Yeah, I to be honest agree to the policies, but sometimes the government itself is not supporting. But what we can do, we're gonna push. With pushing, I think policies change also. And yeah, I also saw someone from Google Scholars have 300 research papers in a year. So that's basically 1.5 research paper in a day. So how this work? Yeah,
And I think
I
if
agree.
there
We
is
should
a
have
mentor,
some policies on that.
I think if there is a mentor who, keeps the
Thank you,
work
Anna.
all the time,
Welcome.
it will be more benefit.
Well, thank you very much, Anas. Very insightful. Okay, our final speaker is Mr. Ayman Rifai. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ayman.
It's already hard. We're going to give him 10 minutes to go for the question.
No?
Oh, yes.
Okay, fine.
Given my method, final.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Give them both.
So how can I change the slides?
All right. Hello, everyone. No. Okay. Hello, everyone. First, I want to start by, saying this quote that everything is possible. And so, all right. So my name is Ayman Rifai. I'm Dr. Ayman Rifai. I'm a PhD Fulbright alumni and also ReachSci committee member. And so today, I'm happy to share my Fulbright journey at Stanford University. So first, a little bit of background. I did my bachelor's in biotechnology, followed by a master's in cellular and molecular basis in biotechnology also at the Faculty of Sciences and Techniques of Tangier in Abdelmalek Saadi University, Morocco. And so during my master's degree, I developed a strong interest in cancer research. And so during my master's research project, I started developing research regarding nasopharyngeal cancer along with my professor. And so this particular cancer is prevalent in Morocco and has like several problems, which is why I was interested in it. And so I started PhD in 2020. And Yeah, no worries. And so during my first year, I started, looking for programs and means to study in the US. It was always my dream to go to Stanford. And so that's where I found the Fulbright program. And I started looking and contacting professors and applying to my dream university, Stanford Medicine. And so at some point, after contacting several professors, I was able to, speak to one of the professors, which is now my co-advisor, or was. And so, yeah, I applied to the Fulbright Joint Supervision Program, which enables PhD students to study and conduct research in an American university with an American co-supervisor. And so that's what I did. And few months after my interview, I was accepted. I was granted the prestigious Fulbright along with 7 other students in the whole country of Morocco, and was invited at Stanford University to continue my research. All right, so everything was great until COVID happened and said, like, wait a minute, where are you going? And so at the time, it was very difficult, a lot of challenges. And so my Fulbright stay was postponed many, many times. And Stanford stopped all international students. And so this didn't let me down, or I didn't give up. So I started emailing all kind of people at Stanford, and so like the department and other people. And finally, I made it to campus. And so as the first international student to come to Stanford at the time, after the dean of the School of Medicine himself signed my letter. And so, yeah, finally, I started my research. And so on the professional level, I was able to complete my lab work on nasopharyngeal cancer in the areas of genomics, proteomics, cancer biology, biomarker discovery, and bioinformatics. And so I conducted the first investigation of the molecular profile of NPC through proteomics for the first time in Morocco and Africa. I was also able to identify potential biomarkers and examine significant pathways for the first time worldwide. And so these are some pictures from my work at Stanford. This is the lab where I did most of the proteomics work. And gladly, I just defended my PhD a few days ago after doing all of that research. And so this is some pictures for after the defense. And so during my research project, I was introduced to ReachSci. And if you remember, Mohammed, we did a lot of talking back then. And so my experience with ReachSci started with mentoring 6 master's students as part of the mini PhD program in Morocco. And that was like 2 years ago. And so after that, I became a committee member of ReachSci. And since then, I started working with Mohammed and others in designing and developing research programs. And so, yeah, this is some pictures from the mentoring of master's students in our lab in Morocco. And this is from the conference last year. All right, now, besides the professional level, on the personal level, I was able to meet a lot of people and share my culture. So here's some pictures with my friends in the US. And so next, I was able to participate in several activities and sports events, which was also very enriching. These are a few pictures again, just showing like experience. And finally, I also was able to travel and explore a lot of places, from Los Angeles to Las Vegas to New York and Horseshoe Bend, which is very nice. And so finally, this is just to show you that like how much you can do when applying like to Fulbright. Like having the Fulbright experience is very enriching, and you can learn so much, not just the professional level, but also the personal level, like I just showed you. So my advice will be to like believe in yourself and the value of your project. A lot of students don't apply just because they think that, oh, my project is not enough, I'm not going to be accepted, etc. And also, of course, don't stay in your comfort zone. That's very important. Third, I would like to, recommend all of you to apply to Fulbright. It's very important and interesting. So when applying, I would recommend to start contacting professors and universities very early in order to secure an invitation letter on time. And also make sure you give your personal statement enough time. And so Fulbright is a very transformative experience, and that's from experience. All right, before closing, I just want to acknowledge Fulbright and the whole MathSC Lab for all their support. I would also like to thank my American professor at Stanford and the whole Malik Lab at the Canary Center. And finally, I would like to thank my Moroccan professor present here. And so this picture was taken here at Cambridge, where DNA was discovered. And so, yeah, thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ali. Thank you, Mr. Ayman. Now, Dr. Ayman.
Thank you.
Indeed, yeah. So let's have a question. If you have a question from yeah.
I have a question about the frog in the picture.
The what?
Yeah. From your lab, you have a frog instead of a person.
Yes. Can you go back to that? No. Oh, the last slide. Oh, yeah. The acknowledgement slide. Who's the frog? Yeah. Very interesting question. No, I'm just kidding. But he's my American professor, actually. He really likes, so apparently his wife do like some caricatures and stuff like that. And so before having his actual picture, which is next to it, he had like his official picture at Stanford was the frog guy. Yeah.
That's so funny.
Which one?
I thought it was sometimes they use the humor sense. They make like folks like instead of supervisor sometimes.
Yeah, he's the supervisor. That's true. Yeah, you're definitely right.
Yeah, thank you for this spirit. Okay, I want to ask you that how many years or months did it took you to prepare to the scholarship? And do you have some advisors that lead you to the process of application? You know, there's many applicants over there. How did they choose you specifically?
So first question, I think it took me like 2 weeks to apply, which is not very usual because the application opens at August and goes all the way to December 15. But when I was looking for means and opportunities to study in the US, I found the Fulbright a little bit late, so maybe like November. And at the time, I had to do a lot of research in like contacting professors because before applying to Fulbright, you need to have an invitation letter from professor in the US and also be accepted at the university in the US before you can apply to Fulbright. Yeah, so that's like a big condition. Yeah, and so like the application process, I think I started in December and then the deadline was December 15. Yeah, and so second question, no, actually, like I did at the time, it's like 2 years ago or 3 years ago. And so Fulbright wasn't very, very popular back in Morocco. And so I did all the research about the program. And so, yeah, there was no like advisors or anything. I just, followed the instructions and applied. Of course.
There is participation from the online team.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Yes, can I?
Yes.
Stop there.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for a wonderful presentation. I would like to ask about any programs after PhD as a postdoc or training for researcher for a young researcher, and thank you.
Yeah, of course. So Fulbright is, so they have several programs. They have a program for PhD, which is called the Joint Supervision Program, depending on where you're applying from. But the US has like collaborations with many, many countries, I think more than 100. And so you can apply to the Joint Supervision Program for if you want to continue your PhD in the US, or if you're already a PhD, there's a program for postdocs as well. So yeah, you can apply to the postdoc program.
And did you propose the proposal, research proposal, or they do it?
Yes. No. So actually, you need to have the research proposal before applying. So first, you need to develop your research and write your research proposal before contacting professors. So yeah, that's like one of the main things you send to a professor. So basically, you send them your research proposal along with a motivation letter and also like your CV. And then, yeah, so that's how you contact the professor, and a brief email, of course. And then if he replies, then you talk, like if he agrees, maybe he'll invite you for a Zoom meeting or something in order to discuss that research proposal further. And for the application, you also need to write a research proposal and a personal statement, which is basically like a motivation letter where you talk about your like programs, background, your activities. And so just to show how like, why is it important to study in the US and if you'll be a good fit for, to be a Fulbrighter. Yeah.
Maria is asking, are there any postdoc or research scholarships?
Yes, there is a postdoc program at Fulbright. I advise you to look up the official website, and then you'll find like more information about, eligibility criteria, instructions, and stuff.
Omar is also asking about the process and the requirements, and does he need an English qualification like TOEFL?
Yeah, yes, you will need a TOEFL certificate. Sorry? Yeah, and so they give you like a minimum that you should have with the TOEFL. So yes, you need an English qualification as well as so where's the question again? Oh yeah. Yeah, other requirements. So first, your supervisors needs to accept like that you can go continue your research in the US. And also you need an invitation letter, like I said, from an American professor, as well as in some universities, you will need to be accepted at the university as well. So even the invitation letter sometimes, it's not enough. And that was my case at Stanford, where I had to apply to the university as well, even though I had the invitation letter. And this is all before applying to Fulbright.
I have my question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, my question is that does Fulbright give PhD funding directly as PhD holder in statistics? And again, does it require GRE and IELTS examination standards, general examination records, and international code of English language, TOEFL? Does it require all examination standards to get access to funding?
So if you have a PhD, you should apply for the postdoc program, right? And so no, the GRE is not required. It's only required for the master's program because you conduct the whole master's, which requires taking a lot of classes and stuff. So they require a GRE. But in terms of PhD and postdoc, they only require a TOEFL just to, show your English qualification.
Grace, you can talk.
So, sorry. So, but can you apply directly PhD as a BSc holder, a bachelor?
Sorry, as the PhD holder?
No, BSc, Bachelor of Science. Can you directly apply?
Yes, yes, you can apply to the master's program. It's called study grant. Again, depending on some countries change the names, but yeah, there's a master's program and you can apply with a bachelor's for sure. Yeah.
Grace Ilimwa, you can talk, please.
Can you write the proposal on an entirely different field, different from that of the potential supervisor?
Sorry, did you get that?
Can you get it again?
I said for the proposal you're sending to the supervisor, does the topic have to align with the field of study of the supervisor, or can you write on an entirely different field altogether?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I would recommend you do a little bit of research about the professor before sending your research proposal. It will be great if you can align it a little bit to his research interests. If you really want to work with that professor, not change like the topic or the objectives, but just like align it a little bit. You know, for him, it's like you're you know, like you're trying to impress, kind of, right? So yeah, so it will be great if you can align it a little bit to the professor's interests.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chibona, was this your question?
Hey, I had wanted to ask, I dropped it in the chat box, but I think Grace had to read it out. I was trying to ask if your research proposal will be that's different from that of the professor, or are you allowed to develop something novel?
So like, are you allowed to like send something novel? That's what you...
Yeah, are you allowed to develop a research proposal that is way different from the professor that you're contacting?
I mean, yeah, of course you can, but if it's like different from the professor's area of interest, then it wouldn't, he's not going to accept it, right? So it needs to be, you know, either part of it should be in his like area of research. If you want the professor to send you an invitation letter. So that's important. Your research should align with the professor's interest. But of course, you'll be like free to write your research proposal however you like, depending on your research. So yeah.
We can have the last question from the in-person.
Thank you. Anyway, giving me the last question. I want to know because I have acceptance in University of New Haven for masters, but it's not fully funded. So I want to know whether I would be able to get funding from this.
From Fulbright?
From Fulbright, yeah.
So you already got accepted in university?
Yes, I already get with scholarship, but it's not fully funded anyway.
I see.
So I was kind of looking for that.
Yes, I think you can apply to the master's program because one of the requirements is to be accepted at the university. Since you have that already, that's a milestone, right? Okay. So you should, yeah, you can definitely write to Fulbright and then.
We are already in December and you think it's kind of late for me to do this?
Oh, for this year, yes. Yeah, for this year, it's already, yeah. Maybe next year. Course.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much.
Of course. You're welcome.
Dr.
Thank you.
Ryman.
Thank you.
Yeah, now I'll have one more activity, which is the selfie activity. It's similar to what we did last day, but with some modifications. Same strategy, but the words are different. And for the online audience, if you would like to turn on your cameras, then I can, yeah, I can take your pictures from with the video.
And also, we sent you the vote form, so vote for your favorite talk for the winner.
There's one missing, right?
Which one?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes. There's one missing, the last one.
Can you send Iman your title? You gave a presentation.
One sec.
You get this?
Can you be more closer, please? More closer.
Oh, I see.
Presentation?
Oh. We haven't received it then.
Okay.
There is one presentation.
All right.
Yeah.
We have time, yeah?
Yeah, just,
Go ahead.
Can you
Robert,
please send it to me on WhatsApp?
We'll do it next time. Just give us 15 minutes and then we'll do it. Oh, folks, I don't think.
What's allowed to be?
Oh, I see.
the molecular base, oh, it's number 11.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
So they have the option, but they.
Yeah, it's in the video.
Yeah, I think they don't.
So sorry. I didn't get your presentation.
Yeah, we have to. Yeah. Did you start? Yeah.
Yes. No, this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So share screen.
No,
No, first we need to go to Zoom.
Yes. No, make it full screen.
All right, so we're gonna do the voting again. So please wait until Maria finishes the presentation. And then we're gonna do the voting. So we stop the voting for now.
Thank you. Yeah, I got scared, but thank you.
No, it's okay.
Okay, so hi, good afternoon. My name is Ana Maria. I'm a nutritionist from the University of Tecnológico de Monterrey in Mexico. And today I'm presenting a topic that I really like, that it's the biomolecular basis of the gut microbiome and on neurological diseases. First of all, what is the gut microbiome? I don't know if someone ever heard of that. Great. It's getting really popular, this topic nowadays. So practically, the human gastrointestinal tract harbors many microorganisms, such as viruses, protozoa, archaea, fungi, and bacteria. Many bacteria that are really beneficial for our health because it has vital functions, such as the homeostasis of the organisms. That's practically, if we don't have the homeostasis, we die. Okay, just like yesterday, yeah. Yeah, and it regulates both the central nervous system and the enteric nervous system. And it also impacts the immunomodulation, and it has a bidirectional relationship with the host and the organism. So how do we really get our microbial, like all of these organisms? Well, the colonization of these microbial communities begins in early child. practically when we are born. So it can affect if we are born by a C-section or vaginal delivery. Yeah, so the first thing we get when we're here in the world is our microbial community. Yeah, so we get that first, then we get our name. The maternal gestational diet and weight gain, it also has a huge impact on it. Just like breastfeeding or artificial formula, the gestational age and the birthplace, and all of that can contribute to the good microbiome in the newborn. So that's why nutritionists are always repeating the importance of breastfeeding, right? Because this is what is actually going to like contribute to be healthy enough, right? So how is this related to the brain? Gut microbiomes synthesize metabolites and neurotransmitters that are precursors from our diet. That's why I really love nutrition. And we have glutamate, GABA, dopamine, and short chain fatty acids and metabolites that impact the bowel motility, secretion, and inflammation. And did you know that most of the serotonin we synthesize is actually on our gut, not on our brain? So that's why, I don't know if you ever heard about the gut is like our second brain, something like that. Yeah, it kind of is, kind of not, but. Okay, so these microorganisms residing in the gut can trigger this, like everything is great, and if everything is like really healthy, but sometimes it can trigger the host immune response through an axis that is the gut-brain axis, right? This axis is responsible for producing glucocorticoids. That these elements are they're responsible of regulating like the stress in case we have like an injury or even this emotional stress. And it is also responsible for the capacity, the adaptive capacity to the environmental stimuli, which is a critical for every human being, as I said first, like for the homeostasis of our organism. And then things happen. Just like gut dysbiosis, this occurs when the microbiome conformation becomes abnormally altered. Yeah, so we have these bacteria that I'm talking about, but they are not good enough. Why? Because of many factors, such as diet, physical activity, pharmaceutical treatments, and there is an ambivalence between intestine pathogenic microorganisms and microbial antigens. So we found here, it's no, well, in many neurological diseases such as multiple sclerosis, we saw that there is the amount of butyrat is really elevated. In Alzheimer's disease, the taurine, the protein, it's also elevated. And in Parkinson's disease, actually the E. coli is the one that is increased here. In bipolar disorder, we have increased streptococcus and many other microorganisms, such as in anxiety. It has to do with I'm sorry, but yeah, it's really small. I'm sorry. Yeah. And what can we do with this? Like as I said, that with our diet, it plays a huge role in this. So we have different nutrients or supplements that can improve the gut dysbiosis by enhancing the growth of this beneficial bacteria that we want. That it was really low here in these different issues. So where can we find these probiotic and prebiotics? We can find them in fermented food products, such as yogurt, kombucha. I don't know if you guys know any other pickles, cabbage. There are many of them. And it may vary depending on the country that you're on. Yeah, so, but the main thing here is that they allow the growth of the bacteria, right? With all this information, then what's next? Now we know that it is really important. It has a lot to do, our diet and what we eat with this, with the composition of our microbiome, and it has to do a lot too with neurological diseases. So yeah, it is important, but there is something also important that we need to know, that there is no way to program your brain with a unique factor. Even though we know that it is really important and it can affect and it can like really, yeah, affect all of this, there are many other things that can help, like physical activity, like the medicine we're taking, like the lifestyle we're living in. Yeah. So in conclusion, we know all of this, and there's still many questions. And I say that my favorite questions are the ones that has no answers, because that means that we have a lot of work to do. So the patient characteristics such as age, diet, physical activity, morbidities, disease stage, and medical conditions have not been stratified in every study. So that's why we don't have like a specific dosage of or a specific name of the bacteria that we need, but there is a lot we can do with that now that we can like expand our panorama. And that's it. Thank you.
We have questions from the audience here, no? Any questions? I'm checking the online.
Pregunten, ya me asustaron.
There was a comment here, Marwa. I also found in my PhD study that there is a correlation between H. pylori infection and mental diseases like depression and Alzheimer's disease.
Well, great. Invite me.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. There are many more times.
All right, we open the vote now. Again. If you just update, it should work. So yeah, online as well. If you can please vote for your favorite or best presentation. We'll give it a few minutes. Here you go to the setting. I'm not used to this. There should be. What's this? No, there should be. Let's see here. On MacBook, I was able to do it. You can increase to 50. Okay. It's no, that's one. You can only select one. You can only select one.
The camera is on in the first one, so I select the first one, I guess.
So that's worth a few minutes. People vote. Anyone still voting? Yes, okay. Oh, please only vote once. Online, are you done voting online? If you haven't voted, please, the link is. No, if you don't have a different opinion, you don't need to vote. Yeah. The fight is very tight between two. There are two now who are very close. So if you are not done, please try to vote. Very close between two presentations. All done? Anybody still waiting? Ahmed Vincent, are you done? Sorry? Yeah, all done. All right. We're not gonna announce yet. You can let's do the picture activity first. Yeah. There's some people who are not here yesterday. Yeah.
Come close.
Yes. Everybody sitting this time?
No, just move. Move. Come closer. It's better. Okay. No, it's fine. So what I'm going to say is like, I'll ask you a question while I'm doing this topic. Can we make a difference? Then you respond. Yes, we can. With wave, with thumbs up. Okay. You understand? A test. Test. Can we make a difference? Yeah. The online as well. One, two, three. Can we make a difference?
Yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay. Then let me take another picture.
I'll say cheese.
Let's empolgassem. Let's what Start.
Selfie.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Great.
All right.
Yeah. As we close the incredible conference, Advancing Research and Innovation for a Connected World, I want to take the moment to reflect. So last year we stood here for the first in-person ReachSci Conference in Cambridge. And its success motivated us to dream even bigger. This year wasn't actually without challenges. We faced so many hurdles along the way. But with the unwavering efforts of our president and our volunteers, we made it all possible. And I would like to take the moment to thank our students, keynote speakers, workshops leaders as well, and of course the online facilitators. They put lots of efforts over the last 3 days, and everyone who contributed. So, and again, for all our volunteers around the globe, with their efforts and hard work and dedication, we made that possible today. And hopefully next year we'll do the same. I'm not sure where, but hopefully we'll do it again. So thank you very much. And let's give a big round of applause to everyone who contributed and who participated. And before we wrap up, let's give the mic to our president to announce the winners.
Thank you. So yeah, thank you very much, Hussein, for your kind words, and yeah, really appreciate everyone coming here. Let me just announce that we are going to announce the winners now. Just send it in the winners now. So the certificates, because we have in person and online, we initially were planning to print the certificates, but then since people are online, we decided, because we always try to think about how do we make it equal for everybody. So we decided that we're just going to give all the certificates online. So everybody have the same experience, basically. Okay, good. All right. So so by the way, there are still people voting. So I will leave this. Oh, the competition between the two is now they're equal. So let's hope one of them wins. So each one of those winners will presentation, each one has 16 votes. But let's go to, before we go to the talks, let's start announcing the winners. So we're just going to take a picture with all of the winners together. If you can come here. So first of all, we are going to start with sorry. making you more and more excited. Okay, just a second, sorry. So I'm just going into, because in our order, it was best talk first, but I decided not to go with that because it's still going. We'll go with the best posters. So we are starting with the best online poster. And it goes to, let's see, is the person here? So the best poster goes to, I don't think she's here. Is she? No. All right, I don't know if she's here or not, but the first poster goes to Duha Salman Ibrahim. That's the online.
Raise your hand if you are there.
Duha, are you here? Do you want to say anything? Duha Salman Ibrahim.
Oh, she's here.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
I hope. Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Do you want to say anything?
Okay. Could anyone hear me, please? Okay,
sorry?
it's clear now.
Yes.
Okay, so I am very thankful and feeling a pleasure for this opportunity. The importance of this winning is actually what's the reflection that we get rather than my poster. There was also so many informative and opportunity that I got from the 2 days of the conference. So thanks for all the organizer and the facilitators. Big thank and to all the online facilitators. And see you next year.
Thank you. So again, certificates. Certificates will be sent later in an email. The online poster winners are the in-person. In-person, yes. They are Mira and Al-Jawhara. Come here. Come say something. Yeah, you can say.
Thank you so much actually for Dr. Muhammad, ReachSci, everyone. Really, it's actually a very good experience to be with you. It's really for us, actually, it is added value just to be here with you. Thanks, Dr. Muhammad, for this opportunity to us and for each one here. Actually, I like this 3 days. It's one of my life actually to learn from each of you anything from your countries, your culture. The discussion between us is very important. It's really added value for me. And I will just add something. This poster is not, our research is not made by only just me and Jawhara. We have a team work. We are working from a long time, 1 year until now. Hajar, Nurhan, and Fidaus. And it was really a good opportunity to be a family, to do this work, great work actually, because it is not our backgrounds. So yeah, thank you, Jawhara.
Thank you, Amira. I will not take time. First, a big thanks for ReachSci team and ReachSci President Dr. Mohammed Al-Awami to explore this amazing opportunity and inspireful people like you. And the nutshell from this experience for me, to be honest, is the barrier to overcome the barriers. Honestly, it's just to change the mindset. If we change it to positive mindset, we will overcome any challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry? We'll take a picture once everybody's finished. Yes. Okay, so you can stand over here. Okay, so next, I think we should stop with the voting. Let's go with the best talk. All right, so who do you think is the best talk? Anybody want to give a guess? So, who? You think? Adriana, you think? Okay. And the winner is The molecular basis of gut microbiome on neurodegenerative diseases. It's a good one. Wear the hat.
Okay, okay.
Come here to the front.
A ver, ahí salgo. Ni me queda.
Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I kind of comfortable with. Yeah. Well, I'm so nervous, but I'm really happy, and I really want to thank you. And I got really nervous because I was not even going to present. But yeah, it is really an honor and to be with an excellent team, with the Mexico team, just like Adriana and the melanoma. An applause too. Yeah, because I'm grateful because we had a really great team with Dr. Roberto Nayen, so we're really grateful for that.
Professor Roberto.
Yeah.
Perfect. Great. All right. Thank you. All right. So the next award is Best Accessibility Participation. So we're going to do one online and one in person. So the best accessibility participation, so the best idea participation goes to Ghasaq. Ghasaq with the two fingers, with the doctor with the two fingers. Ghasaq, are you here?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Do you want to say anything?
It's a pleasure.
Cool.
Well, I don't know what to say. This is the first conference I attend, and it was like the best thing. It's a very good opportunity, and to begin with.
Good.
Thank you for this opportunity. Appreciate it.
Of course. And then we have a team who won the idea participation on site. And the team is made of 4 members. And the members are Bashar or Bashar? Bashar. Adriana and Al Jawhara and Adra. Again, nice. Good. Good. All right, so anybody likes?
You like to say something? Any of you, or the group?
Shad is going to say something.
Thank you for this opportunity. It was fun and really informative to go through Cambridge looking for what's accessible and what's not. And it was really interesting to find that a gallery was accessible for people with vision impairment. So it was a very nice experience. Thank you for that.
Right. All right, so we have 2 more awards. So the online, wait, is it 2 or 3? So we have 3, sorry. We have the best picture. The best social media picture goes to Ragad. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was videoing you, so I didn't expect that. Which picture?
It's I think it's the what's it called? The LinkedIn post.
Oh,
The LinkedIn
thank
pictures
you.
that you took and
I
shared
really
with the post.
appreciate it. And 2 brothers won the award. This is amazing.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, ReachSci.
You're welcome. Okay, best picture for online goes to, is she here? I don't think she's here. Oh, she is. Goes to Maria. Maria, best picture, what is it? Yeah, best picture online. Yeah, Maria. Maria
Yes, I'm
Sheikha.
here.
Yes, Maria
Yes,
Sheikha,
I'm
you
here.
best social media. I don't know which post though.
Even me, I didn't expect to win, even. I didn't know there is a challenge in the picture. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, the final award goes to the video. We didn't see any video participation online. There was video participation from in person only, and that goes to Adra.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ReachSci and Dr. Mohammed, for this opportunity. And I'm really happy because I have been second time here in the Cambridge and attend the conference. And thank you for all. And thank you, I'm happy.
Good. All right, let's take a picture. Second. Yes, Ali. Yes, come on. Ali.
Can I guide you? Here I am. Yeah.
Where's the mic?
With me.
Oh, give it to Ali.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this final award is very special because it goes back to Mr. ReachSci himself. Muhammad have been working tirelessly to organize this conference, to make it inclusive and to make it accessible and to make everyone included. Many of you may not know, but Muhammad is on the very end of his PhD, so he's just submitting, but he was very committed to have this conference happen because he can see the impact that it leaves on people. So just wanted to recognize his commitment and say thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. This was not expected at all, so thank you very much. That is so sweet. Yes, they took a picture. Thank you. I was not expecting that at all, but yeah, thank you. Really appreciate it. Cool. All right, let's do a picture for everyone. Ali, since you're with us. Yes. Can we have people on this side and take a picture for all the winners, please? It's a very nice touch, by the way. It's very nice touch. Thank you.
One, two, three. Done.
Thank you. Cool. All right. Thank you. Thank you all for attending. I hope you found this opportunity challenging and educational and enjoyable. And I hope you made friends and established a better network. And you have grown, you have raised your awareness. And I hope that you're going to see the world now in a different way. Thank you very much. And we'll see you at dinner. Oh, okay. Thank you, online people as well for attending. And we're not going to let you miss dinner as well. So we're going to take a short video when we are at dinner. So to let you see our traditional and cultural clothes as well. All right. See you. Take care, everyone. Thank you for attending. Thank you for all the volunteers who made this happen. Iman, Amani, Norhan, and Grace. I hope I didn't forget anyone from the online volunteers. So yeah. Hopefully next time you're all with us. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. Enjoy your dinner, everyone. Bye.
Bye.